on a dark night, in a dim room still illuminated by the gentle light of the moon shining through the window frame. The owner of the room was currently sitting motionless on the bed, head bowed in deep thought about something. Suddenly, she heard someone's scream ring out, so she quickly turned her head towards the source of the sound and thought worriedly, that scream is getting closer. That man will come here. He's in the room right next door. It will be my turn soon. After thinking to herself, she opened a drawer and reached inside to get something, muttering, "No, it's okay, it will be okay." After taking that thing out, she immediately raised it high and frowned, thinking to herself, this is all I need. Suddenly, a blonde-haired young man, radiating killing intent, entered her room and asked coldly, "Are you Layla Hindurga?" Seeing that his icy face was stained with a little blood made Layla terrified, and she immediately pretended to be clueless and replied with a forced smile, "No, who is that? You got the wrong person." He coldly retorted, "No, I saw you clearly." Hearing this, Layla couldn't help but think indignantly, if you already know, why ask? Are you trying to provoke me to the very end? She tried to pretend to be calm, pointed straight at his face, and loudly proposed, I have something to say." He asked back coldly, "Last words?" She immediately replied, "Something like that." He coldly suggested, "Speak." She continued in a serious tone, "Please spare me." He growled in opposition, "No." Seeing him drawing his sword to deal with her, she quickly shouted to stop him, Wait, isn't the enemy of my enemy my friend? To be honest, I also extremely hate the people of this family, so even if you spare my life, there will be no future repercussions." After hearing these words from Layla, he involuntarily paused and thought for a moment. Then he asked in a deep voice, "You want to live that badly?" She frantically affirmed, "Yes, I really want to live." He suddenly glared and growled a suggestion. "Then drain all the Hindurga blood from your body, and I will spare your life." Layla tried to smile to show that she was fine, but deep down she was extremely indignant and thought to herself, who are you kidding? What a temper. He looks so scary." After thinking to herself, she spoke up to compromise. All right, then let me ask you one last question. Just suppose, if I could have prevented the accident related to your death 10 years ago, would you spare me now? He coldly asked back, "Even if you prevented it, it wouldn't have worked." She quickly bit her lip and thought worriedly, "No, all my efforts are meaningless." Anymore. Then she stammered, Then she quickly closed her eyes. Then she thought resentfully, "He already said I have to drain all my blood. What's the point of trying anymore? That bastard has no intention of sparing me." He suddenly said reproachfully, "All right, this is really the last question. You talk so much." Layla questioned loudly, "Hey, you know you have a bad personality, right?" He said back in surprise, "What?" While raising her middle finger, she cursed loudly, "I find it horrible to see you again. So please let's never meet again, you terrible bastard." Then she resolved in her heart, "Before I die, I have to say everything I need to say." Just then, for some reason, she covered her mouth with her hand. Then she coughed a few times and with wide eyes cried and moaned, "Ugh, it hurts." Then she collapsed to the ground and thought to herself, "It hurts this much, I didn't expect it. But if I can live, then please let me escape from that man. The death I want is only one, in a spacious, warm room, listening to a special song that I like, saying a final goodbye to my loved ones and the family. But that dream clearly cannot become a reality, because I am the daughter of a cruel, heartless villain. All my misfortunes began one day when I was 10 years old, at that villain's mansion." Layla asked softly, "Father, who is he?" He replied, "Just a kid. You don't need to worry about him." As her eyes followed him, she blushed and thought to herself, He's so handsome. He's so handsome. The first time I met him, I noticed his handsome, doll-like appearance, but out of curiosity about him being locked in the basement dungeon, I went down there to see him. That blood-curdling scream that sounded like it could tear a throat apart, along with the strong smell of blood, frightened me so much that I ran away. Not long after, I heard the news that the boy had died, and this incident became my nightmare for many years. And then 8 years later, news of a hero who eradicated evil caused a stir in the world. I was sure that hero was the same boy who came to the Marquis mansion back then, because they were astonishingly similar. But no one in the mansion believed my words. They didn't even know about him, and even casually joked, "How could someone come back to life after dying? Layla, get a grip." And just like that, 2 years later, that hero appeared at the Hindurga mansion after eradicating evil and saving the world, to find everyone in the Marquis mansion for revenge. Layla suddenly sat bolt upright. Then she couldn't help but think suspiciously, "Did it succeed? I've been reborn? I've really been reborn. This is 10 years ago." Before I died, I risked my life to steal it, and I finally got to use it. It was one of the items my father had plundered, a mysterious treasure that could send the person who swallowed the stone back to the past, the stone of rebirth. I had planned that if I could live without using it, I would sell it for capital to get by. There was no other way. Life is the most important thing. Besides, anyway, there were many valuable things in my room at the mansion. If I stay in this family of villains, I'll be killed by that bastard sooner or later. Either way, I don't want to stay in a place that treats me so badly anymore. All right, I've taken everything. Cruel family, all of you are bastards. I'm running away. From now on, you're on your own. But I couldn't escape. In my first rebirth, I was killed by a carriage driver while holding the gemstone and running away. I realized that running away alone in the body of a child was too dangerous, so in my second rebirth, I ran away when I was 16, but that also failed. I went to a distant kingdom across the ocean that I didn't even know existed before, yet that bastard still found me and completed his revenge on the Hindurga Marquise. In my third rebirth, I decided to get married as a way to get rid of the Hindurga surname, but that didn't work either. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't be spared unless I drained all the Hindurga blood from my body, as he said. Damn bastard, this is now the fourth rebirth. Or maybe he enjoys finding and killing me like this, feeling refreshed inside. No matter what I do, I'll die anyway. What else am I supposed to do? What's the point anymore? A servant suddenly knocked on the door and announced loudly, young lady, the Marquis has sent word for you to come to his office immediately." A moment later in Hindurga's office, seeing that Layla had arrived, he immediately began to question her. "I heard that you haven't been in your right mind lately. If you don't want to be kicked out, then explain yourself, whatever it is." She asked listlessly, "Father, what kind of person are you really? Why on earth did you do those things?" Layla Hindurga, yes, that damned Hindurga surname. Why did I have to be born into this Hindurga family? Nothing works. Leaving home, getting married. No matter what I do, I'm still your daughter. That fact can't be changed. How do I get rid of the blood in my body? Only if I can drain the Hindurga blood out of me will I be spared. Please, Father, tell me how. I want to live. Death, I'm so sick of it. Faced with Layla's questioning, he didn't get angry, but instead said with cold concern, "All right, you seem to be very ill. You should rest at the Southern Villa." 10 years later, seeing him come to find her again too. Deal with her. Layla could only raise her middle finger and smile with great confidence, thinking to herself, "There, I knew it, I admit it." Soon, Layla was reborn for the 5th time. She could only sneer at the wearisome ways of the world. Then she sat up and thought gloomily, "Even though that's a face I never want to see again, I know I can't escape him by just hiding." Thinking this, for some reason, she suddenly burst out laughing. And she laughed so hard it seemed as if there was no humanity left in her. Then finally, she switched to a wicked laugh and thought to herself, "All right, let's meet sooner this time. You terrible bastard." After moving on to the 5th rebirth, Layla immediately pulled herself together, sat up quickly, and thought, "I can't waste time this time. I need to calculate carefully before meeting that bastard. Damn it, in this rebirth, I also had some extra time to think because I was confined in the villa, based on the current situation and what I know. First, I could be reborn multiple times. If so, what are the conditions for rebirth? How many times can I be reborn? In the case of a natural death, would I still return to the past, even if I live to be 90? Anyway, I don't know for sure, so I need to protect myself from a meaningless death. This could also be the last rebirth. Second, the time of rebirth is fixed. Year 332 of the kingdom's calendar, May 11th. The time is 6 p.m. The place is in this room, on this bed. This is probably something that will never change. So, third, preventing that incident from happening is impossible. That incident was my father burning down the orphanage, that child's home. And that madman, the survivor of that orphanage, came to my house. The moment I open my eyes after rebirth, the orphanage has already been burned to the ground. Even if I die 100 times, I can't prevent it. So let's put this aside for now. Fourth, I can't remember the exact moment before death. This is actually extremely, incredibly lucky, so very lucky. If I could remember all of that, I would have probably gone mad long ago. Who in this world could not go mad remembering the memories and pain of dying over and over again? Even if there were such a person, I would treat them as well as family. But then again, who can die and come back to life multiple times? Anyway, the most important thing. Fifth, the way for me to avoid death 10 years from now. As expected, it's the only way I've been ignoring. It's about time, isn't it? The next morning, seeing that Mr. Hindurga had returned, the kids clamored, "Father, you're back, you're back. You must be tired after such a long trip, right? I'll have the maid prepare a bath for you." No, prepare warm tea first. While the others were competing to be filial to him, Layla thought with weary boredom, I'm really curious. How many half-siblings live in this castle? But anyway, I've never considered them my siblings, the cruel brats. While the crowd suddenly asked curiously, Father, what is that? Another immediately added, that's a person. Layla thought with some anticipation, he's finally here. The one who had asked earlier quickly questioned, a person looks like that? He's different from us. Someone who heard that immediately scolded, are you stupid? It's just because he's dirty. He suddenly pushed him forward, then asked with some contempt, you mean this thing? The moment their eyes met, Layla's face turned pale and she thought, so scary. My heart is pounding just like the first time I met this madman. Before, it was because he was too handsome, but now, my heart is pounding for a different reason. He suddenly kicked him and continued in a loud voice. He's not someone you need to pay attention to. Throw him in the dungeon. Seeing this, Layla couldn't help but be stunned and thought, this crazy old man, even treating him kindly now might not be enough. No, wait, this is the chance. Layla immediately knelt down and called out, hey, you. Suddenly meeting that very familiar gaze made her shudder and think to herself, Hook, that's the look he has when he wants to kill me. No, look closely. Right now, he's just a kid who's been brought to the castle. If I don't want to meet the bastard who wants to kill me on sight, I have to do something now. After thinking, she smiled and asked with concern, Hey, are you okay? Faced with her kind action and unexpected question, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed. It turned out to be the sound of him hitting her hand. At this disrespectful act, he clicked his tongue and ordered, he's causing trouble, beat him until he opens his mouth and confesses his crime. Hearing this, she couldn't help but think in surprise. What? No. Then she called out in alarm, Father. He asked in a low growl, what's wrong with you? Layla didn't answer, sweating as she thought. I have to say I'm not hurt and that he shouldn't be punished, but why does it feel like something is stuck in my throat? In the fourth rebirth, I no longer cared about life or death. He said he would spare my life if I could drain all the Hindurga blood from my body. Even so, I couldn't have imagined Father was that kind of person. But when I was confined in the southern villa, when I heard that Father had told his subordinates to just kill him if he didn't admit his fault, a fear completely different from the one I felt facing that madman washed over me. Anytime, anywhere, with just one word from Father, I could die. The fear of a crazy, inhuman villain. Just to say it doesn't hurt and to ask for the child to be spared, I couldn't even utter the words. He suddenly patted her head and asked, you don't want him to be beaten? You hope so, right? She thought in daze, Why is Father suddenly being so nice? Then she replied in a small voice, yes. He asked curiously, why? Because he looks pitiful? She replied again, yes. He rubbed his chin and continued, all right, I understand how you feel. Compassion is an emotion that everyone has, although it's useless. But here, think carefully, he assaulted you. That means he has challenged me in Hindurga. Even so, should I still not beat him? Layla didn't answer, thinking with contempt. This crazy old man again. That's assault? Hitting my hand is called assault? In reality, you just don't want your and your family's honor to be insulted. I have to say it. I have to speak up. She replied softly. No. He asked with a cold laugh. Oh, so what should be done now? She answered with some hesitation. He must be punished severely until he realizes his wrongdoing. That is the Hindurga way. Then she sneered inwardly. The same damn way you always do things. He continued smugly. Good, well done. From now on, remember the words you just said. Don't make me into a bad person. Take him away. That night in Layla's room, she suddenly sighed and said, damn it. The strategy was to win over that madman, so that later when he comes to the mansion, he will spare my life. Then she frowned slightly, calculating her mind, but I ended up doing the opposite. Is taking this much enough? I thought it would be easy to win a kid's heart, but it seems I was wrong. For a moment, I even thought about dying and starting over, but then I wasn't sure if I could come back again. Also for this reason, so I have to try as hard as I can. Ugh, I really don't want to go back to that basement dungeon. If I get caught, I'm done for. Seeing her, the dungeon guard asked, Oh, Lady Layla. Seeing that he was the guard on duty made her inwardly happy. Thank goodness, it's Han's shift as planned. She said cheerfully, Hello, Han. He asked curiously, Young lady, what brings you all the way here? She explained in a low voice. Of course, Father doesn't know about this, but I don't want Han, whom I cherish, to become a murderer. He stammered. That's... She continued with tears in her eyes. The little boy inside, Han, you've already beaten him, haven't you? It was on Father's orders. Han, you're a good person. You can't just beat an innocent child to death, right? He stammered on. But, making a heart shape with her hands, she murmured. The medicine is colorless, so it won't leave any traces. I'll be out right away. so I'm counting on you, Han. Faced with her eyes, shining like lanterns and staring intently at him, he could only hand over the key to her and say with an embarrassed laugh, "Here's the key. The guard shift changes in about 2 hours, so please leave before then." She smiled with satisfaction and replied, Don't worry." Then she thought awkwardly, "This is killing me, so embarrassing." Then she asked with some hesitation, "Can I bring a lamp?" He immediately replied, "Yes, you can." Seeing him shirtless and lying motionless on the floor, she couldn't help but feel pity and think, ugh, this is horrible. A child has been brought to this state, yet he still hasn't opened his mouth to admit fault. As she opened the medicine pouch, she muttered, "You're pretty stubborn. That's why you become a hero later. If you hadn't killed me, I would have been head over heels for you. But well, that's not happening now." Holding the medicinal leaf in her hand, Layla frowned and thought, how do I get him to take this medicine? He's unconscious. How can he swallow? Thinking this, she suddenly felt a little reluctant and said, do I have to use these soft, lovely hands? Well then. Then she quickly put the leaf in her mouth and thought, there's only one way left. After chewing the leaf into a paste, she quickly put it into his mouth and muttered, "Even though I've applied medicine, this is good for you, so just take it. It's a bit gross, but getting better is more important, right?" Lightly touching his back, she thought, now that I look, he's so small now, but in 10 years he'll be incredibly tall. No one would believe me if I said so. Layla suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then she stood up and thought, all right, I should hurry back and rest. Not only am I tired, but I also feel dizzy. Is it because I'm too stressed? Just as she turned and was about to take a step to leave, unexpectedly, he woke up and grabbed her ankle, preventing her from leaving. Layla quickly turned her head, sweating as she exclaimed, "Damn it." Then she thought doubtfully, did he just grab my ankle? Then she explained, a little flustered, hey there, in case you misunderstand, I'm not going to do anything to harm you. I just wanted to give you medicine. Before she could finish her sentence, he immediately spat out all the medicine in his mouth, which made her furious, and she yelled, "Hey, do you have any idea how valuable that is? Why do you care that I chewed it? Why? Do you know how clean my mouth is?" So ungrateful. As he struggled to his feet, he questioned, "Why do you always do such useless things?" Hearing this, Layla was stunned and thought, "Always? You said always? That's right. I was hit because of you. But do you really have to curse at me just for giving you medicine? I risked my life to come here, even though I was really scared that crazy old man would hit me." Just then, he called out again, "Hey you," which startled her a little. She quickly turned her head to look at him, and it made her involuntarily think of his cold, adult face. She just had time to utter a sound, "Bastard," before she was pulled to the ground by him and couldn't help but think anxiously, I'm in big trouble. The image of his adult self and his current self kept overlapping, and my body wouldn't move as I wanted. No, this can't be happening. I still have to face that madman in the future. If I keep trembling like this, I won't be able to accomplish anything. After thinking, she demanded, "Let go." I said, "Let go of my hand." Seeing Layla suddenly dare to raise her voice at him shocked him a little, so he quickly let go of her hand right after. Seeing that, she immediately turned and ran, without even glancing back at him once. As she hurried back to her room, Layla thought pensively, I'm scared, but what I'm scared of is the madman I'll have to face in 10 years, not the child locked in the basement right now, right? No, I'm wrong. No matter what, they're the same person. That weak, small gaze will gradually grow and then kill me. I'm really scared. It's not fair at all. It's so frustrating. Instead of standing up to that brat, I have to survive by watching his every move. Is that really the only way? Layla suddenly let out a loud scream, then fell silent for a moment. Then she continued to think, but I still want to live, so what should I do? Even if it's the worst way, in the end, I still desperately want to live. I'm so exhausted. Did I cry too much? My throat hurts, my eyes are heavy, I'm dizzy, and my hand hurts too. I'll just sleep. Crying like this won't make him spare me. I have to live. I promised Lara. The next morning, after waking up, Layla quickly sat up and muttered, time to get up. Even though yesterday was terrible, today will be different, which means I'll struggle to find a way to live again. As she stretched, she thought doubtfully, but I think I heard someone talking when I was half asleep last night. Was it a dream? Then she muttered with a sigh, I don't know. It's not that important anyway. Do I look that desperate to live? The child survived. Looking at him, his face is also unharmed. Luckily, my father has started to ignore him too, so I can walk around the prison without being noticed. I bought food, drinks, ointment for his wounds, and herbs to help him recover. Anyway, I bought him everything he needed. I was scared, but I didn't show it. I smiled, encouraged him, talked to him, and checked if his wounds were healing. If he hadn't killed my parents, I would have liked him immediately. And after all my efforts, a change appeared, which was, that madman hated me more and more, with a passion. How could that be? Shouldn't he be opening up to me? But he also didn't take what I gave him. Is it because he's tired? Oh God, look, I see it. A future of being half dead, half alive is clear. right before my eyes. Mr. Hindurga suddenly spoke. I think I'll go hunting this morning. Hearing this, Layla was stunned and let out a sound. He continued, the departure will not be delayed, so anyone who wants to go should get ready quickly. While she sighed and thought, I was wondering why everyone was called down so early in the morning. So, this is the reason. The others were extremely excited and chattering. Wow, hunt. How long has it been since father went hunting? I'll definitely catch a wild boar this time. Hearing this, she thought with some mockery. They don't even know that later they'll go from being the hunters to the hunted. What's there to be excited about? It's just going into the forest to scare animals and kill them with spears, arrows. I forgot. Today is the day he gets shot. I can't let this happen. How could I forget this day? I just wanted to sit still and wait for a chance for revenge. That's all. What should I do? I have no way to stop it. Perhaps there's one more way. A moment later, as she ran forward, Layla thought cheerfully, all right, it's time. It's time for my lifelong dream to come true. The young man with glasses said with some difficulty, I'm a busy person. I don't have time for your petty games. She affirmed seriously, it's not a petty game. He sweated and asked in shock. Then it's even worse. You're telling me to steal the Marquis's bracelet? She quickly gave him 2 thumbs up and said with an encouraging smile, yeah, you can do it. He replied with some hesitation. This isn't a matter of whether I can or can't do it. It seems you don't like me, but I won't let myself get fired over these kinds of games. She explained softly. Don't misunderstand. I just want you to work safely and for a long time by the Marquis's side. Wynnum, that's why I didn't tell father about you forging the books. Wynnum sweated and explained awkwardly. What? You're talking about? Layla continued calmly. I'm talking about how 2 autumns ago, you conspired with 2 butlers to create fake books. The money you embezzled was used to buy medicinal herbs. Look, he quickly raised his hands and spoke softly to appease her. Please keep that a secret. She replied with a beaming smile. You don't need to worry. If you do as I say, I'll forget about it right away. Hearing this, Wynnum could only click his tongue and say, all right, wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately closed the door and left. A moment later, as she ran to the carriage, Layla thought to herself with a bit of self-reproach, I feel a little bad for Wynnum, but his messy love affair from 3 years from now will be exposed anyway. So isn't it better for my life to take advantage of it? Found it. A servant suddenly asked, my lady, what is it? She asked wonderingly. This is the way to the hunting grounds, right? The servant asked back, bewildered. Yes, but what is it? She replied cheerfully, I'll be taking this. A while later, Layla was now sitting in the luggage area of the carriage heading to the hunting grounds, but it seemed he had no idea she was also on board. Stealing a glance at him, she smiled slyly and thought to herself, good. I got on the carriage without any problems. There you are, lucky that everything went smoothly. Before aggressing, I heard that crazy guy had died. I sought out a servant to find out why. They said it was because he went to the hunting grounds and was shot by an arrow, a sharp arrow with blue feathers. Now that I know the reason for his death, I just need to stop it. If I become his savior, he'll surely act less unsightly. Since I have this bracelet now, I can do it. Right at this moment at the hunting grounds, someone suddenly urged loudly, hurry up. We must be ready before the Marquis arrives. Move faster. Layla quickly hid behind a nearby tree and thought. Just as planned, they're taking him into the forest. I have to follow them. After a while of chasing the 2 of them, she panted and exclaimed inwardly, how far are they planning to go? They've stopped. She vaguely heard the 2 of them say something like, don't come, which made her wonder curiously. What are they saying? How can I hear from this distance with all the surrounding noise? Well, TSK, I can't make out a single word they're saying. I guess I have to get closer. He's just standing there like a statue, completely unaware that this place will be his grave. Well, it won't be if I know what to do. Just as Layla finished her thought, he suddenly turned his head. It startled her so much that she let out a sound. Hey! Then she gaped and thought, what? How long has he known? Could it be from the very beginning? He questioned in a low, threatening voice. What is it? Why have you been following me all the way here? She quickly rubbed her nose with her hand and thought, probably not. Then she said with a beaming smile, what do you think we are? We're in the forest, you know. He demanded in a low voice, leave now. She gave a forced smile and replied, I don't want to, then thought, it's not like this is a prison where I have to leave just because I don't like it. You're probably provoked, aren't you? You're mad because I'm not scared like before, right? The madman who used to glare at me like he wanted to eat me alive in that damp prison, making me exclaim, so scary. I didn't have the courage to endure both, so I fled pathetically. But in a place this green and beautiful, I'm fine. Of course, it's not that I'm not scared at all. But now that I think about it, it's strange. I'm the one who keeps getting killed, so why does he keep glaring at me like that? Thinking this, Lela immediately voiced her question, but why do you hate me so much? Seeing that he paid no attention to her question. So she asked again, did I do something wrong? If you were beaten because of me. He cut in coldly, it's not a problem. She asked back, bewildered, what? He glared and emphasized, that's irrelevant. She frowned and asked, then what do you care about? He replied indifferently, it's useless, just give up. Hearing that, she was stunned and let out a sound, He said with serious emphasis, nothing you do will change anything, so stop everything. She asked in a small voice, perhaps you will never stop hating me. Then she quickly clenched her fists and thought, unbelievable. This is the signal. For some reason, she suddenly lunged forward. Then she threw her arms around him, and they both fell to the ground. At the same time, from out of nowhere, a fateful arrow suddenly flew and lodged straight into Lela's back, causing her to scream out in pain. Then she exclaimed inwardly, damn it, did I succeed? Did I succeed? She suddenly sat up and shouted, then quickly checked the desk calendar and wondered, did I succeed? Then she thought, year 332 of the kingdom, May 11th, the 6th regression. She clutched her head in panic and gritted her teeth. I'm back again. Did I die from that arrow again? 1. Steal the bracelet that can leave a signal by using Winum and splitting it. While stealing his bracelet, he muttered, stealing the Marquis's bracelet. If we get caught, we're dead for sure. 2. When the hunt closes in on me and that crazy guy, Winum will send a signal through the bracelet. It's time. 3. I'll take the arrow for that crazy guy. Lila's imagination. My love, stay still. For the crazy guy is moved by my sacrifice and opens his heart. Importantly, he says with tears in his eyes, I misjudged you. She whispers back, it's okay. 5. 10 years later, I'm a survivor. He gives a thumbs up and says loudly, my benefactor. 6. On my 90th birthday, I'll hold a celebration. Life begins at 40. A super perfect plan. But what's the point if I die right there? It was just one arrow in the back. Some knights have taken 4 arrows in the back, and some warriors have shielded their children while taking 5 spears in their backs. Yeah, I was just unlucky this time. So let's try again. Lela suddenly stood up and muttered cheerfully. Actually, this time is better than the last. This time I'll start on the right foot. If I start from when he's brought to the castle. I bet. Before she could finish her sentence, she fell to the ground and passed out. An unknown amount of time passed. Just as she opened her eyes, she vaguely heard someone calling. Damn it, my lady. Are you all right? My lady. Lela's eyes flew open and she asked, a little startled, did I die again? The brown-haired maid replied blankly, pardon? Lela asked again, that's not right, is it? Mary, what's the date today? What time is it? She immediately replied, today is May 12th, 10 in the morning. Hearing that, she couldn't help but feel antsy and thought, so I didn't die. I was just unconscious for a whole day. It's now 10 a.m. on May 12th. Mary announced, sweating, but my lady, now is not the time for this. Down on the first floor, the Marquis has returned. As she dashed off like a gust of wind, to Mary's astonishment, Lela thought, it's time for Father and Sayan to return. A little more, a little faster. It's okay to be late, but I can't miss it. If his mood is bad today, I might die at his hands instead of that crazy guy's. Ugh, why is it so hard to run? Has it always been like this? Or did I just not know? But at least I made it in time. I avoided death. Thinking this, Lela spoke up. Father, I'm sorry I'm late. I wasn't feeling well, so I was a bit delayed. Then she couldn't help but think anxiously. Am I going to be scolded for being late? Mr. Hindurga suddenly clicked his tongue and then burst out laughing, which made her think in shock. Him laughing? Has he gone mad with anger? He gave a faint laugh and remarked, how admirable. To come and greet my return in such a state of health. Truly interesting. Hearing this, Lela broke into a cold sweat and thought in a daze, state of health, he's suddenly feeling something dripping from her nose. She immediately looked down, then let out a confused in her mind. Seeing her dress inexplicably stained with blood, Lela couldn't help but think in shock. All of a sudden, there's blood on my dress. What's going on? While she hurriedly used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her face, Mr. Hindurga praised her. Running down here for dear life in this state of health proves your filial piety. I grant you one wish. She asked again in a small voice, a wish? He immediately replied, yes. Is there anything you want? She requested, a little flustered, yes, I want. Then she couldn't help but wish inwardly, of course. It's to make him kneel and beg that crazy guy, apologize for his sins, and pray for the foreseeable consequences. Especially, he must tearfully apologize to me for ruining my life. That's all. But saying that would surely get me thrown in prison. No, maybe I should wait until I've recovered to say it. After thinking, Lela beamed and continued. Can I tell you later, father? I'm so happy you're back that I can't think of much right now. Hearing that, he said, so be it. She bowed her head and thought pensively. A wish, huh? I thought it would be great if I just didn't get scolded. But isn't this just too perfect? A moment later, in Lela's room, admiring herself in the mirror, she marveled inwardly. Wow, this is serious. My face is as pale as a dying person's, and my hair is a mess. Is this blood? Did I have a nosebleed? Why would that old man find it amusing to see me like this? Seriously, everyone in this house is crazy. Mary suddenly spoke up, suggesting, my lady, please drink this first. It's very good for restoring energy, so please don't waste a single drop. She calmly replied, restoring energy is indeed very important. Thank you, Mary. Let's change my clothes first. Mary said, a little choked up, you don't know how shocked I was this morning. The Marquis returned so suddenly, so I had to wake you, but you had been having a nosebleed for a while. I wanted to wipe your face first, but I didn't know if it would be overstepping to change your clothes for you too. Lela didn't reply, but rubbed her chin in thought. So it was a nosebleed. It felt like something fell before I passed out. Then she said with a beaming smile, you did well, Mary. It only looked serious because it got on my dress. Mary replied, a little surprised, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm glad everything went smoothly. She calmly picked up the teacup to drink and thought, because I didn't change my clothes, I ended up getting blood all over myself. And then I caught Father's eye and got a wish. She didn't know what the tea tasted like, but it made her face turn pale as she let out a sound. Ugh. Then she asked in alarm, what is this tea, Mary? Mary replied, I told you it's a restorative tea. She asked again, her voice trembling, no, what are the ingredients? Mary replied again, it was prepared by the head chef. Why did you skip your meal yesterday? No wonder your condition deteriorated so quickly. Please drink it. She let out a horrified sound. Eek. Then she thought, at a loss for words, Mary is so silly. My nosebleed wasn't because I skipped a meal, but because I fainted. Is there any point in explaining? But am I really that weak? I have a health checkup every year and everything is always fine. If I were to regress again, I wouldn't be this frail. Yes, this is an illness caused by mental stress. Dying and coming back to life so many times has put a strain on me. Picking up the teacup, Mary said with a bright smile, you did very well. From now on, I will bring this tea at the same time every day. Lela asked, horrified, what? You mean this kind of tea? Mary smiled and suggested, or should I bring it when you wake up or when you're about to go to sleep? She replied indifferently, never mind, just bring it whenever is convenient for you. Mary continued to suggest, please lie down and rest. Resting is also very important. She quickly walked to the bed and replied, okay. Then she quickly lay down on the bed and smiled to herself. The taste is horrendous, but the cup is so warm, even though it's quite a distance from the kitchen to here. Then she said with a grin, Mary, if you do anything wrong, I'll overlook it immediately. The maid asked, confused, strange, what kind of wrong thing? She replied with a faint smile, it's nothing. But if you're going to make a mistake, make a big one. The maid continued with an embarrassed laugh, you're saying strange things. She closed her eyes and smiled to herself. Next year, when you sneak into my bedroom and steal my jewelry, remember to take the things from the dressing room too. A week has passed. In this 6th regression, I didn't go to the place where that crazy guy was imprisoned. This time, he can't do anything to me, though I didn't want to see him in prison one bit. Instead, today, very randomly, I decided to save him and set everything up at the same time. Of course, I'm not sure if I'll die this time or not. Suddenly hearing someone open the door, Lela turned her head to look. Someone suddenly shouted, everyone, hurry up, unload the luggage and tie up the horses. She broke into a sweat and thought, they must be leaving. I have to hurry. Just as she climbed out, she suddenly met Sane's gaze, which made her eyes widen in surprise as she let out a cry, whoa. And she thought blankly, why is he looking at me? Did he notice? Oh, that surprised me. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, didn't I tell you to move faster? It made her shout in alarm. And she quickly jumped off the carriage and asked, what do you think you're doing? The brown-haired man saw her and replied, oh, it's the young lady? Lela instinctively glanced at him and thought, why treat him like that when you're supposed to be taking care of me? This family really has problems, and the servants are no better. After thinking, she ordered in a low, threatening voice, apologize now. He asked back, stunned, pardon? She continued to demand, in a low voice, apologize to the person you just hit now. He asked again, flustered, but my lady, she threatened coldly. If I report this to my father, will you apologize then? A servant who likes to ignore the words of a Hildegard while rubbing Sane's head, he said reluctantly, sorry, I was just trying to pat your head, not hit you. He decisively pushed his hand away and said defiantly, Go ahead and hit me. The other servant saw this and said with a sneer, "See that? How pathetic. Damn it." He immediately turned around and said resentfully, "Anyway, we're late. Follow me." Layla frowned and thought, because I'm causing the servants a lot of trouble, the guards. I couldn't hear what they said before. I have to get closer this time. Even a small clue would be good. She tiptoed forward, then pressed herself against a nearby tree trunk and thought, "Can I hear from this distance?" The brown-haired man suddenly spoke. Listen carefully. Hearing this, she couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Good, I can hear. He continued, "Don't even think about leaving this forest. If you take one step out of here." She thought curiously, "Out of here, what will happen?" He emphasized in a low, threatening voice, "Dozens of arrows will be aimed right at you at the same time." Hearing this, she thought in utter shock, "What?" He continued with a smirk, "If you're curious how many arrows are aimed at you, just go ahead and try." "I'm curious too." Layla gritted her teeth in indignation and thought, "These crazy people, giving a warning like that to a child who's not much older than 10? This must be a message from my father. Both cruel and disgusting. But I can't get agitated now. Focus on the signal. I have to save him. If possible, I hope he gets shot in the left arm." Just as Layla lunged forward to block the arrow for Saiyan, he suddenly grabbed her and spun around. It made her gasp and think in a daze, "Crazy. We dodged it. We succeeded. All that's left is, we dodged. So why is there still an arrow stuck in his back?" I think that man said dozens of arrows will be aimed right at you at the same time. I'm so stupid that if you're curious how many arrows are aimed at you, just go ahead and try. Father came here with the intention of killing him right. Today, it's not just for fun. He's using him as a target. That's why the servants were told not to leave the forest. On the other hand, arrows will be shot here at any time. If we keep this up, both of us will die. In that case, there's no other way. To save myself and him, I have to confront Father directly. So heavy, it feels like my back is about to break, but I can't stop or I'll die. Just a little more, just a little more. Seeing him and his entourage in front of her, Layla called out, "Father, the wish. I'll state my wish right. Now." Marquis Hildegard frowned. He looked at his daughter, struggling to carry someone on her back with an incredulous gaze. You intend to make your wish right here?" Tears streamed down Layla's face as she panted and replied, "Yes." She looked up at Marquis Hildegard with a pleading gaze. "Please save this child." After saying those words, Layla collapsed to the ground, exhausted, silently feeling grateful for her own efforts. I said, "All right." Night falls at the Hildegard residence. Layla, tired and annoyed, followed the servant who worked under Marquis Hildegard. As she walked, she lamented, this crazy old man. I knew he was a scoundrel, but this is too much. After the arrow incident in the forest, he summons me the moment I wake up. I can't even get there on my own. And yet he summons his daughter to his study, which is so far from my bedroom. She cursed the heavens and the earth, shouting to herself, "I don't know anymore. When will he ever repay me? Anyway, I hope this twisted person at least respects my efforts. A mad father, nothing more, nothing less." This is the story of how he saved me. Lost in thought as she walked, she finally arrived. The servant knocked on the door and called, "Marquis, I have brought the young lady." Marquis Hildegard's voice echoed from within, "Come in." Inside the room, lit only by the solitary candlelight on the desk, Marquis Hildegard rested his chin on his hand and stared ahead. Layla greeted him seriously. "Father, you called for me." Marquis Hildegard, his face devoid of emotion, told Layla, "Come closer." Although Layla's legs and body had to obey his command, she still felt a default sense of fear. "I really hate this. Look at him giving me time to calm down. Should I thank him for not preserving people like taxidermy?" Marquis Hildegard tilted his head, raised an eyebrow, and asked Layla, "Why did you do that?" Layla clasped her hands, hesitating and wondering, "What should I say?" It's very difficult to answer because I don't know how much he knows right now. Did Wyndham fail to return the bracelet? Then, however, without waiting for her to think further, he suddenly said, getting on the carriage without permission and sneaking into the forest, "I'm asking you for the reason why." Only then did Layla know her plan had succeeded. Thank heavens, Wyndham succeeded. When I fell in the forest, Wyndham quickly ran up and hid the bracelet inside his shirt. He's so talented, even if he's an embezzler or a thief. Layla, now relieved, answered, "The truth is that child. I got on the carriage to see him, and then was taken to the forest." Marquis Hildegard said to her, "The child you asked me to heal?" Layla replied, "Yes." However, Marquis Hildegard immediately exposed her without mercy. "But I heard you got on the carriage before that child did. You said you couldn't go without getting on the carriage first." Layla had to pout and think, "Did you interrogate the servants while I was unconscious? You scoundrel." But she still had to try to act normal when answering to avoid suspicion. "Teach, that's because I knew that child would be getting on. I heard people talking in the hall." Layla lowered her head, pretending to be remorseful, but thinking to herself, no matter how inhuman he is, he won't know this is a lie. They wouldn't mind keeping a secret for a child being used as a target. Then she added, I was just curious what that child looked like. That's why. I'm sorry. Marquis Hildegard suddenly asked her, just curious? Not only were you curious, but you also seemed to like him a lot. Not only did you follow him into the forest, but you also held him so tightly. Layla grimaced at him with annoyance. So you saw, but you still drew your bow and shot. Don't tremble. Nothing is surprising. I've always known he wasn't human. So what's new? Layla immediately dropped to her knees. I just need to do what I have to do. Her action surprised the Marquis. What is this? Layla, defying everything, truly dared to face him. I deeply regret it. I will accept any punishment you give me, Father. I will accept it all. But the child I use my wish to save, please give him to me. If you do that, Father, I won't care about birthday presents next year or any other year. Marquis Hildegard crossed his arms and slowly tapped his fingers. He suddenly asked her, if I give him to you, what do I get in return? Layla asked back in surprise, pardon? Marquis Hildegard's voice deepened as he repeated the question. I'm asking, what can you give me? Layla now understood the meaning behind his question. I will become a more obedient daughter than anyone else. However, Marquis Hildegard immediately rejected her idea. I have enough obedient children. His words startled Layla. Damn it, he's right. Who in this house isn't an obedient model child? If they weren't, they wouldn't exist in this world anymore. Layla lowered her head, thinking as she replied, in that case. Marquis Hildegard leaned forward and frowned, asking Layla, you have nothing? Layla was very determined. She quickly replied, yes. No, I have something. You'll like it, I promise. Marquis Hildegard was naturally pleased with her reaction. Really? Let's hear it. Layla said confidently, in less than a year, I will. She continued to speak, using body language to make him understand. In the end, judging by her expression, it was clear that he had agreed to it. Yes. Marquis Hildegard asked her again, is this a promise you can keep? Layla replied, of course. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What if you lie? Layla replied without a hint of fear, I swear on my name. In the end, Marquis Hildegard had no choice but to agree with her. Very well then. I accept your words, and that child is yours. Since he is your property, do as you please. Layla quickly replied to him, yes, Father. Marquis Hildegard continued, with words that were nothing less than a threat. But remember, this agreement is separate from your oath. You may leave. Layla bowed her head and replied yes. However, in her heart, she was cursing him relentlessly. Sure, you damn bastard. It's fine. I've been through this a few times. Layla calmly left the room and closed the door. It seems I somehow managed to save that child, but that's not important. It wasn't his intention to save me, right? I don't know him anything. Even if I'm not his savior, since there's still time, I have to win his heart. What if I treat him both kindly and intimately? His heart will. Even though he's never opened his heart to me. Not even once. Somehow it was a success. Yes, everything will be fine. Layla returned to her room and climbed into bed. She struggled to find Sayan's room. Now that I remember, Mary said that child is on the first floor. Following the maid in front who was carrying bloodstained clothes, she thought, is that the room? He's been decided to be mine, so a quick look should be fine. Seeing the maid surprised, my lady, why? Layla just answered casually, I'm just bored. Making a little noise probably won't bother him, since there's already been this much of a commotion. Layla opened the door and stepped inside. She was visiting him, but she hesitated like a newly released criminal. The bandages look quite clean, so the wound probably isn't deep. She looked at Sayan on the bed, his eyes shut as if in a deep sleep, but why does his breathing seem so weak? He's sweating a lot too. Layla touched her own head and then clumsily tried to do the same to Sayan. He doesn't have a fever. Is it a cold? That's probably better than a fever, right? Layla suddenly stood still and stared at Sayan. A sense of compassion welled up in her again. Layla thought, I guess I'll have to become a priest. I could leave him alone, but I don't want to just leave like this. She timidly wiped the sweat from Sayan's forehead. When you wake up, I at least want to receive a little gratitude. This isn't volunteer work, you. No. Suddenly, she heard Sayan whisper something, Cecile. She was very surprised. Layla unconsciously moved closer to him and pricked up her ears to hear better, only catching Sayan's broken words. Dirty, wrong. Layla thought again, is he talking in his sleep? Cecile, a friend of his? She then heard Sayan call out, father, brother, sister. At that moment, tears were streaming down Sayan's cheeks. He sobbed, don't die, it's my fault. A chill ran through Layla's entire body. She was stunned for a moment. He has a family? She stumbled back a few steps in panic. But I thought he was from an orphanage. Layla clamped a hand over her mouth to stop a scream from escaping. If the orphanage was his home. She immediately ran out the door and disappeared into the night. As she ran, she was haunted by a sense of guilt. Then the people there were his family. The feeling of losing the home where you live with your family, right before your eyes. Layla scolded herself. No, don't think about it. It has nothing to do with me. I was just a child back then. The one who is truly at fault is someone else. Suddenly, a hero appeared before her. She stopped. It's that man again. Layla gritted her teeth. She fearfully took careful steps backward. I don't want to die. I don't want to die here again. She collapsed onto the cold ground and then watched as the sword slowly plunged towards him. Is that what you feel? Because those memories keep clinging to you no matter how hard you try to run away. Is that why you're crying? The sun was up. Dewdrops clung to the leaves outside the window. Layla woke up in her bed and gently rubbed her eyes. Her hand was wet with tears. Sympathizing with an enemy who tried to kill me hundreds of times. I must be destined to become a priest. A voice called from outside. My lady, are you awake? Layla quickly answered, Oh, Mary, good morning. Mary entered the room, greeting Layla with a cheerful smile and some rather useful information. The child you were worried about has regained consciousness. Layla was startled and sat bolt upright. Really? Layla gasped, as it was beyond her imagination. Of hers. Immediately, Layla ran like the wind to find Sane and told Mary, I'll have breakfast later. I'll call if I need anything. Go and rest. This time it was Mary's turn to be startled. What, my lady? My lady, please have 3 cups of tea when you return. Layla felt as if she had just escaped a close brush with death. All right, because she had run so fast, she only felt tired now that she had stopped. Phew. Layla rested her head against the door. She was still very scared to face Sane. Even though her heart's calling told her to be a priest, it was still truly frightening. Guilt was one thing, but life is precious. But she still had to reassure herself. Layla slowly opened the door to the room. I have to do this. I can do it. I have to fight against evil. So what's the big deal? She remembered the tormented face of Marquis Hildegrad when he asked her, What can you give me? Layla cleared her throat at him. Layla stiffly waved a greeting at Sane. Hello. There was no response, but she could do nothing but smile. At Sane, Layla again showed her enthusiastic concern for him. How is your wound? Does it hurt a lot? Are you still uncomfortable? Sane remained silent, not paying her any mind. Layla felt very dissatisfied. Is he ignoring me? The doctor said there won't be any lasting effects. All right, let's see how long this lasts. For some reason, Layla unleashed a long barrage of questions. How is your wound? Does it hurt a lot? Are you still uncomfortable? Have you had breakfast? If you have trouble moving, I can help you. You can also ask me to run some errands for you. No matter how much she gestured and spun around, she only received Sane's distant gaze as, stubborn. But I have my own ways. Then Layla used her ultimate move. Oh my, I almost forgot to say thank you. Thank you for saving me in the forest. Sane actually turned his head and looked at her. Layla was startled by his intense stare. Then she heard Sane refuse her thanks. I didn't. Layla was still very persistent. I want to see who is more stubborn. Because you blocked it, the arrow didn't hit me. Sane continued to argue stubbornly. I didn't block it for you. Layla pressed him again. So it was just a coincidence. Sane replied firmly, yes. Layla lightly bit her nail, looking flustered. Well then. However, she was silently cursing his entire lineage. I know. How could you have known when the arrow was coming to save me? The important thing is that we've started talking to each other. Layla bowed her head sincerely and replied, but thank you very much anyway. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the fact that I avoided the arrow thanks to you doesn't change. Sane was truly stubborn. He was still determined not to accept the credit that I didn't do anything. But Layla wasn't about to let him off so easily. You're the savior of my life. So from now on, you'll be treated accordingly. Let's get closer from now on, and in the future too, save me again. Seeing the light of enthusiasm sparkling around Layla, Sane turned his head to look at her. He hesitated and spoke. Why? Layla asked him in surprise. What did you say? However, Sane told Layla, forget it. Layla smiled gently and clung to him like a leech what is it? Tell me. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Sane's murderous gaze shoot towards her. And so, Layla found it hard to back down. She quickly retreated towards the door of the room. I guess I didn't hear anything. Although the atmosphere in a room was a bit awkward, Layla was the optimistic type of girl. But we still made some progress, right? He didn't tell me to get lost. Maybe facing death made him realize what fear is. Layla cautiously approached and sat beside Sane's bed. All right, that reminds me, We don't know each other's names. Outwardly, she said that, but she was really thinking something else. Of course, I already know your name, because you are truly a great hero. A favorite subject for poets to sing and dance about, as well as for artists in their paintings. For the people, both commoners and nobles, they talk so much about you. Of course, your name is deeply engraved in my mind. But saying one's name is the most basic of basics. She quickly introduced herself to him first. My name is Layla. If no one is around, you can just call me Lady Layla. What's your name? Sane tensed up, gripping the blanket on the bed tightly. He remained silent, not answering. Layla had an internal struggle. Please, just say your name. Don't you want to say it? Layla was getting really annoyed. This guy is so mean and petty. Maybe a little teasing will work. Then I'll just call you whatever I want. Layla enthusiastically told him about her childhood. When I was little, I had this super cute bunny. His name was Cassian. How about that? Layla was secretly smiling, happy that she had successfully teased Sane. He must be so shocked, right? Because I said his real name that he never told me. He must be a little confused, right? But then when she saw Sane's utterly horrified expression, Layla truly realized how simplistic her thinking had been. She was scared and unconsciously backed away. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I make a mistake by calling him by his real name? I have to fix this. Layla covered her mouth tightly. She looked at Sane in confusion. I'm sorry. Her action and reaction startled Sane. He tried to calm himself down. Suddenly, he looked at Layla and uttered a name. Sane. Layla was bewildered, Sane avoided Layla's gaze. She asked, It's my name, it's Sane. Beautiful memories of Sane with his loved ones at the orphanage suddenly flooded back. When his big brother Cassian and everyone played together in the sun, swam in the river together, and gathered around a fire for warmth, enjoying a happy white winter. When spring came, they discussed many things together. Cassian called out, Is everyone here? The reason I've called you all here now is I think I've come up with an official name for Sansai. Adela immediately raised her hand in agreement. I agree. I get goosebumps calling him. Sansai. What do you think, Sansai? Have you thought of a name? Sane returned to the present. He said to Layla again, You asked for my name? It's Sane. Layla repeated Sane. He replied to her with certainty yes. Layla cautiously moved closer to Sane. Can I call you by that name? Sane immediately replied, You can. Layla stared at Sane. She thought to herself, When I called you Cassian, you looked like you wanted to eat me alive, and now you say I can call you Sane? Aren't those two things the same? Well, at least the hostility in his eyes has lessened, so that's somewhat better. I bet it's fine since I don't understand. Him. Layla smiled brightly. Thank you for letting me call you by your name. Layla zipped over to the doorway. She didn't forget to remind Sane, I'm leaving now. Remember the important thing. Get some rest. Sane silently watched her comical escape. Layla opened the door and shouted in, See you later, Sane. The door to Sane's bedroom closed very gently. Sane sat motionless, not moving a muscle. He mumbled something. Cassian, brother. When a homeless child is kindly asked by someone, Oh my, how old are you? Countless people had asked the child's name. Usually, when living on the streets, you forget how old you are. That boy was Sane. He had naively answered that question. I'm 5 years old. But that child knew exactly. His age. The woman gave him a delicious loaf of bread. Are you a boy or a girl? You look so cute. Some people even asked if the child was male or female. At that time, Sane took the bread and looked up to answer, I'm a boy. The child was confused because they couldn't tell at a glance, but the child answered immediately. It was an easier question to answer than his age. The woman's husband came and asked, What are you doing with a beggar? These kids are full of germs. The compassionate woman replied, But it's pitiful. The Sunshine Orphanage, they brought Sane here, and now it was an emergency meeting to welcome a new member, a name. Cassian silently waited for Sane to answer him. But how would a homeless boy know about that? He looked at Cassian with an innocent gaze. No one had ever asked the child that. Sane bowed his head and remembered an impressive name. Then he suddenly spoke, startling Cassian, beggar. Cassian looked at Sane in confusion. What? Sane looked at Cassian in surprise. Isn't it? Sane listed a string of things others had called him, which he now thought was his name. Then how about germ, filthy, trash, dirty? Cassian couldn't take it anymore. He quickly cut Sane off. Enough, that's enough. You don't have a name, do you? Sane remained silent as Cassian held his cheeks. Sane asked innocently, Aren't those things people call names? Cassian explained to Sane, You shouldn't think of things like that as names. The things you mentioned are not names. Sane seemed a little disappointed. He asked Cassian, "So, I don't have a name?" Cassian looked at Sane and sighed. He smiled comfortingly. "It's okay. You can choose any name you like later." "Actually, I chose my own name too. It's Cassian." Sane looked at him with a dazed expression. Cassian. Cassian diligently reminded Sane, remember to add an honorific when you call me." Sane still only knew how to say his name. Cassian laughed happily. Cassian said to Sane, "Well, let's let you get used to it. You need time to remember names." "All right, from now until you choose a name for yourself, we need a temporary one. Since your hair shines like gold, I think Sunshine would suit you." Before he could even rejoice, Odell jumped in from outside to criticize. "Ew." Cassian looked at the radiant girl. "Odell, when did you get here?" Odell stormed in just now. "More importantly, I think I heard something very strange." Cassian asked her, "Huh? What's wrong?" Odell suddenly shouted, "Hey, everyone, come here." Everyone was there in a few seconds. Atlee scratched his head and asked, "What's up? Is something wrong?" Cecile asked everyone. "Who's this?" Cassian answered Cecile's question. "You all know about the child who's going to live with us starting today, right?" "This is him." Someone exclaimed. "Ah, so this is him?" Odell greeted Sane. "Hi, let's be friends." "Ah, these are your brothers and sisters. You can call them in order of age. Odell, Atlee, Mike, Jay, and Cecile. For example, I'm the oldest brother, 14 years old." Odell crossed her arms and looked at Cassian. "The name isn't the issue right now." Cassian gave the kid a name. "He's Sunshine." Atlee exclaimed. "Horrible." Cecile held up a hand in refusal. "Not good." Jay shared the same opinion. "Gross." Mike, sitting next to Sane, also had to exclaim, "What kind of weird thing did you eat?" Seeing everyone's reaction, Cassian spoke up awkwardly to smooth things over. It's fine. Even though you guys have objections, let's try asking him." "Sunshine. Our little Sunshine. What name do you like?" "I'm curious if you like the temporary name Sunshine the bank gave you." "Answer me." "Sunshine." Someone complained in dissatisfaction. "How many more times are you going to call him Sunshine?" Suddenly Sane smiled and answered him. "I like it. Sunshine is nice." Odell felt dizzy. She screamed and fell down. "Unbelievable." Ugh. Atlee quickly ran to support her. "Hang in there, Sister Odell." And so, the small orphanage gave the child a name, calling him Sunshine. Sane said to everyone, "I, Cassian." The person whose name was called immediately asked Sane, "What?" Sane replied innocently, "I like Cassian." The eldest brother shouted at Sane, "Hey, that's my name." Odell seemed very pleased. She said, "So what? Honestly, Cassian, it seems Sunshine suits that name more than you do." Cassian shouted in dissatisfaction. "What? What?" Watching the two oldest siblings in the house argue, Sane burst out laughing with amusement. "Everyone should have a name that suits them. A good name for a beautiful person." Cecile hugged Sane and said, "That's right. From now on, Sunshine should be called Cassian." Cassian once again shouted in frustration, "Cecile, you too." And so, the orphanage became even noisier. Atlee lunged forward, grabbed Cassian's collar, and shook it. Cassian should just give his name to Sunshine. Give it up. Odell was also competitive. "Have some conscience. Doesn't suit you at all." Cecile chanted a slogan. "Change your name to Ugly. Ugly suits you better." The expression on Cassian's face was one of pained contortion. Saying, "You were joking when you said you liked the name Cassian, right? Right? Do you really like the name Cassian?" Before he could finish his sentence, someone's fingers were stuck straight into his nostrils. Sane remained silent, but his determined eyes said it all. Cassian shouted at Sane, "Traitor, how dare you? After all I've done to raise you." Odell laughed loudly. She told Cassian, "Don't be weird. The kid's already grown up." At that moment, Sane suddenly spoke, causing everyone to freeze. "Then it will be Sane. That will be my name." Cassian looked as if he had just been liberated. "You mean Sane? Not Cassian, right?" Sane smiled happily. "Yes." Cassian also sighed in relief. "Ah, what a relief. I almost named you Ugly." Odell said to Cassian, "That's terrible. You should have paid the price for naming him Sunshine." Cassian said remorsefully, "Just kidding." Jay, standing beside them, giggled, "Silly Cassian." Cecile hugged Sane tightly. She whispered to Sane, "Sane, so you're not Sunshine anymore, but Sane, right?" Sane answered her, "Yeah, my name is Sane, and for Sane, this place is home." It was a warm place that gave him a name, a place that taught him what family was, and a place with people who were no different from his real parents, enveloping everyone in love. But that happiness did not last long for Sane. Sane had to watch helplessly as the orphanage was engulfed in a sea of fire. Father, mother, Cassian, Adele, Atlee, Mike, Zay, wait a little longer, I will save everyone. Everything the child cherished was swallowed by the flickering flames. Outside, The market was bustling with activity. Cecile said, Shaun, look, it's the river station. They sell a lot of meat here, don't they? He replied, well, it's a market. She wondered, but why are we at the market at dawn? And on your birthday morning too? Shaun replied, it's because it's my birthday. There are a few things I want to buy. He asked her shyly, do you have any money? She covered her mouth and laughed. She held up her money pouch and said cheerfully, Brother Cassian gave me a few coins as a birthday present. He got a job and an income as soon as he turned 19. He was surprised. So you ran off as soon as you got it? She turned away and sighed. I've always wished I could buy gifts for both father and mother. The thing is, I want to use money I earn myself. But in a way, the money Brother Cassian gave me is also my money. Hearing that, he smiled reluctantly. What's that about? She pulled his hand and said with a laugh, anyway, help me choose a gift. Hurry up. Shaun replied, all right, Cecile, take it easy. They held hands and went to the shops, first choosing a shirt. Next, they learned to choose shoes. They tried some bread together. They went to see a circus together. Shaun turned to look at her and said, gosh, Cecile. She asked, what's wrong? Shaun said immediately, we can't waste time like this. They said the return fare doubles in the afternoon. Hearing that, she was shocked. Oh, right. They both started running in a hurry. Shaun said, that's why I told you we had to tell Big Brother first. He helped her onto the carriage. She said, do you think everyone is worried? Like they think we went bug catching. He said, I hope so. As they both sat in the carriage, she suddenly remembered, by the way. He turned to look at her and asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? She thought about before. The paper you use is so crumpled that Sister Odell thought it was a rag and was about to use it to wipe the floor. She thought, so I was planning to save some money to buy you new paper and charcoal. Hearing that, he said, but if I like it, I can buy it myself. She asked, where would you get the money? Shaun looked at her. No, I have money. It's a secret. But sometimes I follow Brother Cassian out to work. He said, I guess I'm super strong. Super strong. Hearing that, she smiled happily. So you can buy new paper and charcoal yourself. Instead, I'll save money to buy you a whole art set. He asked, that's very expensive, you know. She said cheerfully, then I just need to earn a lot of money. Okay, they linked pinkies, but you have to come to the market with me again, promise. What's a big deal? After saying that, she rested her head on his shoulder. Next time, let's go during the day. Going so early in the morning makes me so sleepy. He said comfortably, go to sleep. I'll wake you up when we get there. In the darkness, Shaun thought, I'm sleepy too. He was surprised when he looked outside and saw a fire. He was bewildered. A fire? That's where our house is. There's a burning smell. He quickly shook the person next to him awake. Cecile, she said sleepily. Are we there yet? You lied, Cecile said, just remembering, I really need new paper and charcoal. I'll tell the driver. But, she asked, I don't know where to buy it. Let's go together, Shaun. He quickly stood up and said, it's a secret. Big Brother seems to be preparing something for her birthday. I'm going to help, so I'll be back late tonight. She was skeptical. Shaun, you're lying. You're hiding something, aren't you? He said quickly, sir, please take us back to the market. I forgot some things there. Before the carriage could turn around, he jumped down quickly and said, the money on the seat should be enough. She called after him, Shaun, come with me. Seeing his action, the driver said, this kid has guts. All right, let's go quickly. He said, thank you, sir. He rushed towards the fire. She called out loudly from the carriage. Shaun, looking around at everything being consumed by the fire, they remarked, what a beautiful fire. This is why you don't even build a doghouse next to a forest. Don't talk nonsense and keep an eye out. If even one of them survives, we're all dead. What a beautiful sight. They were suddenly startled. Shaun returned, and seeing him, they said, what's that? A kid, he's so fast I couldn't even see him. They laughed vilely. Forget it. If he wants to burn with the others, let him burn, if that's his wish. He cried out in agony, Father, Mother, Cassian, Adele, Atli, Mike, Zay, hang on. After saying that, he ran quickly into the fire. I'm coming to save you all right now. He threw himself into the fire, breaking down the door. He was surrounded by fire. He cried and called out loudly, Father, Mother. He was desperate. Where am I? Where is everyone? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene before him. He was shocked. No, it can't be. He collapsed to his knees, crying out in pain. 2 streams of tears flowed like a river. He was in immense pain, watching his home slowly burn to ashes. The men were standing indifferently outside when they saw him step out. They laughed. What the hell? You're still alive. He gripped the man's wrist tightly, making him cry out, aha, my wrist, my wrist. His accomplice said, Zep, you're being too careless. He was angry. Are you kidding me? He said, a brat like this. He angrily punched the man, a painful blow. They were surprised. What is this brat? He has terrifying strength for his age. This is not good. Attack him all at once. Sand paid no mind. Impressive. A voice spoke up. Hygrit clapped and said, that you can do that to my soldiers is truly astonishing. Saiyan asked, your soldiers, so you're the one who did all this? thing. He ran forward, go to hell. The man said the carriage that was originally coming here had turned back. I sent someone to check what happened. He asked what. He pressed his head down. The man said, it's very troublesome to have witnesses, so I'm considering eliminating them. What do you think I should do? Saiyan said, trembling, don't. He prostrated himself, begging, don't chase the carriage. Hearing that, the man asked, don't chase the carriage, huh? Then what do you have for me? He replied, anything I can do. The man ordered, chase the carriage and check inside. Just check their identities and do nothing else. The others replied, understood, sir. The man ordered, get up. You must come to my place on your own 2 feet. Of yours. He leaned close to his ear with a savage tone. I've prepared a special grave for you. After that, Saiyan followed the Marquis's words without any resistance. He voluntarily went to that prison only to realize that the one who brought him, there was Marquis Hygrid, and that the place was the mansion where he lived. That was the reality. Saiyan shed tears of pain. He lay there blaming himself. It's my fault if I hadn't gone to the market, if I had returned sooner. He clenched his fists, blaming himself. Even if I had sensed the danger, what was the point? In the end, I still couldn't do anything. He clutched his head, trembling. I couldn't save anyone, no, I killed them. Me. A voice called out, dinner. A loaf of bread and a cup of water were placed on the ground. Saiyan sat up. He looked at the bread and told himself, I have to eat. He chewed and swallowed voraciously. Even if I'm forced, I still have to eat and live. Remembering the man's earlier words, remember, your life belongs to me now. If you commit suicide, I'll throw the girl in the carriage to the dogs. Saiyan's eyes glinted with hatred. That bastard will do exactly as he says. He will kill Cecile. He was in pain. Saiyan panted wearily. He felt hopeless. His whole body ached. I want to die. He had dark thoughts. I want to go where my family is. A week later, the guards were urging each other, hurry up, we have to be ready before the Marquis arrives. He was ordered by one of them, move faster. They said, listen carefully. He held a whip threateningly. Don't even think about leaving the forest if you get out of here. 1,000 green arrows will be aimed straight at you at once. Saiyan looked ahead and thought, this is it, the grave he sowed. He looked around the forest. Saiyan felt that this was not too bad a place. Not bad. He made up his mind. I've finished what he wanted. Cecile might be safe now. An arrow struck Saiyan in the chest. Blood poured from his mouth. He closed his eyes, so this is the end. Everyone, I'm going to see them. Suddenly a voice called, wake up, wake up. A voice called to awaken Saiyan, descendant of the angel. He was skeptical, what? I'm not dead. He touched the spot where the arrow had hit. This feeling is definitely not an illusion. I was shot in the chest. What? A voice woke him. The descendant of the angel has awakened. He was skeptical, what? 1,000 hands twisted him. Descendant of the angel, descendant of the angel, descendant of the angel. He asked doubtfully, what is this? He touched his throat, intending to speak, but this isn't my voice. He looked at his body, and my body. What is this? What the hell? People were kneeling around him and calling Saiyan, descendant of the angel, descendant of the angel, descendant of the angel. He asked, I'm a descendant of the angel. The person behind him replied, yes. He said, according to the lineage, you are the 6th descendant of the angel. Every 1,000 years, a holy being will be born to fight against the evil that has broken the seal they created. The descendant of the angel awakens with heaven-sent powers, unlocking their abilities upon turning 18. He explained, if they die before the age of 18, their soul will be preserved, and when they reach the age of awakening in one of 4 ways, they become a descendant of the angel. Angel. He looked outside. They revive like this. He touched his own body and felt a strange feeling. Why am I so tall? Why is my body so firm? Saiyan touched his own chest and thought, especially my chest muscles. It's like I'm wearing armor. He asked the man, so what should I do now? Fight against the evil god. The man said respectfully, no. According to the prophecy, the evil god will appear in 2 years. From now until then, you should practice to better control your power. He asked again, you said practice? The man said cheerfully, besides, we have also prepared a place for you to train. Please follow me. He looked at the man hesitantly and asked, I can use my power? The man replied, yes. He fell silent, not mentioning the issue again. No, let's just go to the training area. He added a warning. And again, Saiyan said, find me some people. As the prophecy from the church foretold, the evil god appears, turning the sky to ash. You human insects, this is the final struggle. He bravely faced the evil god. You weren't talking about 1,000 years ago, were you? Hearing his challenge, the evil god became furious. Saiyan confronted the evil god in a battle that shook both heaven and earth. The evil god said angrily, arrogant brat. During the half-month-long battle, Saiyan realized the truth. He was struck by the evil god, but he had a body that no ordinary person could match. Shaun's body could not only withstand wounds, but also regenerate. No matter how fiercely the evil god attacked him, he could still recover. As long as his heart was beating or his mind was intact, it didn't matter if the rest of his body was shattered at all. Shaun's eyes were filled with determination, though the physical pain was still vivid. He said to the evil god, "Let's end this." He lunged forward to touch the evil god, but he was struck down by the evil god's power. He said, "Am I falling into the abyss again? Falling again?" In the end, they both collapsed. Shaun, drained of all strength, lay on the ground. He opened his eyes to a brilliant light. Sunset. He looked ahead. Has half a day passed already? So I guess I'm about to die and return to a normal life. He raised his hand, looking at the bloodstains on it. He thought, when you die, only one thing disappears. How strange that 1,000 lives are present before me. He opened his eyes wide. The church priest said that the descendants of angels are born with 2 lives. So why do I have 3? He found it confusing. It's so complicated. If I want to die, I have to die another 2 more times. Anyway, fighting the evil god, I will never do that a second time. When the evil god was sealed, the sky that had turned to ash returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Noticing the change in the sky, the cathedral announced the sealing of the evil god. As expected, the crowd began to cheer as the hero returned. The leaders of various nations were desperate to have the hero stay in their country. They offered him a higher rank, marriage into the royal family, and even adoption by the nobility. The hero refused all these offers. It was rumored that in the fierce battle with the evil god, the hero was so severely injured that he did not have much time left. His voice, as he refused the offers, also became drier and more emotionless than ever. The more they thought about it, the more they realized the public didn't know his name. "Can you tell us?" The hero was very honest, answering the question about his name. "Cajun." He thought, "Cajun, or so they say." 3 months later, Shaun returned to his hometown, his starting point. As a commoner, not a hero, Shaun had to visit that place. He looked up at the distant sky and told himself Cecile originally lived in this country. When Shaun asked the cathedral to search for Cecile 2 years ago, they found her in just a few days and informed Shaun. He looked at all the letters in his bag. The cathedral was quite far from this country, so they couldn't meet in person, but fortunately, the two exchanged letters. He was very surprised that, surprisingly, Cecile had become a countess. Shaun thought, it's hard to imagine because in Shaun's mind, Cecile was still a mischievous child. According to the explanation in the letter, it was a contract marriage. Although Shaun didn't quite understand, he tried to accept it. After all, Cecile seems happy. He was thinking, so meeting Cecile is the top priority. Suddenly, he was startled. There were two things stopping Shaun first. He got off his horse and looked to the side. A grave. It must be Cecile's. He touched it. If it wasn't Cecile, it wouldn't be written like this. He slowly and gently touched it. Gently. Suddenly, he sat cross-legged beside the grave. Shaun looked at the grave and said, "I'm sorry for being late." He told himself, I wanted to come sooner, but there were some things I needed to finish first. I don't really understand what it was, but they said I was a hero and that I had to fight the evil god. It's strange, isn't it? I couldn't protect my own family, yet I was asked to save the world. He blamed himself. Then Shaun said, that's why I introduced myself as Cajun. The idea of me becoming a hero someday is ridiculous, isn't it? If it were my brother, it would make more sense. After speaking, he fell silent. Shaun touched his thigh. I'm leaving now. Don't be angry that I'm leaving so soon. There are some things I need to do. After speaking, Shaun turned to leave, telling himself, I will be back. Next time, I'll visit with flowers. At that moment, in a dark palace, Shaun held a sword and screamed, Ah! Everyone was terrified. A monster is a monster. A servant said hurriedly, we must tell the Marquis. He ordered, there's no need to tell him. Shaun struck each person once, then said, I'll go myself. The other guards were terrified. You bastard, dispel the barrier now. Shaun said coldly, we've met before, haven't we? You try to leave, but we're stopped. The other man was afraid, but still said, don't falter, it's just one of them. If we join forces, we can defeat him. He added, if he dies, the barrier might. Shaun said, even if I die, the barrier will not disappear. Hearing this, they were bewildered. What? He said, this barrier was created by a treasure from the cathedral. Even the evil god couldn't escape it. Hearing that, they hurriedly said, run now. Before the group could flee, they were cut down by Shaun's slashes, screaming in agony. Ah, please. Shaun had dealt with them all. In front of him was a soldier in armor. He trembled in fear. He said, please spare me. I'll do anything. He said, let me ask you a few questions. He knelt at Shaun's feet, trembling. He asked, where's the Marquis? Mostly in the main hall. Hearing that, Shaun said, I see. In the end, he was killed anyway. Thanks for telling me. The door slowly opened. Xiao brought his face close to the door. He slowly stepped inside. As he entered, he was surrounded by a group of soldiers. "You arrogant bastard," he said. "This will be the grave for your aggression." He continued, "Even if you regret it now, it's too late. My elite knights and battle mages, who can fight against an entire army, will rush you like a rainstorm." He said proudly, "You won't get a single step closer to me. Die without a trace." Hearing him say that, Xiao rested the sword on his shoulder. He swung his sword. He was terrified. Blood splattered onto his face. "What is this?" Everyone was dead. He wondered in disbelief. "What the?" Xiao advanced towards him. He asked in fear, "Wait, what do you want? Tell me what you want. I can give you anything." He trembled. "Money, power, or women? If it's women, I have a daughter who is quite." Before he could finish, Xiao asked him, "Why did you do it?" Xiao's eyes burned like fire as he asked, "How dare you burn down the orphanage 10 years ago and kill everyone inside?" Hearing this, he frowned. "What? The orphanage?" He pleaded. "What are you talking about?" "No, that was a mistake. It wasn't intentional, but I'll apologize, even though it wasn't on purpose." A malicious intent showed in his eyes. As he got close to Xiao, he swung a dagger. Despite being stabbed by the dagger, Xiao was unharmed. He was stabbed in return, crying out, "Ack." He said to him, "You don't remember." Xiao said, "You don't even remember who I am. That's how insignificant death is to you." Xiao wiped the blood from his face. He looked up at the sky. It feels so empty. In the end, the entire castle was flooded. In red blood, Xiao stepped outside. This room must be the final bastion. He opened a room and entered the bedroom inside. Xiao saw a woman. He asked, "Who are you?" He looked at her and asked, "Are you Layla Hildegard?" Hearing the name, she said nonchalantly, "You have the wrong person." She was a strange woman. He speculated, "Does she really think I'm asking because I don't know?" I didn't expect her to answer so quickly when asked if she was Layla Hildegard. He said, "No, I'm sure I'm right." He asked, "Do you have anything to say? A last wish, perhaps?" Maybe that's the reason. I'll give her a chance to make a wish because she's a woman. Of course, the woman before me will kneel and beg for her life, will say, "Please spare me." But Layla was different. She said bluntly, "No." Xiao looked at her. "So you've decided your fate." He looked at her and asked, "Do you want to live that badly?" Instead, I'll show some final mercy and give her one way to live. He said, "If you want to live, then drain all the Hildegard blood from your body. Do that, and I will spare you." Even though I said that, she didn't seem to care. Layla said, "Then let me ask you one last question." He thought. The woman showed a resigned expression as she asked her final question. She said, "If 10 years ago I had tried to stop that accident and your death, would you forgive me now?" Her voice pierced straight through my mind. Looking in her eyes, he thought, I thought no one remembered the fire at Hildegard Castle back then. I'm quite surprised this woman still remembers the old grudge. But so what? Even if she tried and failed. No, Xiao thought about the incident. Nothing changes. I lost my family. And if the woman before me is the child of my enemy, I have no intention of sparing her, no matter what effort she made. At that moment, I thought. She said, "Hey, do you know you're nothing but a pathetic wretch? Seeing you makes me sick. Let's never meet again." She said this with a very fierce expression. "You crazy bastard." After saying that, Layla covered her mouth as if she had misspoken with those words. He looked at her reaction. The woman definitely swallowed something and was writhing in pain on the floor. He looked at her. I feel like something is wrong. He wondered, I don't know what's wrong, but my intuition is telling me. And when I touched Layla and swung my sword, I woke up in a cramped, dark place. He looked around. Where is this? Is it the luggage compartment of some carriage? Xiao was confused. Where did that woman go? Why am I suddenly here? There was a voice. Is this road getting longer by itself? Or have you forgotten the way? Xiao found it familiar. This voice. I'm sorry, Lord Marquis. I'll be more careful. He heard that. Marquis Hildegard. Xiao was skeptical. What's going on? Marquis Hildegard should be dead, right? He touched his body. Come to think of it, my body seems to have gotten smaller like I've returned to when I was 10 years old before being revived in the night. He found it ridiculous. Haha, no way, this is too absurd. Maybe I'm just having a nightmare. Suddenly he thought, or maybe it's because I've never had enough sleep since awakening the angel's power. He didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? I feel so sleepy. When he woke up, the carriage had stopped in front of Hildegard Castle. Then I was locked in the dungeon again, just like I had experienced before. He thought about what happened next. And a week later, I was shot dead in the forest. Then I was locked in the dungeon again, and a week later, shot dead in the forest again. He recalled everything. The descendant of the angel has awakened. Moreover, I even have the battle with the evil god. He looked around. So this isn't a dream. He looked toward the evil god and asked, "Let me ask you something. Was it you who sent me back to the past?" The evil god said, "What you say is absurd, human. If you're trying to pull some trick, it's useless, so just hurry up and die." Hearing that, Xiao felt, so it wasn't you. Fine, I was just suspicious. And now I must seal you. After the second battle with the evil god, this time I didn't go through any country, but went straight to the final destination to meet the biggest suspect, Layla Hildegard. He searched around the castle. Layla was not in the castle. He asked his servant, "What?" The person said, "It's true, sir. Since she disappeared 4 years ago, none of us have heard any news from the young lady. He even swore, I swear to God." Before he could finish, he was killed by Shaun. He wondered, missing? No, Layla Hildegard isn't missing. She must have suspected my destination and fled beforehand. Suddenly, on a beautiful day, "So you're here, Layla Hildegard." He killed her. Then he returned to that carriage. Still the familiar voice. "Is this road getting longer by itself, or have you forgotten the way?" He opened his eyes, again, just like when I was at Hildegard Castle. He thought, "It's definitely that woman who sent me back to the past. She left the castle and hid her identity. She knew I would show up at Hildegard Castle and kill everyone." He looked at his hand. "Moreover, as soon as I kill her, I'm sent back to the past, just like the first day I stabbed her at the castle." A cheap time reversal trick. Shaun thought, "She sends me back to the past every time I kill her, so I have to constantly experience the death of my family, being killed by my enemy. And I have to fight the evil god. Is this her plan? Does she think that with this kind of repetition, I will give up and forgive her?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "No, never. I swear to God, no matter how many times I go through that horrible time, I will not let a single drop of Hildegard blood survive." After dealing with the evil god for the third time and heading straight to Hildegard Castle, I was no longer surprised not to find Layla Hildegard. This strengthened the suspicion that she was indeed the one who could turn back time. He left the castle. "My condition is not normal. My heart is beating fast, and I'm extremely stressed." He felt, "My heart is racing and my anxiety is soaring, as if I've swallowed some kind of fire." He felt everything blurring. Shaun was sweating profusely. "Is it because I've experienced the feeling of losing my beloved family 1,000 times? Or is it because of the pain I had to endure fighting the evil god? Whatever the reason, it simply means I feel angry. I thought things would get better after turning Hildegard Castle into a graveyard. Normally, things would get better, even just a little. If this continues, I'll lose my mind sooner or later." He comforted himself, "No, get a grip." He made up his mind. This time, reviving while going mad, I'll risk acting recklessly without following the Marquis's orders. That might put Cecile in danger. He sighed. Shaun took the horse's reins. Of course, the consequences are unpredictable. He thought, before things go off track, it would be better to meet Cecile first. At the residence. "Welcome to the Count's mansion. It's been a long time since I last saw you." Cecile came out to greet him. "You've really changed, Shaun." She looked at him and said, "You've grown up to be so tall and handsome." The two sat down at a table opposite each other. Shaun also said, "You too. You've even become a countess." She laughed. Well, I look quite different from when I was a child, don't I?" He thought, "I'm glad I came to visit her." He touched himself. "Good, just maintain this level of sanity." While the servant was serving the food, she asked, "I've heard some things recently. You seem to have become quite famous. Are you okay?" He replied, "Of course, it's a bit hard to explain in detail, but it's nothing to worry about." She asked, "But Shaun, there's something I want to ask you." He asked, "What is it?" She was tense. "Is what they're saying true?" She added, "About Hildegard Castle." She looked at him. "They say no one survived there. Not even the kitchen dog died. Some people said they saw you leaving the castle. Did you really kill everyone?" Shaun said naturally no. She was happy. "I knew it. Strange rumors always surround famous people sooner or later." He said, "I didn't kill the dog." Shaun said, "There was no dog in the kitchen." Hearing that, she was stunned. She couldn't believe it. "You." She clenched her fists in anger. He asked, "What's wrong?" He looked at her and said, Cecile, you don't know. Marquis Hildegard was our enemy 10 years ago." She replied, "I know." She said, "After becoming a countess, I also investigated this matter. It wasn't just Marquis Hildegard living in the castle. There were hundreds, no, even more innocent people living there." Hearing her say that, he asked, "What do you mean, Cecile?" He said, "No innocent person lived in Hildegard Castle," she said loudly in anger. "Were they all criminals then? That's absurd. What exactly was their crime?" He said, "Their crime was having Hildegard blood in them, was signing a contract with that bastard, was working safely under him, was working for his benefit." Hearing that, she frowned. Shaun said, "Only criminals were there, Cecile." The atmosphere suddenly became silent. She put a hand to her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh my God." He sat opposite her and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, Cecile, you won't be punished." Hearing that, she asked, "What?" He said while cutting his meat, "They say that those who receive God's punishment will have their limbs torn apart, suffer extreme pain, and maybe I won't even get to see my family in heaven." He continued, but in the end, when I looked through every page of the holy book, there was no record of this punishment. If there is a price to pay for this power of revenge, I am willing to bear it alone. Shaun said while eating, after all, I've had my limbs torn apart many times fighting the evil god, so you don't have to worry. Hearing him say that, she was bewildered. What are you talking about? Cecile worried. Do you really think I'm worried about receiving God's punishment? That punishment doesn't matter right now. Many people have died. Shaun remained silent. Shaun was silent. He looked at her. Cecile frowned and asked, you really don't have any remorse at all, do you? Not only do you not feel guilty, but you don't even care who you killed. After saying that, she told him bluntly, you're insane. After she said it, she suddenly realized she had spoken out of turn. Cecile quickly covered her mouth. Shaun heard what his friend said. He looked at her in silence. Cecile quickly explained, I didn't mean to criticize you, Shaun. He replied, no, I understand. So that's how it is. After saying that, he smiled. You're right. Thank you, Cecile. Then, he quickly stood up to end the meal. Shaun said, I'm very happy to see you again. She was surprised, huh? She asked again, what do you mean? He picked up his cloak and put it on, telling her, there are some things I have to do. I'm leaving now. No need to see me off. She called out to him, Shaun. He said, oh, right. Let me remind you of something. He turned away and said, if we happen to meet again somewhere, call me Cajun. That's the name of the hero who sealed the evil god. After saying that, he strode away. Cecile called out loudly from behind, Shaun. He stood outside thinking, thanks to Cecile, I'm not worried about anything anymore. I was worried I was going crazy, but if I'm already crazy, what's there to worry about? He looked out the window and wondered, or maybe I'm just getting crazier and crazier. Is there a scale to measure insanity? In that case, he thought, I don't want to go too far either. At this moment, inside, Layla was being beaten by a man and cried out loudly. He grabbed her hair brutally. Layla felt terrified. He glanced at the person outside and asked, who is it? Who dares to knock on my bedroom door without permission? He walked in and said coldly, I don't need permission. After saying that, he stabbed him once in the stomach. A guard entered and said, guards, seize this bastard immediately. Streaks of blood splattered onto Layla's face. He lay on the bed, surrounded by a pool of blood. He looked at the woman beside him. This woman, Shaun thought, so in this life, she's being abused by her husband. He saw her hand trembling. He only hit her in places that couldn't be seen. Looking at the hidden wounds on her body, he thought, she must have been enduring this for a long time. Shaun thought, did I let him off too easily? He should have suffered torture bit by bit. He gritted his teeth. Wait. He closed his eyes tightly. But I had a reason to kill him. Why am I thinking like this? He looked at her and thought, could it be because of Cecile? My memories of this woman and Cecile are overlapping. That's why I feel disgusted seeing her being beaten. He concluded, there's no other reason. He drew his sword, unable to think of anything else. She looked at him with fearful eyes. Then, she both cried and laughed. I'm really crazy. What kind of person is my father? Does he know how to clean up blood? Does he know that people would let me live if I cleaned the blood in the Hildegard mansion? Dying like this is so tiring. It's as if I have to endure something painful, right? Go down to the southern villa and rest. Lady Layla, Count Hildegard has ordered you to live in the south. She's not here. Layla Hildegard, I will never give up. Whether it's a villa or hell, I will kill you again and again. The sun's rays shone through the window until you give up on turning back time. He stood before her bed, sword in hand, and lost the chance to live. He swung his sword. Layla smiled and gave him the finger. The timeline flows. Father, what is that, VJ? Do people usually look like that? They're so different from us, right? I don't even know if that's a human. It's none of your business. Keep those thoughts to yourself. Hey, are you okay? Before, when they were young, the two had met. Shaun looked at her with hatred. They must be punished continuously, without stopping until they realize their sin. That is a true Hildegard. She brought him food. You're so rude. You'll become a hero someday, anyway. She applied medicine to him and said, if you hadn't tried to kill me, maybe I would have become one of your admirers. But now that thought is useless. After saying that, she turned and left him. He grabbed her ankle. She said, hey, hello. In case you misunderstand, I'm not doing anything to harm you. He thought, what's she talking about? She explained, it's just some medicine. Hey, he asked, why do you always do such useless things? Shaun felt confused. Why is she giving me medicine? Is she trying to beg for her life? Is it really from the sincerity of her heart? Doesn't she know what I've been through? She said, let go. He still held on. Why would someone with the name Hildegard? She shouted while crying. I said, let me go. He looked at her, then let her go and turned his face away. She quickly ran away in fear. He thought, that's right. Even if she's a countess like Cecile or brutally beaten by her husband, she's still just the daughter of my enemy. He lay on the ground. The only emotions I should feel when I see her are anger, hatred, and hostility. That's all I should be able to feel. But when they were in the forest, she took an arrow for him. Are these women really crazy? At that moment, a flash of light went off in his head. Immediately, he had to go through what he had already been through one more time. Is this road getting longer by itself? Or have you forgotten the way? I'm sorry, Lord Marquis, I'll be more careful. Still that same voice. He laughed, haha. He thought, now, who saved whom and was shot by which arrow? She saved me? Does she know how many times I've killed her? Has she really gone mad? Does she want to live that badly? To the point of protecting her killer and accepting being hit by an arrow. He thought, it doesn't matter. She's planning to win my sympathy and survive this time. I don't. She really took the arrow from me. Wait, what? Layla Hildegard, at that moment she smiled. He thought, now I understand. Layla Hildegard planned to save my life to win my sympathy. Entering the palace, she had said, Father, I'm sorry I'm late. But she didn't expect to lose her life in that moment. There's no reason for that woman to die in my place. He thought, I was so foolish. Everything I've done until now has become meaningless. I even thought she was the one causing the time loop. The fact that Layla Hildegard was shot by an arrow while saving me and accidentally went back in time. That means the condition for returning to the past is not Layla Hildegard's wish, but Layla Hildegard's death. He thought, to delve deeper into this phenomenon, the power of the temple will be very useful. When I wake up at the temple at age 18 again, I will ask to borrow their power. He made up his mind, but first, to make sure she doesn't go back to the past again, I must protect Layla Hildegard from death. He took the arrow for her, so Layla Hildegard must live, until I can return without fail. A middle-aged woman with a pained face, a worried tone, holding a handkerchief, asks about the situation. Where does it hurt, my child? Why are you bleeding like this? Saying, are you okay? The woman didn't see the other person answer, despite calling out many times, so she called his name once more. Saying, the one whose name was called finally showed some reaction. A single phrase appeared in his mind, tired. But before he could touch the woman, her figure had already moved far away, and the surrounding house began to be engulfed by a great fire that engulfed it. Witnessing this scene, the person was stunned, trying to save whatever was left, but was powerless. Oh no, it can't be. The more he thought, the more he couldn't accept the truth, and he woke up crying, escaping from his train of thought. No. As Sun looked at the dark ceiling in front of him, tears welled up and fell continuously like a broken string of pearls, and he panted as he realized. It was a dream. When he had completely calmed down, Sun turned over, tears still lingering in the corners of his eyes, and looked in surprise at the mysterious object next to his pillow. Without thinking, he reached out and touched it. It seemed like just a gentle touch, but Sun immediately clutched the handkerchief tightly, his body trembling violently. Mom! Not stopping there, he hugged the handkerchief tightly to his chest, curled up, his voice trembling. This nightmare will never end. Time flew by, and Sun had spent a night in agonizing pain. He looked at the window and began to sigh. This is a big problem. He then sat up, ignoring the white bandages still wrapped around one shoulder, his sad face feeling as if life had nothing left to hold on to. I should have died after being hit by that arrow. It would have been easier to die once and wake up in the shrine than to live in such an uncertain time like this. Then Sun thought of something and his eyes sharpened. In this weak, 10-year-old body, Cecile, not yet a countess, was pushed into an even more dangerous position. Everything is a mess now. Immediately after, he switched to another topic. Layla Hildegard. She only does useless things, even so. Speak of the devil. Layla appeared out of nowhere, smiling brighter than a flower, asking about his condition despite his own dead fish-eyed expression. How is the wound? Does it hurt a lot? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? You should have breakfast. If you find it difficult to move, let me help you. So annoying. While chattering on, she remembered something and became serious. I almost forgot to thank you. Thank you for saving me when we were in the forest. But Sun immediately denied it. I didn't do that. Despite those words, Layla held firm in her belief. But it was because you blocked it that I wasn't injured. Faced with that ignorance, Sun strongly denied it. I did not. This made her question herself. So it was all just a coincidence? Only then did he affirm it. Yes. Even though he had affirmed it, Layla didn't pay much attention and chattered on. But thank you very much anyway. After all, it doesn't change the fact that I wasn't hit by the arrow thanks to you. Every single word was met with a judgmental look from Senator, such a child. Are we really arguing like 10-year-olds? No longer joking, Layla became serious again, smiled brightly, and said her thanks. You are my savior. Not stopping there, she smiled brightly and declared, "So from now on, you will receive the treatment you deserve." Sun didn't quite believe these words. After observing Layla's expression, which was brighter than the sun, for a moment, he turned his head away in frustration. "So you've given up on saving me and are trying to win my affection instead." After thinking for a moment, Sun fell completely silent. After pondering a little longer, he asked in confusion, "Why are you like this?" That question caught Layla's attention. Not believing what she had just heard, she asked for confirmation. "What did you say?" Hearing that, Sun closed his eyes and shook his head to dismiss it. "Forget it. To submit to someone who has tried to kill me so many times just to live." Before those words, Layla froze awkwardly. "I'm a little curious, but it's better not to ask." Sun then observed the pleasant cream-colored room, his thoughts in turmoil. "There's no need to let her know that I'm from the future. She's the type of person who would block an arrow for me. Who knows what reckless thing she'll do next?" Not letting the silence last too long, Layla took the initiative to ask, "Speaking of which, we don't know each other's names, do we?" At that question, Sun refused to answer and turned his head the other way. "I have to stay as far away as possible to keep Cecile safe." Layla was a bit taken aback, but didn't give up. "My name is Layla. When others are around, they all call me Lady Layla. What's your name?" Sun was silent again. Deep in his mind, he imagined her as a nagging person. Layla, of course, didn't know and added, "You don't want to tell me?" Pausing for a moment, Layla began to speak. "Then I'll call you whatever I like. I had a rabbit doll that I especially cherished as a child. The rabbit's name was..." Hearing this, an image of her proactively holding a rabbit in front of him appeared. A moment later, she said a name. Gas-Ion. As soon as this name was spoken, Sin's eyes sharpened. Layla, completely unaware, asked for his opinion. "How about it?" He turned to look at her with murderous eyes. "How dare you use that name? How dare you use the name of someone who was killed?" Looking at Layla in front of him, he couldn't help but remember a madman and wonder, how much blood do you share with him? Anyway, Layla then suddenly looked pained and raised a hand to her mouth. She coughed, which caught his attention. Ahem. Realizing his gaffe, Sun awkwardly scratched his face. "Damn, I almost forgot. I shouldn't overreact to such a small thing like this." After scratching for a moment, he lowered his hand and convinced himself. "The only reason she used that name is probably because I used it in my past life. If she knows me by the name." The decision made, he said a name. Senator, that name made Layla incredulous. That reaction made Sun have to say it again, seriously. "You asked for my name, it's Sun." At that name, Layla was half believing, half doubting. "Senator," he affirmed it again with his dead fish eyes. "Yes." A moment later, she hesitated and asked for his opinion. "Can I call you by that name?" He answered briefly, "You can." After speaking, Cyan once again sank into his own world, based on the way she kept bringing up the matter of her savior. Perhaps she doesn't want to die so soon. Having someone else use that name, Cassian, is unbearable for me, so it's better to just use Cyan. Getting what she wanted, Layla smiled brighter than a flower. "Thank you for telling me your name." In her heart, Layla let her imagination run wild. Maybe next time he'll thank me for letting him breathe. Thinking that, Cyan sighed helplessly. Then he thought of something and silently clenched the blanket. A moment later, Cyan raised his hand to his face, then looked intently at his hand. "Anyway, that's just the name of a coward who couldn't save his own family." Anyway, having gotten the information she needed, she then made a random excuse and left. "Well, I'm off. I just realized I have something to do. Take care." This swiftness left Cyan not knowing what to do. Without waiting for him to say anything, Layla swept away like a gust of wind. "See you later, Cyan." When she was completely gone, Cyan sat on the bed and made a short comment, a frightened pony. Thinking of this, an image of a reluctant Layla appeared. How curious to be that scared. It was as if she had encountered a monster instead of a person. Yet she still forced a smile. I wonder if she knew her hands were trembling like a leaf. As soon as this thought appeared, Cyan immediately dispelled it. "Goodbye. Why am I thinking like this? Go away, you troublesome thoughts. Go away quickly." After calming down, Cyan turned to get out of bed. Phew. Then he also stood up and went to the nearby table. Cyan opened the drawer, and inside was a neatly folded handkerchief. Staring at that handkerchief, Cyan once again became lost in thought about his mother. After pondering for a long time, he looked up and said to himself and to others, "I'm truly sorry. It's so discouraging to see this, isn't it? It's frustrating to see someone who should have died keep coming back to life again and again." No longer standing by the shelf, Cyan returned to the bed and and buried his face in it. But don't worry, I will find out why time is turning back and find a way to end it. I will make sure that those who deserve to die will never be revived again. Suddenly thinking of something, Cyan lay on the bed and gave a more satisfied smile than ever before. And finally, I can't wait to see everyone again. What a disgrace. Outside at this moment, a voice rang out, announcing the situation. Lady Layla, regarding the illegal trespassing and the slave accident during the hunt. The owner of that voice was the butler of the mansion. He closed his eyes and, with proper etiquette, stated each matter one by one. The Marquis has decreed appropriate punishments. First, your allowance will be reduced by 1/10 for 3 months. Second, you are forbidden from leaving the Marquis's mansion for 1 month. Third, for 1 week, you will only be allowed 1 meal a day. These words made Layla narrow her eyes in displeasure. It's so despicable to cut someone else's food. In the end, Layla was powerless and could only accept the truth. All right, it could have been worse, like being flogged, so this is lucky. After the announcement, the butler put the paper away and added, moreover, this punishment will be shared with that orphan slave. Specifically, the 1 meal per day will be shared between the two of you. Every single word made her so angry, she gritted her teeth. Are you crazy? We are both at a growing age. Nevertheless, she could only bring a simple tray of food to Cyan. Utterly cruel, filthy scum, trash. The old man is testing how far I'll side with him. Knowing the reason, Layla suddenly turned into an angry piglet. That must be it. He must think I'll selfishly eat alone and leave that child to die. Who do they think I am, a pig? The more she thought, the more she gritted her teeth in anger. To think he could control me. Even when she entered Cyan's room, she was still trembling with anger. This demonic punishment will only last for 2 more days at most. I'm so hungry that even walking is difficult. For the remaining 2 days, I'll ask someone to bring food. After putting down the food tray, Layla's attention shifted to a crumpled piece of paper on the floor. Unable to contain her curiosity, she bent down to pick it up. What's this? Did Cyan throw it away? Before she could pick it up, Cyan appeared, staring intently, which made Layla freeze. What are you doing? Being asked like that, Layla felt her heart leap out of her chest and quickly stood up to explain, there's trash on the floor. Watching that scene, Cyan was speechless. A few seconds passed. He pointed towards the shelf and warned, don't touch the drawer, especially the first one. Being told that, Layla smiled brighter than a flower and agreed, okay, if you like, I'll tell the servants. To know. With that, she disappeared again like a gust of wind. Well then, eat up, I'm leaving. Even after leaving the room, Layla was still thinking about the warning from before. I'm not allowed to open the first drawer of the bedside table? What could be so important to hide? The more she thought, the more she couldn't contain her curiosity, so curious. Then she remembered Cyan's terrifying gaze, as if he wanted to eat her alive, and she cautiously backed out of the room. No, don't just leave like this. There's no need to cause a scene and get myself into trouble now. Having made her decision, she slowly closed the door and left the room completely. Besides, it turned out that Layla had somehow miraculously snatched a roll of paper. As she left the room, she took it out and stared at it. I have to check this first. Observing the crumpled paper in her hand, Layla began to assess and speculate on all possibilities. The crumpled paper looks like trash. There must be a reason it was crumpled like that. Thinking about this issue, she couldn't help but remember the past. Layla, with a similar food tray, came to Cyan's bedside, but he said nothing and showed no expression. For days ago, 2 days after Cyan moved near her bedroom, he sat there with a blank face. After sitting for a while longer without Cyan speaking, Layla froze awkwardly, and the more I looked, the more I had to come up with a plan to teach Cyan. When this idea appeared, Layla imagined she would teach Cyan with great elegance. A plan to teach him how to write while I'm cutting a steak. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but have a few wicked ideas. This plan is simple. I'll teach that depressing guy and become his teacher. It would surely be more difficult when the target he needs to kill is his teacher, not a friend or an enemy's daughter. But life is not a dream. Cyan, while chewing bread, refused without a second thought. I don't need it. That blunt refusal made her freeze, but she stubbornly tried to persuade him. Hey, come on, Cyan, listen to me. Cyan continued to chew his bread indifferently. Seeing that he said nothing, Layla took the opportunity to give 7,749 reasons. If you know how to read and write, you could do many things. Not letting her say more, he took her hand, surprising Layla. Cyan then, without a word, used his finger to draw a few lines in the palm of her hand. Reading the characters he wrote on her hand, Layla was so astonished her jaw dropped, 1,000 questions running through her mind. Layla Heidgarts, he knows how to write? Commoners don't usually know how to write. Having proven himself, Cyan sat up straight and asked for her opinion. Is that enough? Being asked like that, Layla, though stunned for a moment, quickly replied, "Ah, yes, you can write, and your handwriting is so beautiful, really." Returning to the present, after leaving Cyan's room, Layla went down to the garden and stood under a tree, thinking it gave Cyan paper and a pen to keep him busy. After reflecting on that, she took out the crumpled paper, from which an unclean energy seemed to emanate, and her face scrunched up more than a monkey's. But this is asking for trouble. What if he wrote something cursing my father on this? And what if a servant finds another piece while cleaning? In Layla's imagination at this moment, Cyan remained unperturbed amidst a world of changes, letting two maids drag him away while Layla tried to hold him back. Oh, what a human disaster. Putting that issue aside, Layla turned her attention to something else. Does Cyan know how hard I'm trying to keep him alive, starving, and then desperately trying to prevent my father from having a bad impression? Going back a few minutes earlier in Cyan's room, while he was quietly chewing bread, Layla just sat there, hugging her empty stomach. Isn't it strange that he only gets to eat one meal a day, while my face gets more and more gaunt? He could ask me why, but he just silently eats his food. Back in the garden, Layla leaned against the tree behind her, her stomach rumbling continuously. I want to say it so badly, but that would be so pathetic. It's better to wait until the punishment is over and then talk slowly. Better. Having thought everything through, she became determined and stood up straight. Now, to check this paper, I can't rest. Really, it feels like if I do, I'll faint. Even though she had convinced herself, Layla couldn't help but imagine fainting and lying in the garden. If I really faint and someone misunderstands this paper, we'll both be in big trouble. The moment I, a lady, wake up, the Marquis will kill someone immediately. Escaping her train of thought, Layla clutched the crumpled paper tighter, her mind on plan number one. I can check Cyan's drawer tonight. It will be a huge problem if there's a similar paper inside. The decision made, Layla quickly found a reasonable excuse for herself. Hello, is anyone there? No one, right? Not stopping there, she even set a condition. If you don't show your face in 5 seconds, you'll go bald. Right after she said that, a cool breeze blew past. Noticing nothing unusual, she breathed a sigh of relief and opened the paper to examine it. There's really no one, but what if it's not about my father, but about my father? Thinking that, she felt relieved. That would probably be better, just a little hurtful. Then Layla saw something on the paper that made her eyes widen in surprise. Huh, this isn't a curse, but on the paper was a detailed drawing of a mansion, a house, simple, small, and peaceful. Staring at that house, Layla silently tightened her grip on the paper. Having figured everything out, she smiled with satisfaction and folded the paper. Well, that's lucky. If it's just a drawing like this, and not a curse or insulting words, then no one who sees it will care. There's no need to burn it. Pausing for a moment, she turned and walked away, talking to herself as she went. I don't need to check the drawer either. They're probably all the same, just random drawings or something, I don't know. How lucky. Really, after a few steps, a gust of wind blew her hair, but Layla's face, after confirming, was still furrowed with a hint of reluctance. Why do I feel so restless? I'm not really happy about this. She began to imagine herself standing in front of that house, looking lonely as Cyan played with everyone. The house Cyan drew looked very peaceful. You could even smell delicious soup from inside. Would Cyan run inside with an eager face of anticipation? After thinking a little longer, Layla frantically put a hand to her stomach. Cyan, damn it. Her already gaunt face lost all strength, and she collapsed. Oh God, I shouldn't have thought about soup. I'm really about to faint. Suddenly, her attention was caught by a juicy, shiny berry on the grass. Huh. Layla then hesitated and looked around, searching for the source of the fruit. Where did it come from? Soon enough, she found a bush full of similar fruits. There's fruit. It looks perfectly normal. I can eat it, right? Without much thought, Layla appeared next to the bush and picked one. Mushrooms are often poisonous, but fruits, at least from the garden, should be fine. Maybe something like cake grows here. After comforting herself, she put a fruit in her mouth, a satisfied smile appearing on her lips. Pretty tasty. How could there be poisonous fruit on the grounds? Her joy was short-lived as Layla's eyes widened in surprise. She then clutched her mouth, her body staggering. Here it is. The scene before her began to blur. It's here, damn it. On Sayan's side, he was sitting peacefully in his room when he heard the panicked voices of the servants outside. Sir Elvin, please save the young lady. Please, calm down, Marie. Let's get the young lady to her bed first. This commotion made him a little curious. Not letting himself wonder for too long, Sayan got out of bed. What's wrong? Is Layla Hildegard dead? As soon as this thought appeared, he immediately dismissed it without much thought. No, it can't be. If she died, I would be back in the carriage, not in a bedroom like this. Thinking this, he turned around. It seems she's determined to cling to life, but why does she keep putting herself in near death situations? The more Sayan thought, the more dissatisfied he became. It's so annoying, Layla Hildegard. Do you really want to live? The person in question was now lying down, breathing weakly, on the bed. Seeing her like that, the maid became even more frantic. Young lady, oh heavens, what should we do? Sayan, who had appeared at some point, stood with his arms crossed by Layla's bed. I want to check on the situation. It's as if she's about to die. His appearance caught the doctor's attention. The doctor looked at him with some curiosity. Who is this? The maid, when asked, hesitated before answering. Ah, that boy. The maid thought for a moment, then answered. He is the young lady's slave. This phrase surprised the doctor. Slave, the maid added, although the young lady seems to care for him a lot. Hearing this, the doctor looked at Sayan and began to assess him. Would a noble lady look so desperate when a slave is hit by an arrow? Well, if it's about the young lady, I guess it's nothing serious. So, if she cares, then I guess it doesn't matter. Snapping out of his thoughts, the doctor turned and warned, if you want to stay, you should behave. The doctor observed Layla's pale face on the bed and diagnosed, it seems the young lady has been poisoned, not the kind from being poisoned, but from eating a poisonous fruit or plant. After speaking, the doctor proactively offered, I will prescribe some herbs to neutralize the toxin. This type isn't very poisonous. So the young lady should regain consciousness within the next few days. Hearing those words, the maid breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, sir. Just when it seemed things would end there, the doctor added, but there's a much more important issue than the poisoning. The young lady is severely malnourished. From my perspective, it seems she hasn't eaten anything for 3 days. Every single word made Sayan freeze. As soon as these words were out, the maid retorted, that's impossible. She may eat very little, but she has never skipped a meal. These words caught the doctor's attention. Eats little? The maid then added more information. The Marquis issued some punishments after the hunt that day, one of which was reducing the food rations. Then she pointed to Sayan beside her and finished. She only eats 1 meal a day and has to share it with this slave boy. This statement surprised Sayan quite a bit. After listening, the doctor temporarily understood. So there's no reason for her to be completely starved? There are also some health conditions related to poor absorption. It's best we wait for her to wake up and consult then. As he finished, a butler appeared with a tray of medicine. The doctor continued to speak slowly. For now, I will give you a prescription. And please report to me if the young lady's condition improves. At that time, we will change the treatment. Holding the medicine bottle, the maid bowed her head. Thank you very much, Sir Elvin. Witnessing this scene, the doctor spoke politely. You're welcome. After the doctor left, the maid began to cry and lament. Why is life so hard for the young lady? Why hasn't she eaten all day? Then the other two left, and the maid called out to Sayan, hey, you come here. She then gave him some instructions, and he, understanding, nodded to show he got it. I'm going to prepare a warm towel, so please watch over her. If anything happens, pull the cord hanging at the head of the bed. Sayan just watched the maid's figure as she left. When the maid had completely left, he began to speculate. She must have not eaten for at least 4 days. And it's been 5 days since she started bringing me 1 meal a day. Snapping out of his thoughts, Sayan propped himself up on his hand. On the bed, Layla Hildegard. He propped himself up on the bed, his face scrunched up as he wondered, why would you do that? Sayan propped himself up, sat on the bed, and stared at the unconscious girl, calling her name, Layla Hildegard. He grimaced, sweat trickling down his cheek, asking himself, as well as the unconscious Layla, what the hell are you doing? Why do you have to go this far? After asking, Sam began to sink into a memory of when he pretended to be asleep while Layla busily prepared food. For the past 5 days since returning from the hunt, Layla Hildegard had brought him food once a day at the exact same time. After preparing the food, a gaunt-faced Layla left the room with her hungry stomach, but whether she brought me 3 meals a day or 1 meal every 3 days, I didn't care from the beginning. I would even have been happy if she didn't give me anything to eat. Right after she left, Sayan woke up, but instead of getting up to eat the prepared food, he turned his head the other way. Layla Hildegard brought me food from her own meals. In the end, it was all just a useless effort. Thinking of this, an image of his older self, covered in blood and holding a sword while she lay sprawled on the ground, appeared as he continued to wonder. Why is she like that? I really can't understand. What did I do to you? The scene changed again to a time when an older Layla looked in terror at something, and Sayin appeared behind her. Every time the past repeats, I again and again try to overcome it for my purpose. Returning to the present, Sayin braced his hands on either side of Layla, his face contorted as he thought about all sorts of things. Even though you're afraid of me, you still save me time and time again. Even though you're trembling with fear, you still treat my wounds, and now you're starving to death for me. Looking at the weak, grimacing, fainted Layla, 1,000 different questions popped into his head. They say that to live, you must fight, but try to gain the trust of the one who killed you. Who would be willing to give up their life for someone like that? The more he thought, the more confused he felt. But why would she? Just then, Layla, who seemed to have fainted, spoke up, saying this one word startled him out of his train of thought. Not stopping there, Layla then opened her eyes, stared at the ceiling, and asked random questions. Why am I in this room? Is this a dream? At that question, Sayin stood by the bed in silence. It seemed things would stop there, but she turned over, still panting, and began to ramble. I ate some kind of fruit and fainted. Did someone save me? I'm so grateful. But if this is my room, then Sayin shouldn't be here. This must be a dream since Sayin is in my room. After a moment of panic, Sayin returned to his usual dead fish-eyed expression, looking at the rambling girl. This isn't normal. Her consciousness is gradually returning. Noticing this and remembering the earlier instructions, he reached out to touch the cord by the bed. Anyway, I should inform someone. They said before that if anything happens, pull this cord. As his hand was about to grasp the end of the cord, Sayin paused, remembering something. Wait a minute. His hand stopped in midair as he looked at the large but cold room, a thought flashing through his mind. But why is it like this? Why was no one here from the beginning? It's been quite a while since Layla Hindurga fainted and was brought here, and the doctor has already come, so the news must have been reported. Thinking about that problem, Sayin kept his hand by the cord, turned his head to observe his surroundings, and wondered not a single one of her siblings, let alone the Marquis and Marquise. Only the assigned servants are allowed to watch over her. Thinking this, he turned to stare at his hand holding the cord, running through different scenarios. If I pull this cord and let them know that Layla Hindurga has woken up, will anyone come to this room? And if not? Suddenly, he remembered a past Layla, with tears in her eyes, talking about her current situation. People say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Is that right? Actually, I also despise the people in this family. That means if they spare me, there will be no consequences. Returning to the present, Sayin's mouth opened as he understood everything. So that's what you meant. However, not letting himself go too far, Sayin clenched his hand into a fist, proactively cutting off his train of thought. No, don't think about it anymore. The bit of understanding that had just begun to surface was instantly crushed by him down to the dregs of society. Even if Layla Hindurga were to fall into the worst possible situation, it had nothing to do with him, as long as she was of Hindurga blood. Thinking this, Sayin looked at Layla, whose eyes were vaguely staring at the ceiling, and made a resolution in his heart. She is also the last person I must kill. Having thought everything through, his hand holding the rope tightened even more, no matter how she was treated in this castle. It was not important. Not at all. But before Sayin could carry out his intention, Layla spoke up. Hey. Pausing for a moment, Layla stared at Sayin, standing by the bed, and voiced the question in her heart. Why did you appear in my dream? This question, as soon as it was asked, made him freeze on the spot. After asking the question, Layla closed her eyes, gasping for breath and speaking with difficulty. It's horrible, a nightmare. I wish I had woken up already. Hearing those words, the image of a future Layla angrily raising her middle finger made Sayin feel helpless. You fool, take this. Though he was a loss for words, he could only sigh. Is that what you would say even in a dream if it were me? I would scream in his face and strangle him to death. Once again, before Sayin could pull the rope, Layla spoke again. Do you feel guilty? Pausing for a moment, she asked a fatal question. Your family is dead. Do you regret that you are still alive? This question made Sayin freeze, his expression showing he couldn't believe his ears. When he came back to his senses, he leaned down and stared at her face with eyes that looked like they wanted to eat Layla alive, his voice also more terrifying, his hand gripping the side of the bed, trembling nonstop. Just now, what did you say? Layla's eyes were still drowsy, not answering. Staring at the person in front of her, Layla drowsily sank into her own thoughts. Is it because it's a dream? I'm talking a lot, but normally I'm not like this. Not thinking about this issue anymore. She put her hand against his body to sit up, her head bowed in contemplation. Although it's just a dream, it's still so scary. Touching Sayin's body, she turned to stare at him and began to think, what can I do? If this were real, I would have surrendered by now, but this is just a dream. After comforting herself, she began to grope all over his body. So why should I be scared here? Then Layla, ignoring her own hand on his chest, began to tell her story. I promised my older sister. These words stunned Saiyan. When he came to his senses, he frowned and asked again, "What?" But before he could get the information he wanted, he proactively dismissed the issue. Never mind. After answering, Saiyan began to sink into his own thoughts, doubting himself. What am I doing? Reacting to the meaningless words she's mumbling in her sleep. Not letting the situation drag on for too long, Saiyan proactively turned to leave. I should stop now, and it's time to go. There must be someone out there. No matter how she's treated, she's still a Hindurga, so they won't abandon her. No sooner said than done. Saiyan turned to leave without any hesitation. I shouldn't have come here in the first place. If Layla Hindurga dies, we will both start over. But before he could take a few steps, Layla, sitting on the bed, continued to speak, causing Saiyan to stop short. I promise to live until I'm 90 years old because my sister asked me to. Mentioning this, she became visibly dejected, staring at her blanket, her hands clenching it tightly. That was the day everyone had to leave, so far away. I knew they might not come back, so I wanted to go with them. The more Layla spoke, the more she couldn't hide her sorrow, her eyes welling up with tears, but I couldn't, because my sister told me to stay. Everyone left, and only I was left alive. At this point, Layla once again sank in her thoughts, where a girl with a very gentle smile hooked her little finger with hers. Did I do something wrong? No, you did nothing wrong. My precious older sister, she wouldn't want me to do anything wrong because she told me to stay. I don't want to refuse her wish. At this point, an image of a heartbroken Saiyan, tears streaming down his face, tried to chase after something appeared, and you did nothing wrong either. It's not your fault. Scion, you did nothing wrong. Every single word made Scion not happy at all, even a little hateful. After a moment, he could no longer suppress his anger and turned his head to shout like he had never shouted before, questioning. You, what do you know? But looking at a weak Layla with her eyes closed on the bed, all the words he wanted to say fell silent. Seeing her so weak, he clenched his fist and wondered in his heart, what's wrong with her? Standing beside her bed, Scion asked in bitterness, how would I know? Time flew by. Layla finally recovered, a satisfied smile on her face with a bowl of soup in her hand. Finally, I finally get to eat. Bringing the shiny spoon up to eat, Layla couldn't hide her excitement. It turns out being unconscious for 2 days is a good thing. The punishment ended as soon as I woke up. After eating the first spoonful of soup, she was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. Now I can eat 3 meals a day, right? I'm so happy. So happy. It's a bit bland, but I'm still so happy. After eating a few bites, Layla remembered something and asked the maid beside her, oh, by the way, where's Scion? The maid who was asked was confused. Scion, she smiled brightly and explained, the boy in the room next to mine, his name is Scion. After receiving the information, the maid asked back, why do you ask, my lady? Layla didn't answer, but asked further, did you bring him breakfast? The maid thought for a moment, then answered, well, if he's hungry, he'll either go to the dining hall himself or ask someone to bring it. Hearing this, she felt that life had nothing left to hold on to. So no one checks on him? Yes. Receiving that confirmation, she stood up and proactively offered, I'll go check on Scion. This haste made the maid panic, my lady. Inside Scion's room at this time, the sunlight was shining in very pleasantly. Layla then tiptoed to the door of the room to observe. Staring at the gaunt Scion lying on the bed, Layla assessed, he looks even thinner than usual now. I guess this means he hasn't eaten anything. Without thinking much, she went to the side of the bed to wake him up. Scion also sat up, rubbing his head. What? Without hiding anything, she got straight to the point. Do you want breakfast? Scion bowed his head and refused without much thought, no. Hearing these words, Layla hesitated. You know, you don't want to live? Are you only alive because I happened to save you, which turned into forcing you to live? Knowing what she was thinking, Scion turned his head away. Then he thought of something and turned back. Layla hesitated for a moment and finally suggested, do you want to go at breakfast? At this, she smiled gently and explained, I couldn't go to the dining hall until yesterday because circumstances didn't allow it. But from today, I can go just as I thought. I can't ask that. Being asked this, Scion got out of bed, as you wish. Saying that, he walked away to the astonishment of the person herself. Seeing her standing there stunned, he wondered, what are you doing? Didn't you say we were going to the dining hall? Only then did Layla calm down. Right now. Layla and Scion are currently having a meal at the dining hall of the mansion. She suddenly looked away and thought to herself, was my thought just now a mistake? When he was in bed, I thought he was unwell, not calling a servant. I thought maybe he wasn't used to it. But what if all of this is because he no longer wants to live? So what should I do? The reason I wanted to save Scion, give him a soft bed, and take care of him was only to save myself. That's also the reason I always wanted Sion to feel grateful to me. Even just a little, I hoped that gratitude would accumulate more and more. And finally, that gratitude would turn into affection. So when he returns to this castle, I hope he will at least spare my life. But if he didn't want to live from the beginning, then I'm out of options. After thinking everything through, Layla then spoke up. Are you done eating? Sion replied coldly, yes. She broke into a sweat, smiling from ear to ear, and asked, how was it? Was it delicious? He replied coldly, it was fine. She smiled awkwardly and suggested, would you like some more? Dessert, for example. He answered decisively, no need. Layla didn't ask further, but observed him for a moment, then thought to herself, is he reacting like this because he no longer cares about anything? He has given up on everything. There's no reason to be annoyed or angry with me anymore. Well, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like he's doing this out of affection. For me, seeing Sion suddenly stand up, Layla immediately asked, hey, are you going back to your room? Then she couldn't help but worry and think to herself, I really want to have a proper conversation with Sion. But now, I don't know if I should be happy with this situation. I'm not sure. A moment later in Layla's room, Wilhelm suddenly entered and asked respectfully, you were looking for me, Lady Layla. Do you need something? Layla turned to look at him, and, her face lighting up, suggested, why don't you come in here to talk? He quickly grimaced and refused. No, thank you. Seeing that he wouldn't come into the room to talk to her, she began to praise him. I'm really grateful to you for the last hunt. Wilhelm, the bracelet, and the cleanup afterwards, I can't tell you how much it helped me. He frowned and interrupted, don't mention it. I don't remember. She didn't continue but silently observed Wilhelm's expression and exclaimed in her thoughts, look how cautious he looks, wow. Wilhelm must have worked very well with my father. Perhaps he knows best what would have happened on that day if things had gone wrong. After thinking, Layla sighed and said, in case you're wondering, I didn't call you today to ask for help like last time. I called you because I need advice. Wilhelm frowned suspiciously and asked, really, you're not going to pull me into the room and ask for something else by saying that, are you? She replied in a low voice, I swear. But I think it's best to ask for your opinion because you are the smartest and most capable person in this castle. Wilhelm suddenly suggested cheerfully, oh well, all right, tell me, what is this problem that requires advice from Wilhelm, the smartest and most capable person in this castle? Layla froze and exclaimed in her thoughts, he must be the type of person who opens up easily. She said with some hesitation, well, you see, first let's sit down. Wilhelm quickly sat down on a chair and asked, are you hesitating because of what you're about to say? She continued in a low voice, it's just, how does a person start to want to live? He stared with wide eyes and asked again, what? She bowed her head slightly and repeated the question, I mean, when someone doesn't want to live, how do you change that? He suddenly called out in a loud voice, Lady Layla. She answered with a start, yes. He looked at her with teary eyes and asked in shock, are you having a hard time? Since when? Has it been long? Oh my God, is that why you suddenly acted like that a few days ago? You're right, this life is hard, but you're only 10 years old. Layla quickly cut him off, wait. Wilhelm, my story is. He immediately replied, yes. She emphasized in a serious tone, the one who doesn't want to live is not me. He asked stunned, then who? Who is it? She replied in a low voice, someone I know. Go back to your seat. Then she immediately thought to herself, there's no need to mention Sion. If I say it's Sion, then he'll ask who that is, then I'll have to say he's a slave, and I really don't want to call him that. Wilhelm immediately voiced his thoughts. The person you know doesn't want to live, and you want to change that. She immediately replied, yes, that's right. He asked curiously, do you know why that person doesn't want to live? She immediately replied, no, I don't. He asked again, have they experienced anything terrible recently? Been seriously injured or lost a loved one? For example, she let out a sound, then thought to herself, Zion has been through both, but the biggest reason is probably, then answered in a serious tone, they lost someone. Wilhelm quickly asked, recently? Layla immediately replied, family. He quickly voiced his speculation. They lost their family recently? She didn't answer right away, but bowed her head and thought sadly. Now that I think about it, the biggest reason is that Zion lost his family not long ago. I see. It seems that person is suffering from a disease called grief sickness. Wilhelm immediately speculated. Grief sickness? Layla immediately continued. Grief sickness is a mental illness that occurs when you lose a loved one, like a relative, or even sometimes a pet, if the symptoms are severe. The person may feel like they no longer want to live, and sometimes they may even act in unexpected ways. Can this disease be cured? Wilhelm confidently puffed out his chest and said, who do you think I am? At the very least, I know how to alleviate the symptoms of grief sickness. Layla frowned suspiciously and asked, Alleviate? You mean it can't be cured completely? At all? He quickly explained, it depends on the person, but if the symptoms improve, it will help them escape the feeling of not wanting to live. But Lady Layla, with my abilities, wouldn't Elvin be more suitable for this, since he's always around? She immediately shook her head and replied, Elvin can't do it. I want to help him myself. Then she quickly remembered him and thought to herself, knowing Zion's personality, if I let him see Elvin for mental treatment, he might not feel comfortable. He might even end his own life. It's better for me to learn a few treatment methods and help him little by little. Seeing her bow her head in thought without saying anything, he immediately smiled teasingly and asked, Are you thinking about that person? Are you? She sighed and replied, Not to that extent, then thought wearily. It's like I'm trying to survive. He suddenly clasped his hands together and said seriously, Lady Layla, this may be a bit much, but she asked impatiently. Yes, he emphasized in a serious tone. Don't get too close. I'm saying this for your own good. Layla smiled faintly and thought to herself, He's realized who I'm talking about. Then she gave a faint smile and said, It's okay, get close. That could never happen. Hearing her say that, he immediately replied, I understand. Anyway, I'll let you know the ways to reduce the symptoms. From the equally reliable and intelligent Wilhelm. After getting a hint from Wilhelm about grief sickness, I started researching on my own. Luckily, there are 3 of the most basic things to overcome grief sickness. Walk regularly, eat proper meals, and talk frequently. Those are the ways I can prepare. However, the biggest problem I think I'll have to face is convincing Zion. Layla smiled and suggested, Zion, the weather has been really nice lately. Would you like to take a walk in the garden? Zion replied coldly. All right, she asked again, stunned. What? He urged coldly. Let's go. Zion didn't even refuse and even agreed to go without hesitation. As Zion walked, Layla asked cheerfully, We're already out for a walk. How about we have lunch? Zion continued coldly. That's right. She broke into a sweat and asked with a bright smile. Then how about we have dinner together? He replied coldly. All right. While walking, she asked with a forced smile. And then if you can't sleep, can I come to your room? He replied coldly. As you wish. Every day at noon, Zion and I walked in the gardens. We had lunch and dinner together, and finally, when the moon shone brightly at night, I would visit Zion and talk about the day after maintaining this routine for about 2 weeks. I feel more like the patient, feeling like I'm about to die. While rubbing her gaunt cheeks in front of the mirror, Layla mumbled to herself, Should I take a little break? Then she suddenly knelt down and bowed her head, thinking to herself, Actually, the schedule isn't that stressful. At all. But the problem is I've had to be with Zion this whole time. And always being by my side makes my head ache, and my chest feels like it's being punched. Thinking this, she suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then she suddenly grabbed her hair in frustration and continued to think. During meals, my mouth always feels rough and everything is difficult. I only adjusted a little, but he still makes me miserable all the time. More than anything, being in the same space with him, it feels like I can't breathe. He used to tell me to leave after a short time, but now he doesn't say that anymore. Layla let out a sigh and mumbled, I don't know if this is because the illness is improving or if it's getting worse. It's almost time for our walk. Well, anyway, a walk is better than dying. Let's go. It's time to cure the melancholy illness. First, let's drink some cold water. Layla quickly thought to herself, cold water is the best for calming the mind. All right, before meeting Zion, let's relax the facial muscles a bit. While she was trying to encourage herself, one of her brothers suddenly walked in and said mockingly, Who is this? Isn't it Layla High Gas, the disgrace of the family? She didn't answer, but just calmly let her face fall and raised her middle finger. Then she quickly turned her head to greet him. Hello, Thomas High Gas. He angrily corrected her. It's not Thomas, it's Tommy. She replied with a cold smile. I see, I didn't know that. Hearing that, he quickly clenched his teeth and let out a growl. Then he sneered and said, I heard you become stupid, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. You can't even remember people's names correctly. Shouldn't you ask Melvin to check on you? Layla calmly turned to leave and said, I was going to, but seeing something I shouldn't see hurts my eyes. I'm leaving. Then she couldn't help but think with disgust, oh, there are too many annoying people who like to start trouble these days. It must be because of that day. I couldn't stand being seen positively by father, but at least I saved Sahan as a reward. Them calling me a fool is probably because of that. Before she could take a few steps, Tommy spoke up, stabbing at her. Are you going to become that mute again, Layla High Gas? There are rumors everywhere that you've been keeping a mute slave by your side recently. In the dining hall, at the fundraiser, in the garden. There's nowhere you don't take him, right? Where are you going today? After saying that, he became a little excited and thought to himself, good, a reaction. Layla didn't bother to argue and immediately thought to herself, mute. Why is Sahan mute? Actually, Sahan speaks very well, although he doesn't say much, but his voice is also very captivating, making it hard for others to ignore. Or rather, it's a very gentle voice. Not right. Seeing that she said nothing, Tommy continued with his taunts. No response. So you must be going somewhere secret? It must be boring to play with a mute. How interesting. He probably doesn't even know how to scream. If you ask, I can teach him. Layla asserted loudly. It's not boring. His face is amazing. Tommy asked, stunned, what? She explained excitedly. His face is so beautiful that just looking at it is fun. Even without eating, I feel full, and just a short walk makes time fly by. It's all thanks to his handsome face. But you, seeing her suddenly glare and bare her teeth at him, made him extremely frightened, mixed with a little curiosity. Before he could retort, she immediately asserted, are very boring. Seeing her leave just like that made him so astonished that he quickly reached out and asked, you, what are you doing? Stop right there. Next time we meet, I won't let you get away. She calmly flipped her hair and thought to herself, if you feel wronged, then be handsome. By the way, the rumor that Sahan is mute is no problem for me. I was worried about what might happen if he talked to others the way he talks. To me, if it becomes a fact that he's mute, then no one will talk to him, right? But how will Sahan feel about this? That night, in Sahan's room, he suddenly spoke, all right. Layla asked, a little surprised, really? Will that be okay? It might be uncomfortable if you can only use gestures or nod in front of others. Seeing him say nothing and just stare at her. So she continued, no, thank you, Sahan. From now on, I won't use my voice, of course. I will also do my best to avoid such situations. Saying that, she let out a breath and thought to herself, I prepared so many reasons, but he didn't ask anything. This request would surely make him curious about the reason. Sahan, you willingly replied, I understand. To what extent for me if I asked you not to kill me? Would you answer like that? After thinking, she suddenly went silent for a moment. Then she stood up and said, then I'll go now. Good night, Sahan. Then she opened the door to go out and thought to herself, you wouldn't answer that question with, I understand, would you? But it's okay. There's a long way to go. Maybe one day I will hear those words from you. A week later, in Sahan's room. After finishing his checkup, Elvin spoke. It's fine. You can now use your shoulder comfortably. As I mentioned before, your recovery ability is impressive. Hearing that, Layla couldn't help but say joyfully, yes, that's a good thing. Elvin continued, with a recovery ability like this, you will heal from any injury much faster than others. She exclaimed in her heart, oh. Then she said, well, great. He gently adjusted his glasses and asked, injury? She jumped and explained, no, that's not what I meant. What about being thin? Sion has lost quite a bit of weight. I'm worried for. He immediately said, it was like that at first, but at the current level, it's not harmful to his health. She asked joyfully, is that so? Then she thought to herself, well, even if I do nothing, he's already grown up. He's grown up so much. Damn it, I remember Sion from back then again. Elvin quickly suggested, if you are really worried, I can prepare a special diet for you. Layla smiled and replied, it's okay, as long as there are no health problems. It's fine. He suddenly remarked, actually, it seems you're the one who needs it more. She asked, puzzled, huh? Oh, why? Elvin frowned slightly and replied, you've lost weight. She continued calmly, I'll gain weight again soon. Haven't you heard the rumors about me frequenting the dining hall lately? He quickly adjusted his glasses and let out a skeptical sound. HM? She turned her head to look at him and said with a wide smile, and in high society, it's said that ladies deliberately skip meals to maintain a slender figure, right? You look older than child your age. This isn't the time. Elvin immediately protested. If you get any thinner, I will put you on a diet, even if I have to force you. She explained in a startled panic. No, I was just kidding. I have no intention of doing that, so don't you worry. Hearing that, he let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, what a relief. She suddenly thought to herself, come to think of it, there was a saying that women with beautiful skin are not attractive. Not now. And even when I get older, I have no intention of following such a distorted trend. My goal is to live a healthy and long life. Otherwise, I might die young. Elvin suddenly leaned close to Layla's ear and whispered, and my lady, this child? She asked with wide eyes. Huh, why Sion? When did he arrive? He whispered his assessment. Looking at his skeleton, it's expected that he will be taller than average by nearly a handspan, and he is likely to have an even thicker chest. She thought to herself, startled and embarrassed. I know it best. After whispering about Sion, he spoke up. Then I'll be going. She replied, "Thank you, Sir Elvin," then thought to herself, "Please go." After he left, she stood stunned for a moment. Then she quickly turned to say to Sion, "Oh, Sion, I was given permission to go out today. Let's go. Let's have a camping trip." A moment later, seeing a vast and clear blue sea before her, Layla smiled happily and exclaimed, the air is so fresh." Then she stretched and thought to herself, "The past hour was worth it to witness such a beautiful scene. At first I wanted to go to the sea, but I didn't want to see Father, and I also felt heavy having to be in the same carriage with Sion for several days. I'll go to the sea by myself later. Yeah, for example, on a day I'm sure Sion won't kill me. I can leave my family and make the sea my first destination on such a special day." And she laughed out loud in her heart. The black-haired knight suddenly suggested, "Would you like to move a little further? It's more beautiful from the other side, because that's the direction of the stars." Layla quickly turned to look at him and asked with a bright smile, "Should we go? What do you think, Sion?" "Then let's go." Lord Ketwick, please lead the way." He immediately replied, "Yes." Just as the three of them had taken a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said, "Oh, my lady," she asked in surprise. He immediately turned back. Then while scratching his head with his hand, he explained with an embarrassed laugh, "We've left the picnic food in the carriage. I'll go get it. Please wait for me a moment." She suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, it seems like the other side is beautiful too." Ketwick then added, "I'll be back soon, my lady." She suddenly exclaimed at her thoughts, "His legs are so long. I wonder when I'll be that tall. I hope I grow up fast." No, forget about that. This time, I want to grow up slowly as long as I return safely. But what is he thinking? His expression is just like that time, as if he doesn't care whether the arrow flies or not. If he has reached the point of not caring about being hit by an arrow, can he get better? How long will it take for him to form an attachment to this life? No, I predicted from the beginning that it would take a long time. Don't be afraid. No matter how long it takes, just take it one step at a time. Thinking this, Layla recalled her conversation with Wilhelm. He affirmed in a soft voice, "That's why we have to come here." She asked with some doubt, "Eating on time, taking walks, and talking together?" Waving his hand, he continued with a smile, "Does that cure sorrow?" "No, this is just the basic stage. Once you get used to the basic stage, you need to move on to the advanced stage." She repeated blankly, "The advanced stage?" He suddenly opened his eyes and continued enthusiastically, "That's right. The first step is to escape from daily life and enjoy the beautiful scenery around. The feeling of beauty is something anyone can feel. However, if the illness is severe, one can forget such feelings. The key is to revive that emotion. For example, the sea, a lake, or a forest would be very good. If it were winter, I would suggest snow-covered mountains." Layla frowned slightly and said, the sea and the lake." Wilhelm continued, "When one sees the beauty in those scenes, we will slowly move on to smaller things, architecture, paintings, precious stones. And finally, one needs to reach the stage where you can find beauty even in a flower you see every day. So now," she asked with a bright smile, "how is it, Shaun? Is it beautiful?" Shaun thought for a moment, then replied, "I'm not sure." She asked again in a soft voice, "It's not something you don't want to see, right?" He immediately replied, "That's right." Layla smiled in relief, thinking to herself, "That's good then. As long as it's not something he doesn't want to see, it's not the worst thing. Therefore, since he said it's not something he doesn't want to see, I'll take him to see it often. If he keeps seeing it, maybe it will start to become beautiful." What was that? Did I mishear? But no, I didn't mishear. It's a wolf. Why? I've never heard of wolves appearing by this lake before. If this was a wolf area, someone would have told me. The coachman or the escorting knights. We shouldn't have come here. Seeing the wolf getting closer and closer to her, Layla called out, "Shaun." He immediately turned his head and said, "I know, don't provoke it unnecessarily." She said, sweating and trembling, Don't worry, stay calm. We're in great danger, but the carriage is not too far away." At this moment, she suddenly realized something and was stunned, thinking to herself, the carriage isn't too far. Why hasn't Lord Ketwick? Still not here. Come to think of it, the carriage is also out of sight. Why? Maybe Tommy did all this. Yes, it must be Tommy. He definitely bribed the coachman or the escorting knights. He's that kind of person, and recently, only Tommy is the one and must. Me, I should have endured it. If I don't have power, there's no way to hold on to it. Can I escape? But where to go now? The carriage is gone, and should I hide in the forest where there are wolves? But what if there are other wolves? No, first. Why turn my back here? Can I survive? I don't want to die. Starting over is nothing. Nothing is okay. Shaun suddenly called out, "Hey." Then he sternly advised, "Stay here." Layla called out in surprise. Shaun? He didn't reply, but immediately stepped forward. Next, he clenched his hand into a fist, then punched the wolf straight in the head. Then he gently leaned to dodge its attack. He suddenly bowed his head to stare at it and growled a demand, "Stay here," making it break out in a cold sweat and be scared. Before this unique and strange sight, Layla couldn't help but think in shock. What is happening? Is Shaun fighting a wolf? Am I seeing things? It's true. Shaun is fighting a wolf. As she thought this, he immediately landed a thunderous punch on the wolf's head, making it grimace and let out a loud cry. Seeing this, she couldn't help but think clearly. They're leaving. The wolf pack is retreating. Seeing the wolf, despite being repeatedly hit on the head by him, still had the strength to stand up and stare at her, made her extremely scared. Shaun rushed forward and stood in front of her, then said in a deep voice, "I'm not dead yet." Seeing the wolf turn and leave just like that, she couldn't help but think blankly. It's gone. I'm alive. I'm not dead. I still can't believe it. Shaun suddenly called out, "Layla, Hildegard," then turned his head to look at her. Then he asked in a worried, deep voice, "Are you hurt?" Thinking Layla didn't hear clearly, Shaun asked again, "Layla Hildegard, are you hurt?" She blushed and answered blankly, "Huh? Me? Are you asking if I'm hurt anywhere?" Seeing him not reply, but just staring intently at me, she closed her eyes and thought, "I need to get up first, but is he really worried about me?" As she slowly stood up, she thought with a tremble, "Oh, I must be too tense, my legs have gone all soft. Huh, what's with that expression? Did I make him angry by moving slowly? Surely not, right? Ah, it's possible. Is it because I didn't answer him?" After thinking, Layla immediately put on the brightest smile she could and said, "Shaun, I'm not hurt. I'm fine." "But Shaun, your wrist, it's broken." Shaun replied calmly, "It's no big deal." She asked worriedly, "How can you say it's not a big deal?" He casually reset the joint and exclaimed, "TSK, just a few scratches." Then he urged coldly, "Let's move. We need to find a carriage first. If it's not here, we'll look elsewhere." She hesitated and suggested, wait a minute. We have to take care of your wrist first, right?" Then she couldn't help but think worriedly, "What should I do? First, find a branch to make a splint, then use my dress to bandage it." Shaun continued calmly, "The bone will heal on its own. Let's just go back first and figure out later." Hearing that, she shrieked in panic. "What?" He quickly continued, "Moving is the top priority right now." Shaking his wrist, he said with some worry, "What if another wolf appears and we get killed? I can't fight back in that case." She shouted in fear, stopping him, "Don't shake it like that." Then she stared at his wrist for a moment. Then she couldn't help but blame herself, thinking, "But it's swelling up, it's all my fault." Shaun suddenly moved closer to her and advised in a low voice, "Don't go picking up branches and don't tear your dress." For some reason, he suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Then he quickly turned around and urged coldly, "Just follow me." Hearing that, Layla replied, "Okay." Then she quickly ran after him and asked, "But how did you know? Can you read my mind?" He explained calmly, "The treatment for a broken limb is too obvious." Though, looking around, Layla thought to herself, "There's no sign of carriage when around the lake. Did they leave? The whole carriage?" Seeing Shaun not speaking, but pointing straight ahead, she asked, "Over there?" Then she squinted slightly to observe, and she thought, "I see it." Seeing the two approaching, the coachman shouted, "Ha, over there." Ketwick asked in surprise, "Huh?" Then he quickly turned his head to look and called out, startled, "Lady Layla, were you looking for me? I was going to go back to get the picnic things, but I suddenly got a stomachache." Layla said in a stern voice, "The carriage." He quickly replied, "Yes." She questioned sternly, "Why did you move the carriage here?" Scratching his face with his hand, he looked away and answered awkwardly, "Because it's an open area, it wouldn't be suitable for this kind of problem. So I moved it here, and then you came here." Hearing that, Layla frowned and thought, "I knew it, this was Tommy's plan." Then she questioned sternly, "A few days ago I saw you with Tommy. Are you two that close?" Hearing that, Ketwick laughed and explained, "What? I'm sure I saw you sneaking behind the warehouse." "Oh no, we're not that close. We just happened to meet by chance." She replied coldly, "I see. Let's go back." He asked, a little surprised, "Aren't you going to walk some more?" She explained indifferently, "My leg hurts." He quickly ran to her and said, "Understood. I will escort you back to the mansion carefully." She continued coldly, "You'd better." After settling in the carriage, Layla rested her chin on her hand and stuck out her tongue in contempt, thinking, "Idiot, I was just probing. The warehouse is always crowded. You're dead now." At the Hydegat mansion later, right now, in Hydegat's office, hearing a knock on the door, he said, "Come in." She quickly opened the door, entered, and said politely, "It's Layla. Father, I have something to discuss with you. Are you free?" He replied, "For a little while." She said politely, "Yes, father." Then she thought, "I should have avoided private conversations like this with him as much as possible. But not this time. I have to show that I won't stay silent." "Don't tremble. You can do it." seeing her suddenly kneel before him, made him ask, a little confused, "What is this?" She requested seriously, "Please punish those who conspire to kill me." He asked in disbelief, "Kill you?" She replied, "Yes. There are 3 people trying to kill me. Tommy Hydegat, the guard, and the coachman were all involved in it." At this point, Layla thought decisively. "I'm sure that Tommy and Ketwick met secretly. And looking at the coachman's expression, he was definitely involved. If it's by father's order, finding evidence won't be difficult. The problem is whether he will believe me or not." Mr. Hydegat suddenly grunted. Then he turned to the knight beside him and said, "Listen." She prayed silently in her heart, "Please." He suddenly beckoned with his hand, "Bring them here." The man replied, "Yes, sir." Hearing that, Layla smiled and thought, "Good, I did it." A moment later, a sudden loud noise rang out while Tommy trembled and said, "Ah, I heard you called for me, father." Mr. Hydegat questioned sternly, "What happened?" "Tommy Hydegat, I heard you try to kill Layla." Staring at the bodies of the 2 henchmen, his face turned pale as he stammered, I don't know anything, father." He continued to question coldly, "These men mentioned your name. They also said you were the one who brought the scent that attracted the wolves." Layla frowned and thought gloatingly, "Good, it won't be easy for you to escape now." He said, trembling, that she couldn't help but wish in her thoughts, "Pay the price for what you've done, Tommy." Just then, someone suddenly entered the room and said, "Excuse me, Your Grace the Duke. I am Angela, Sir Tommy's personal maid. Although I am a servant, I am still serving Sir Tommy. So may I say a few words?" Hearing that, Mr. Hydegat urged, "Speak." Receiving his permission, Angela bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Your Grace. First, the testimony that Apprentice Tommy tried to harm Miss Layla is a misunderstanding. However, it is true that he was not pleased with the young lady's slave. So he asked these 2 fallen men to slightly injure that slave. Isn't that right, young master?" Tommy, startled, replied with wide eyes, "Yes, that's right, father." Angela lamented sorrowfully, "Do you feel remorse?" "I cannot understand it. But sometimes there are subordinates who have ill intentions towards the apprentices they serve. Perhaps these 2 men acted that way because of such feelings. Besides, the young master just turned 11 this spring. He is too young to carry out such a wicked plot, to harm his own sister." Tommy immediately bowed his head to admit his fault. "I implore you to consider this, father." Hearing that, Mr. Hydegat began to ask him, "Do you feel remorse?" He quickly raised his head and asked, "Yes." "Remorse for what?" "No way, Layla's slave." Before Tommy could finish his sentence, Angela suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and immediately continued, "He truly regrets his actions. In fact, ever since the carriage left this morning, he has felt a great deal of regret. Haven't you, master?" Tommy hastily added, Yes, that's right, I feel very remorseful." Hearing this, Layla couldn't help but think mockingly. The maid seems quite skilled at handling these kinds of problems. After hearing Angela and Tommy's explanation, he let out a breath. Then he announced sternly, "I have decided Tommy Hydegat will be confined to his room for 3 days, after which he will be forbidden from leaving the mansion for a week." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Thank heavens." The man reminded him sternly, "It's not something to be proud of, so don't let this happen again. Do you understand, Tommy Hydegat?" Tommy immediately answered, "Yes, father." Hearing that, he waved his hand and said, "Now, all of you get out of here." Layla replied, "Yes, father." As she walked, she sighed in frustration, thinking, "You're lucky, Tommy. Thanks to that maid, you survived unscathed. And thanks to you, I receive a punishment for my strength, though that doesn't really matter. But preventing future conflict between us is what's necessary. Since this is an order from father, Tommy won't dare to reoffend." A second time, after completely leaving the room, Tommy frowned and shouted, "Hey, don't think you've won this." Layla muttered in frustration, "Enough, this is so messy." Seeing that she was ignoring him, he shouted again, "Are you ignoring me? You didn't win, Layla Hydegat." After finally shaking off Tommy, Layla walked forward, thinking deeply. Just as the maid said, "Tommy is only 11 years old. If I pretend to be a sore loser, maybe he'll feel satisfied and gradually lose interest in tormenting me. But now Shaun's wrist is broken, so I don't want to bow my head to him." She suddenly recalled what Elvin had said. "It's broken, but it's a clean break with a body like that. It will heal quickly." Then she couldn't help but think sadly. He said that so lightly. But just because he said it doesn't mean a broken bone is nothing. It might take a few weeks to heal. After thinking, Layla opened the door a crack and said, "Shaun, I'm here." Shaun, seeing him sleeping soundly on the bed, made her think with a sigh. He's asleep. After what happened, it would be strange if he wasn't tired. On top of that, he's also injured. Come to think of it, this seems to be the second time I've seen Shaun sleeping soundly in this room. What did I do back then? I brought food and put it down next to him, and then I found the crumpled piece of paper Shaun had thrown away. And that drawer too. It seems he doesn't want anyone to look inside that drawer. I'm still curious, but I don't want to do anything that would displease him. I was so startled back then. So scary. After thinking, Layla gently pulled a nearby wooden chair, then placed it by the bed and sat down to watch him sleep. Then she thought deeply. Back then, I was sure that the reason I died was probably because of Shaun. I believed that if it weren't for Shaun, I wouldn't have died as long as I didn't disobey Father's orders. But I'm still weak and useless, still able to die from even the smallest ill intentions of others. Moreover, dying and coming back to life over and over is useless because the same result is still waiting for me ahead. On that day, facing the wolf, why did I feel relieved being shielded by the back of a 10-year-old child? Why did the image of a grown-up Shaun overlap like that? How did I suddenly escape from despair? That time, 10 years later, when I heard that Shaun had sealed the evil god. I wonder if people feel this emotion, thinking of the hero who saved both the world and their lives. Do they feel the relief from their protector? I'm jealous of that. I wish I could feel that too. Layla bowed her head and mumbled, "Me too, if I weren't a hidegat, then like everyone else, I could have." Shaun suddenly called out, "Layla," making her jump in surprise, and thought with her mouth agape. What? Did he just call my name? He asked with the same unchanged expression. What? She answered silently in her heart. You mean you're asking why I'm in your room, right? No. Then she explained out loud, I came to check if you were okay. He replied, I'm fine. She asked again, really? You don't feel pain anywhere? No discomfort at all? Did Elvin give you enough painkillers? He replied again, yes. Hearing that, she smiled in relief and said, that's a relief. If you feel pain anywhere, you must tell me. I'll tell Elvin to prescribe more medicine. Shaun, thank you for saving me. He didn't reply, but stared at her blankly for a moment. A moment later, as the sunlight began to emerge, he quickly turned his head away and said coldly, don't misunderstand, I didn't save you. She smiled brightly and continued, I understand. You fought the wolf because you wanted to survive and I was just standing there with you. He replied, a little awkwardly, yeah. She continued with a sincere smile, so thank you. And she couldn't help but feel grateful in her heart. Thank you for wanting to live. Thank you for fighting the wolf just because you didn't want to die. It's as if you're telling me that everything I've done so far has not been in vain. Then she said again, so thank you, Shaun. After Layla left, Shaun lay down and put his arm over his forehead, thinking deeply. The first time I felt something was wrong was after Layla Hildegard ate the poisonous fruit and regained her health. Even when the poison had just worn off, Layla ran to me first. And then he unconsciously recalled the past. Seeing he was awake, Layla asked hurriedly, Shaun? He frowned and replied, what is it? And checked if I had eaten breakfast. She asked hurriedly, have you eaten breakfast? He replied, not yet. Even though I've skipped meals for 2 days, I still don't feel like eating. This half-dead state is not my style. I just want to eat something before I die. I know starving myself for 2 days won't kill me, so I don't care. But Layla Hildegard, seeing me in that state, led me to the dining room. She should have taken care of herself first. And suddenly I was startled by that fleeting thought. Whether Layla Hildegard takes care of herself or not has nothing to do with me. Even while thinking that, I kept noticing Layla Hildegard's thin neck and ankles. In the end, that was probably a signal for my mind and body not to move as I wished. The very first time we went for a walk after receiving the sponsorship was no different. When Layla Hildegard suggested we go for a walk, yes, the garden, it always echoed in my ears. Foolishly, I remembered that she had fainted after eating the fruit she picked from the garden. And I thought that if she went alone, she would do something foolish again. Before I knew it, I was walking in the garden with Layla Hildegard. I knew it didn't make sense. At that time, Layla Hildegard had been in a difficult situation for several days in a row. But now she is eating more fully, so it's unlikely she would pick and eat strange fruit again. No need to think so much. Just go where Layla Hildegard wants to go. I should do everything she says. Like a doll, she will give up on befriending me. And Duke Hildegard will kill me. And everything will return to its rightful place. That's right. So why is it like this? Why should I be worried? Why is it that every time I feel her fear, I'm unhappy? Seeing Layla Hildegard smile. Why do I think that I would be happy if she were happy, instead of mocking Layla Hildegard for foolishly stepping in front of the wolf? Why did I ask if she was hurt? Why? Layla reached out her hand and said gently, Shaun, you did nothing wrong. Why? Why can't I take my eyes off Layla Hildegard's smile? Shaun suddenly let out a sound. Then he sat up abruptly, thinking, something is wrong here. Right now, in Layla's room while helping her with her hair, Mary suddenly asked, my lady, has something happened to you lately? She asked, confused, what do you mean? Mary replied, something good must have happened. To you? She asked curiously, what? Do I look like someone who's had something good happen? Mary replied with a smile, yes. She asked doubtfully, why? I'm not smiling, am I? Mary immediately analyzed. You just hummed a very small, soft tune. And it's not just today, you've been doing it whenever you get the chance for the past few days. Layla asked, stunned, what, me? Mary immediately interrogated, what happened to you? She explained, a little embarrassed, lately, the meals have suited my taste better, so I've been eating a bit much, and because I'm eating a lot, I feel more energetic. Mary quickly confirmed, yes, in the storeroom the maids rebelled after having to endure bad meals. Layla quickly added, yeah, that's right. Then she thought, well, it's not exactly a lie. Now, even when I eat with Shaun, I no longer feel the discomfort I used to. Is it because Shaun's sadness is gradually easing? Lately, I've had a good appetite. I sleep well, and I don't find Shaun scary anymore. The other day, I just had a dream about my 90th birthday. Of course, it's not yet at a point where I'm excited. At the very least, I need to make Shaun feel some level of gratitude or friendliness. Does he even have a way of expressing those emotions? I can't imagine it. She suggested indifferently, I don't know either, just do whatever you want. Then continue to think, once he gets over his sadness, everything will be fine. Mary continued in a soft voice, all right, today, I will take care of everything for you. Layla asked, confused, what? Mary quickly clenched her fists and said confidently, it's Mary. It's been a while since I had the chance. I will show off all my skills for you. She broke into a sweat and frantically tried to stop her. Mary, that's not what I said. She assured her, don't worry, my lady. Layla replied in a small voice, all right. A while later, after Mary had finished styling her hair, Layla smiled and said, hello, Shaun. Then she quickly recalled what Mary had told her, my life's masterpiece, the garden of fluttering butterflies, butterfly dance for short. Then she covered her face with her hands and blamed herself, thinking, come to think of it, I've been tricked again, this butterfly garden. Before I returned, I saw this hairstyle was in fashion when I visited the capital, but it's a bit heavy for this small body. A mine. What? She questioned suspiciously. Are you laughing? Shaun asked grumpily, what? She quickly repeated the question. You laughed, right? He coldly denied it. No. She insisted decisively. You did laugh? I saw it clearly. He coldly assured her. You saw wrong. She smiled brightly and asked again, I'm not hallucinating, right? You laughed. He coldly questioned her back. What would make me laugh? Do you really want to confirm that I'm mocking your hair accessory? She didn't answer, but let out an embarrassed sound. Ah. Then she bowed her head and blamed herself, thinking, even if he laughed, it wasn't in a good sense. Why did I try to confirm it? So foolish. Then she hesitated and asked, so it doesn't suit me, right? Seeing Shaun didn't bother to answer, she thought, or maybe you don't want to answer. Then she suggested, and, shall we go out to play? Shaun asked, where to? She asked back with a wide smile. What? He repeated the question, where are we going today? She mumbled, then thought, a walk around the garden and the grounds. Oh, maybe. Then she suggested with a cheerful smile, do you want to go out and play? Or is there somewhere you want to go? He replied, no, I don't. Your hair. She asked nonchalantly, what? He didn't answer right away, but thought, she's all ready to go out, and she's asking if I want to go out? Then he sighed and replied, all right, I want to go out. She happily sat down next to him and asked, where to? Where do you want to go? He didn't answer right away again, but thought, it's very annoying, but since I said I want to go out, I should suggest a place. Then hurriedly turned his head to look at her and replied, the flower shop. Then he thought to himself, her accessories keep catching my eye, but strangely, they suit her very well. Layla suddenly thought to herself, I heard that the final stage of treating amnesia is to look at and appreciate the beauty of flowers. A moment later at the flower shop, Layla suddenly spoke up and asked, how are these flowers? Shaun replied, great. While holding up 2 bouquets in her hands, she smiled and asked, is this one prettier, this one or this one? He immediately replied, I don't know. She silently affirmed to herself, of course, it's unlikely he's been cured. She suddenly asked, Shaun, don't you think flowers are beautiful? He immediately replied, if they're beautiful, they get bought and sold. Hearing that, she felt a bit helpless and thought to herself, this kid, really. Then suggested in a low voice, all right, we'll come next time. I've seen the stickers on these flowers. The flower shop owner heard this and immediately bowed, saying goodbye. Just as Layla was getting into the car, the knight immediately asked, where are we going next, milady? She thought for a few seconds, then replied, for now, let's go to a nearby restaurant. Wait, no, not a restaurant. Take me to the library instead. After arriving at the library, Layla hurriedly turned to look at him and said, Shaun, you know how to read, right? If you want to borrow a book, just pick any one. Shaun asked with curiosity, what are we going to do? She smiled and replied, what? I need to find a book. I'll be back later. Just go get any book you want. Hearing her say that, he immediately replied, I understand. After speaking, the two of them split up to look for books. Layla suddenly turned her head to look at a woman nearby and thought to herself, now, then she hurriedly approached and asked, excuse me, I'd like to see the entire catalog of books in the library. All of them. Then she suddenly turned pale and thought to herself, what am I going to do to check all of these? With tens of thousands of books, there must be information about the Stone of Return, right? But there isn't a single book here that mentions anything like that. Could it be that this library is too small? Should I try going to the National Library? Oh, I should find some excuse to go to the capital. But there's no way that evil father of mine will let me go. Just then, someone suddenly approached and exclaimed, "Oh, a butterfly. The butterfly dance." Hearing the young man in front of her say, "A butterfly, the butterfly dance," caused Layla to startle in alarm and think to herself, Who is he? The butterfly dance. But how does this person know the butterfly dance? He suddenly exclaimed, "It really does look like that," which made her narrow her eyes and ask back, "What?" He smiled and explained, "The lady's hair ornament, it truly looks just like that." Hearing this, Layla couldn't help but think suspiciously. So he just blurted out the butterfly dance by chance? What? This is getting stranger and stranger. He gently smoothed his hair with his hand and said, "I'm not a strange person. I apologize for startling you by speaking so suddenly, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, a knight suddenly ran in and called out, "Sir," then pretended to cough a few times. Then whispered, "The young lady is waiting. Please quickly look around and leave." Hearing that, he asked, somewhat unwillingly, "What?" "Wait a moment." Now, seeing that she had turned to leave, he fell silent for a moment. Only then did he speak. "All right, let's go." Layla suddenly called out, "Shaun," then bent down tiredly and asked, "Did you find a book?" He didn't answer right away, but observed her for a moment and thought to himself, "Why that expression? What happened while I was away?" Then he let out a breath and asked, "What?" She repeated blankly, "What?" He then explained, "I didn't know which book to choose, so I didn't choose anything." She tilted her head slightly towards him and asked, "Really? Should I suggest one for you then?" He immediately replied, "No need, I'm fine." Layla smiled brightly and suggested, "All right, let's go. We're both hungry, aren't we?" He quickly put the book back on the shelf and replied, "All right." A while later, at a certain restaurant, Layla quickly made a request. "For now, just prepare what I just said first." The waiter bowed and replied, "Yes, I understand, milady." The brown-haired knight couldn't help but say shyly, "Milady, I'm really fine." She explained kindly, "You must be hungry too. Let's eat comfortably together. It's just us." Hearing her say that, he immediately replied, "Then I will eat." "Thank you, milady." She suddenly thought to herself, "But that guy from before, he kept bothering me. It's not just because he mentioned the butterfly dance, but his appearance itself also felt troublesome. I'm sure I've never met him before, yet there's a strange sense of familiarity, a very strange feeling. Black hair and red eyes. Why does it feel so familiar?" After thinking, Layla spoke up, "Sir Taylor, may I ask you something?" He smiled and replied, "Of course, milady." Hearing him say that, she immediately asked, "Do you know any nobleman like that? A young man who looks 2 or 3 years older than me, and he has black hair and red eyes." Taylor quickly answered, "Are you talking about Duke Kiddenzakesik?" She asked again in surprise, Kiddenzakesik." He nodded and continued, "Perhaps. The appearance you described perfectly matches the second son of Count Zakesik." She suddenly bowed her head and thought to herself, "The second son of Count Zakesik. I remember now, Kiddenzakesik. In my previous life, that name was known throughout high society. Even when I lived in seclusion at the Marquis' estate, that name still reached my ears, because of an extraordinary thing Kiddenzakesik did when he was 19. At that time, it had become a trend to have sword slaves instead of knight escorts, and Count Zakesik, with his keen sense of trends, gifted each of his sons 10 sword slaves as presents. Kiddenzakesik, the second son, killed all the sword slaves he received. It wasn't just a one-sided massacre. He gave swords to the chosen sword slaves and faced all of them at once. When someone asked him why he did it, he sneered and replied, "Because I was disgusted by the sight of slaves holding swords." He answered very honestly. The nobles praised Kiddenzakesik for single-handedly facing 10 chosen sword slaves, elevating him, which made me shudder. They praised his charcoal black hair, dark as night, and his ruby red eyes. That's why he gave me a sense of familiarity, even though I had never met him. The waiter suddenly suggested, "I will prepare the main course." Layla immediately replied, "Yes, thank you." Taylor suddenly remembered something and said, "Now that you mention it, Duke Kiddenzakesik is said to be studying abroad this winter." Hearing that, she immediately continued, "Yes, is that so? Let's eat first. We're all hungry. Everyone, please enjoy the meal." Then, while eating, she thought to herself, I'm so glad my curiosity was satisfied before the meal. It was bothering me so much it almost ruined my appetite. Shaun, as always. I deliberately ordered everything on the menu. Does he not have a favorite food? Or has it disappeared because of his amnesia? Oh, why am I worrying about this? Shaun fought the wolf because he wanted to live. I've achieved my goal. That's right, but why does it still bother me? So, that must be the reason. I shouldn't just leave him like this, in case the amnesia relapses. That's right. I can't let Shaun fall into a state of not wanting to live ever again. I have to make sure his amnesia is completely eradicated. Seeing Layla constantly staring at Shaun made Taylor wonder to himself. A lady who doesn't eat her food, but just stares at her slave. And a slave who receives all her attention without batting an eye, while still enjoying his meal. Don't try to misunderstand anything. I feel like I can't understand it even if I try. That afternoon, at the residence of the Marquis, Hildegard, Layla suddenly thought to herself, in the end, today didn't yield many results. Shaun didn't seem very happy to see the flowers, and I didn't find out anything about the stone of resurrection in the library either. Taylor gently reminded her, please step down carefully. Just then, the butler called out, Lady Layla, you have returned. I've been waiting for you. She asked back in surprise. Is something the matter? Is it urgent? He immediately replied, you should come with me at once. As she walked, she asked curiously, where are we going? He replied, to the drawing room. A guest is waiting for you. Hearing that, she couldn't help but wonder to herself, who could make the butler act like this? Is it some high-ranking noble? But why would such a noble want to see me? Gesturing with his hand, he said respectfully, ahem, the guest is waiting for you in here. Layla replied, all right, I'll go in to see them. Then she thought, well, I'll know as soon as I meet them. Someone suddenly announced, young master, Lady Layla has arrived. Hearing that, she couldn't help but think in surprise. Young master. Seeing that the young master who was just mentioned was the one opening the door for her, Layla was extremely astonished and thought, my goodness, sir. Then she said in confusion, I'm sorry, and thought in amazement, he's opening the door himself instead of letting a servant do it? But this outfit. Kitten smiled brightly and called out, Lady Layla Hildegard. After getting a clear look at his face, she couldn't help but be surprised and thought, Kitten Zaksik, why is he here? The butler suddenly cleared his throat, making her jump and silently scream in her mind, Only then did she speak. Yes, that's right. Kitten quickly bowed, gestured inside, and said, please come in, Lady Layla Hildegard. She replied in a small voice, yes, then quickly walked to a chair and sat down, thinking, so this is Kitten Zaksik. Now I understand why the butler was so flustered. I'll prepare some tea, she quickly offered. He smiled and replied, there's no need. I must decline as I don't have much time to talk. Hearing him say that made her think in confusion. He doesn't have time to talk, even though he's so busy. But he still waited for me in the drawing room. You are the second son of the Count Zaksik family. The influence that the Count Zaksik family wields is completely different from other Count families. The current king is famous for adoring the queen, unable to live without her, and the queen, who is so beloved, has only one relative. That is Count Zaksik. Furthermore, Count Zaksik has only 2 children, so even the Marquis Hildegard family cannot take this guest lightly. More importantly, what is the reason such an important guest has come to see me? Kitten suddenly spoke. In a library, I mentioned that I am not a strange person. Do you remember? Layla broke into a sweat and replied, yes, I remember. Then thought to herself, that's right, that did happen. He quickly pointed to himself and replied with a smile, I am Kitten Zaksik. She immediately continued, and I am Layla Hildegard. He suddenly scratched his face with his hand and said a little shyly, I know this may sound abrupt, but she suddenly thought with curiosity, his skin is white and pure, just like Shaun's. Between the two, I wonder who is paler? I think Shaun might be a little paler. His face suddenly flushed red, and he smiled and continued, I wanted to see you again, Lady Layla. Her face suddenly darkened, and she asked in alarm to herself, He smiled and suggested, I'll get straight to the point. If you'll allow me, I would like to promise a future with you, Lady Layla. Hearing him say that, she was shocked and thought, no, is he crazy? Could he have had an accident or something? Before we happened to meet at the library? Should I call Elvin? Maybe that's the reason. Right after an accident, he started talking about the butterfly dance. Seeing that she seemed quite stunned by his proposal, he immediately spoke to reassure her, I'm not asking you to answer right now. This winter, I will be going abroad to study. I will return in 5 years. At that time, I hope you hear your answer. Hearing that, Layla was both stunned and delighted, thinking to herself, not 5 months, but 5 years. Good. By then, I'll be back to normal. Then she said with a beaming smile, I understand. For some reason, Kitten suddenly stared blankly for a moment. Then his face abruptly flushed red in embarrassment. Seeing this, Layla thought in disbelief. Why is he blushing like that? No, it can't be, right? Surely, when he returns, he'll have regained his senses. Thinking this, she imagined Kitten's attendant asking him, "Sir, do you plan to meet Lady Layla Hildegard?" And he would laugh and ask back, "Layla Hildegard, was there such a woman?" Then she continued to think, "Yes, that's right. It must be so." He suddenly praised, "You are truly very beautiful." She asked blankly what. He replied, "Your hair. It's really beautiful. It suits you very well, even now, seeing it again." Hearing that, Layla froze solid and thought to herself, "I have a very bad feeling about this." A while later, in Layla's room, she was lying face down on the bed, exhausted, and sighed, why did I have to go to the library at that exact time today and meet Kitten Zakesik? Then she thought dejectedly, today, that was practically a marriage proposal. If I hadn't hesitated, we might have had an engagement ceremony already. And the fact that he opened the door himself, that means he ran to the door as soon as he heard I'd arrived, right? That means his proposal today was serious. Layla slowly sat up and lamented, "It's fine. Even if he's really infatuated with me, 5 years is a long time. If by some chance, Kitten still can't forget me after 5 years, I just need to behave in a way that makes him lose interest. It won't be a big problem. In terms of looks and background, he's certainly an excellent candidate for a future husband. But that slave massacre he committed, that's not Hildegard, but it's an act that is too much like a Hildegard. Thinking about living with someone like that, I honestly feel nauseous just imagining it. I'd rather die. No, maybe not to that extent, but it's still better to live, right? Living is better, isn't it? No, don't think about it anymore. The marriage isn't decided yet, so there's no need to worry right now. First, I need to deal with the problems at hand. For example, Shaun's state of loss, Thinking about Shaun instead of Kitten makes me feel a bit better. Does that mean I dislike Kitten more than Shaun? That's strange. No matter how much I dislike Kitten, it doesn't make sense for me to dislike him more than Shaun. What Kitten did was a terrible act, but it has nothing to do with me, whereas Shaun is practically my enemy. Between a person who has never harmed me and who likes me, and a person who is my enemy and seems to dislike me, is it normal to like the former less? Perhaps now. I'm starting to get confused. At the same time, the blue-haired knight suddenly asked, "Sir, did everything go well?" Kitten hummed thoughtfully for a moment, then replied, Am I unattractive?" The knight answered in alarm, "No, that can't be. That's impossible. In this kingdom, who could be more handsome than you?" "Sir," Kitten didn't reply, but turned his head to look at his reflection in the glass and thought, "That's right. I haven't seen many people more handsome than me either. And besides, that's been objectively confirmed." But then, why did Layla Hildegard act that way? She definitely had an expression of refusal. If I hadn't delayed the answer for 5 years, she would have certainly rejected me on the spot. Even when I was only 5, a lady confessed to me and said my face was radiant. And now, the 10-year-old lady Layla Hildegard rejects my proposal. I really don't understand. The blue-haired knight smiled and encouraged, "Sir, please don't be too discouraged." He asked back stunned, "Huh?" The knight replied, "You will find someone better." "No, you will definitely find someone better, I promise on my honor." He asked, puzzled, "What does that mean?" "What does that mean?" The knight asked back, confused, "Huh?" He smiled and affirmed, "I will get married to Layla Hildegard." The knight asked in alarm, "What?" He replied, "Not now, but in 5 years." The knight didn't reply, but stared at him and thought, I think she rejected him based on what he just said and the look on her face. Isn't that right? Actually, the reason Kitten sought out Layla in the first place was to clear up misunderstandings about himself. The suspicious glances, the absurd misunderstandings. Those were things he had never encountered before. But after convincing his mother, who was still hesitant, to leave first when he arrived at the Marquis's estate and heard the name, Layla Hildegard, Kitten felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Realizing she wasn't just a guest, but the Marquis's daughter, I felt a sense of relief for no reason. And when Layla opened the door and walked in, Kitten realized that he had fallen for her at first sight, and he already considered her his future fiancée. 5 years later, it didn't matter. At our wedding, I will decorate the wedding hall with lavender. Layla suddenly thought in alarm, what is this? Suddenly a banquet hall appears. What's happening? Someone suddenly said, "Happy birthday, Kitten. You're 19 now." "Ah, it's Kitten Zakesika's birthday party." That person spoke again. "I have prepared a gift for you, Kitten." "Wait, his 19th birthday means..." That person spoke again. "They're all yours." The Count had gifted Kitten and his brother a swordsman's slave, and oh, I don't want to see that scene. Huh? Shaun, why is Shaun here? No, Shaun. Run. Run away. Run from here. Oh no. After waking with a start from a terrible nightmare, Layla panted and thought. It was a dream. Just a dream. Sigh, what a strange dream. It was nothing, but it left me with an unpleasant feeling. After thinking, Layla shot up in bed, rubbed her head, and said, "Mary, I want to wash my face." She replied, "Yes, milady, I'll prepare it right away." She didn't reply, but thought with determination, "I have to wash it away with water." A while later in the library, while reading a book, Layla mumbled, "Unexpected danger, a significant change may be coming." Ah, is this how to deal with bad dreams? Oh, this is it. How to remedy a nightmare. Teach something to the person who was hurt or died in the dream. It will remove some of the bad energy from the dream, helping you avoid the worst outcome. What? Is this all? It only helps me avoid the worst. Is there no better way? Layla immediately closed the book and said with conviction, "I think not." Then she thought to herself, "Well, I suppose I'll have to accept this method for now. But what should I teach?" I feel like cooking is something he already knows. Embroidery, flower arrangement, knitting, dancing, music, sculpture. Imagining Xiao knitting is so fun. There are so many things to learn, but I don't know what he wants. Her eyes suddenly widened and she let out a sound, then continued to think the sword. Yes, a sword would be the best choice. Because he will defeat demons in the future, he'll surely be interested. Even though he killed me with a sword. No, that's not it. Even if he doesn't learn the sword, it would still be easy for him to kill me. I can choose something he would enjoy learning. All right, the sword is then. Contrary to my expectation that convincing Shaun would be difficult, his reaction was better than I thought. Layla asked softly, "Shaun, have you ever learned swordsmanship?" He replied, "No." He hesitated a little before answering, but I decided to ignore that. The important thing is that Shaun has not learned swordsmanship. And now, the next step, to get permission from the villain who actually owns Shaun. Layla bowed her head slightly and said politely, "Father, I have a request. Please allow Shaun to learn swordsmanship." At her request, Hildegard did not answer immediately. Instead, he rested his chin on his hand and stared at her for a moment. Only then did he answer, "As you wish." She asked in disbelief, "Really?" He frowned and asked back, "Why? Is there a problem with that?" She explained, a little flustered, No, that's really good. I will handle it myself." He continued, "All right, if you're done, then go." She replied politely, "Yes, father. Thank you." After quickly leaving the room and closing the door, then she suddenly leaned against the door and thought, I came in determined to get his permission somehow. Is he in a good mood, or does he not? Care? Who cares? As long as I got his permission, that's enough. Besides, the next step won't be easy, so I'll focus on that. Seeing something, Taylor suddenly exclaimed, "Very good." Layla crossed her arms and said sternly, "I predicted you would say that. But think again, what? What did you just say?" Taylor repeated blankly, "I said, 'Very good, milady.'" She questioned sternly, "But did you hear what I said just now?" He replied, "You asked me to teach Shaun the sword, not just once, but continuously." She asked again, "So you know who Shaun is?" He replied again, "Isn't he the mute slave you're taking care of?" Layla quickly rubbed her chin and thought in surprise, I thought no one would volunteer to teach Shaun. So I prepared a list of 5 potential instructors. I'm quite surprised that Taylor, the one I wanted most, accepted so easily. He's young, perhaps too young, but already in the knightly order. His skills are top-notch. No one is more suitable to be Shaun's teacher. But it's strange that someone like him would accept my request so easily. Could it be? Layla's expression immediately changed, and she asked sternly, "How much do you want?" Taylor said, confused, "Pardon me?" Layla explained, "The payment for teaching Shaun. Today might be difficult, but if you wait a few days." He bowed his head slightly and assured her, "No, I don't need any money." She asked back, stunned, "What?" He replied, "There's no need for any compensation. I will teach him for free." She frowned slightly, confused, and asked, "Although I'm the one asking, I don't understand why you would teach him the sword without expecting any compensation. You know he isn't treated well." While thinking, Taylor explained, "If I had to give a reason, I am very curious about your slave, milady. That is my reason. When you took him out, I was the one in charge of escorting you. Do you remember? At that time, I felt that he was not an ordinary person." Layla thought with a startled surprise, "Shaun isn't ordinary. How does he know?" Then she murmured in admiration, "So, a genius really is different." He suddenly asked, "Pardon me?" She immediately explained, when you first joined, they called you the genius rookie for a while, right? It's clear that a true genius really sees things differently." He mumbled reproachfully, "Why are you suddenly bringing that up?" She continued with a bright smile, "Anyway, please take good care of him, Sir Taylor." He didn't speak, but nodded slightly in agreement. Then he quickly knelt down, gently kissed the back of her hand, and said, "I will not fail your trust." While watching Shaun train in swordsmanship with Taylor, Layla thought to herself, but as expected, teaching him swordsmanship was the right decision. Not only can I deal with the bad omen disguised as a dream, but Shaun will become stronger reducing the chance of an incident similar to the Thomas affair happening again. Furthermore, the act of learning itself helps in recovering from loss. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The only drawback is that I know very little about swordsmanship, so I can't gauge Shaun's progress. Maybe I should have learned with him instead of giving up from start. No, that would be too much. I almost died after just 1 day together. After a while of training, Taylor approached and called out, "Milady." Layla quickly stood up and asked with a smile, "Ah, is he finished with his lesson?" He replied, "Yes." She quickly praised, "You both did well." He suddenly suggested, "There is something I would like to discuss with you briefly." Hearing that, she replied with some surprise, "Oh, then we should go somewhere else." He immediately continued, "I would appreciate that." She smiled and turned to say to him, "Shaun, keep going. I'll join you shortly." A moment later, in Layla's room, holding a teacup in her hand, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "So, what is this about? Is it related to Shaun?" Taylor replied, "Yes, it is." She continued with a beaming smile, "I hope it's something good, like Shaun being a genius. You're not planning on giving up, are you?" He confirmed in a low voice, "As you say, my lady." Her face suddenly darkened in panic as she asked back, "Huh, are you really leaving?" He broke out in a sweat and answered gravely, "No, it's not like that. It's just, I think Shaun might really be a genius." Upon hearing that, the tea Layla had just sipped flew right out of her mouth. Taylor shot up in alarm. "My lady, are you all right?" Layla covered her mouth, coughing lightly. She bent over in her chair and waved her hand, saying, "Ah, yes, I'm fine. I just choked. Don't mind me." But looking at Layla's expression, Taylor found it hard to believe, though there was nothing else he could do. As Layla wiped her mouth, she thought, "Really? I said that as a joke, but is he really a genius?" Layla cleared her throat. Ahem. "I understand what you're saying, but what kind of genius are we talking about? Can you explain?" Taylor thought silently for a moment, then quickly spoke to Layla. "In short, there is nothing more I can teach Shaun." Layla was utterly bewildered. "Huh? Does that mean Shaun has become stronger than you, Sir Taylor?" Taylor replied, "I'm not so sure about that. My physique is a bit larger, so I think I could still win at this point. There are many factors that determine the outcome of a fight, but in terms of understanding and swordsmanship, Shaun has definitely surpassed me." Indeed, at that practice session, Shaun had completely astonished Taylor. Even hearing Taylor say it himself, Layla was still very skeptical. Is Shaun that talented? Even Sir Taylor is considered a genius, but he says Shaun is even more outstanding than him. Seeing Layla's dazed expression, Taylor spoke to her. "However, we could consider another possibility. Could it be that Shaun was an excellent swordsman in a past life and still retains those memories?" Layla was truly frightened by this somewhat vague assessment from Taylor. She continued to hear him say, "If so, no matter how many times we fight, I won't be able to win. As for the other members of the knightly order, I'm not sure. Maybe they could win." Layla was very serious when she heard Taylor say that. She thought again, if Shaun can really remember his past life. Seeing Layla's serious expression, Taylor laughed to reassure her. "Of course, this is just for fun. Can anyone imagine anything more unrealistic than someone remembering their past life?" Layla seized the opportunity and forced a laugh to go along with Taylor. "Haha, that's right, that's right." Suddenly Taylor blurted out a sentence, causing the atmosphere to freeze on the spot. "It's no more so than someone coming back to life after they've died." Layla immediately shook her head vigorously. She wanted to dispel her fanciful thoughts. "No, if that were the case, Shaun would probably hate and resent me more, but lately, he hasn't been staring at me anymore." "Wait, does this mean you're going to stop practicing swordsmanship?" Seeing her question startled Taylor. Layla thought to herself, but didn't dare say it out loud. "You're not saying that to find an excuse to stop teaching, are you?" Taylor immediately explained to Layla, "No, not at all. Even if I can't guide him anymore, I can still observe. Maybe I'll offer some advice from time to time." Taylor smiled gently. "After all, I'm still Shaun's master. I think I have a duty to closely watch my disciple's growth." Layla's eyes widened as she looked at Taylor. She asked him again, "Master?" Taylor still smiled and firmly asserted to her, "That's right. I was the first person to teach that boy." Layla remained silent. She lowered her head slightly and thought, "The person I called a slave just a month ago, he now considers him his disciple." It was Taylor's affirmation just now that made her feel warm inside. The real reason I wanted to teach Shaun swordsmanship wasn't just because I thought he'd be good at it. It was because I wanted him to show his talent and be recognized, so he would be treated better. But why did I want that for him? What difference does it make to me how he's treated? Because maybe he'll be grateful to me and I'll win his affection. That's right. That's the only reason for my own survival. Taylor suddenly spoke, interrupting Layla's thoughts. By the way, my lady, have I ever told you?" Layla looked completely bewildered. "Huh? Told me what?" Taylor quickly told her about how Shaun did in the 19th lesson. Well, watching Taylor report the situation while smiling from ear to ear, Layla sighed. This is just bragging about his disciple, isn't it? Even so, it's good that someone recognizes Shaun. I'm proud of him. Or at least I thought. So, after discussing Shaun's near future with Taylor, Layla was sitting on a bench on the way back. I never thought that feeling would disappear in just half a day. She silently recalled the conversation between herself and Marquis Hildegard. Taylor said there's nothing left to teach that slave. I want to see what kind of skills he has. Register him for the Loyal Gladiator Tournament. Go. At that time, she was truly shocked by the news. Now she felt the joy Taylor had brought her in the afternoon had completely collapsed. So this is why he agreed so easily. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him learn. Swordsmanship. Layla felt terrible about herself. I was so caught up in my own excitement that I didn't think. The moment Shaun shows his talent, the villain will take an interest in him and everything. The Loyal Gladiator Tournament. Normally, a match ends in two cases. First, when one of the participants surrenders. Second, when one of them is too seriously injured or dead to continue. But in the Loyal Gladiator Tournament, only death can end the match. Unlike other gladiator tournaments, the gladiators in the Loyal Tournament are not chosen by the organizers, but by the sponsors. Those who send their gladiators to the arena, the sponsors hold all the rights to. They're gladiators and bet large sums of money on them. Winning or losing depends on the outcome of the match. No sponsor wants the match to end too quickly or easily. Therefore, sponsors in the Loyal Tournament never allow their gladiators to admit defeat mid-match. Their gladiators must fall on the arena floor before their eyes. Thus, Loyal matches are often considered Loyal, the bloody slaughterhouse. Sending Shaun, there is almost a death sentence. It's a place where all sorts of brutal criminals and mercenaries gather. In the dark night, when it seemed only Layla was left with her thoughts, someone suddenly appeared. What are you doing here? Layla was very surprised. She looked up. The person in front of her startled her. Shaun. It really was Shaun. I've been thinking about him for so many hours that I thought I was hallucinating. Shaun told Layla again, Maria's been looking for you. Layla was startled again. Oh, Maria asked you to come find me? She must have brought me some tea. Layla stood up and left the bench. Sorry, did I make you look for me for a long time? Shaun replied curtly, no. Layla let out a sigh of relief. She relaxed her tense shoulders. What a relief. Now, Layla began to struggle mentally. Should I tell Shaun to go back first? Going inside won't help. I won't be able to sleep and will just feel frustrated. She decided to tell him, hey Shaun, everything. However, Shaun immediately cut her off. What's going on? Layla asked him back in surprise. Shaun continued to ask her, why are you just sitting here? You're asking me early. Layla was touched by Shaun's unexpected concern. I didn't expect him to ask back like that. Is it strange for me to be sitting in the garden so late? Should I just say it? It's going to happen soon anyway. No need to hide it from him. So she decided to tell Shaun everything that was troubling her. The thing is, Father called me in today, and he told me to register you for the Loyal Tournament. But most of the participants in that tournament die. Dizo. Hick. Her tears began to stream down. Layla stopped talking. She raised her hand to wipe her tears. I can't even finish the sentence. What else can I say? Should I say I'm sorry? That I didn't know this would happen. I was the one who told him to learn swordsmanship. Now Shaun has become the center of attention because of me and will die a miserable death. I thought things were finally getting better, but now I've become the object of Shaun's hatred once again. Suddenly, a warm hand reached out to help her wipe away her falling tears. Layla looked up at Shaun in shock. He was being stared at by her like that, but his face didn't change at all. He just continued to help her. Layla kept staring at Shaun like that. She was truly surprised by Shaun's action. What? Did Shaun just touch my face? Why? What's the reason? Could it be? Shaun suddenly sighed. Shaun used both hands to firmly squeeze Layla's rosy cheeks, squishing them out of shape. Layla called his name in discontent. Shaun. Then he suddenly asked her, out of the blue, what should I do? Layla was even more surprised. Hoof. Shaun patiently repeated the question again. How can I survive the tournament you just mentioned? Layla answered him hesitantly. Well, if you win, but it's very difficult. Shaun emphasized to her that. All right, I'll win. Layla couldn't react to his words in time. She looked at him blankly. Hoof. Shaun told her, I'll win, so now you should go inside. It's getting cold and it's very late. Layla replied awkwardly. Yes, okay. Shaun turned and walked away. Layla thought to herself, Shaun wiped my tears. He even walked me back to my room. Shaun even thoughtfully sent her a wish. Sleep well. Layla really had a little trouble adjusting. You too, sleep well. He even wished me a good night. After Shaun turned off the light and left, Layla gently pinched her cheek. Was it a dream? No, it wasn't. But Shaun, Why did he suddenly change? Layla thought. The next day, I remembered that I hadn't drunk the apple tea that Marie had made for me, so I was looking for it. She got out of bed and awkwardly said to Marie, "I'm sorry, Marie." The maid Marie smiled indulgently at her. "It's okay." Layla thought again. "I don't see it anywhere. Maybe it's been cleared away." I asked Marie about it, but strangely she didn't remember. "Didn't you say you were looking for me?" "Well, it's okay. It's not that important." A few days passed like that, until I realized the Lowell Gladiator tournament was only a day away. Layla got into the carriage in the worst possible mood. The thought of having to sit in a carriage for a day to get to that mediocre tournament really annoyed me. I wish it would pour down with rain right now. Or better yet, a lightning bolt would strike the tournament hall. If the lightning struck hard enough to split and burn down the whole hall, the organizers wouldn't be able to repair it. Layla realized that wish would never come true. She leaned back tiredly. Of course, those are just my silly fantasies. Layla noticed something unusual here. She turned her head and unconsciously asked Taylor, "Why is Sir Taylor in this carriage? Shouldn't you be with my father?" Taylor answered her, "I have moved." Layla asked in surprise, "Alone?" Taylor honestly confessed to her, "He allowed me to. Anyway, there are other knights in that carriage." Taylor puffed out his chest proudly. "I will protect this carriage." Layla said, as if she had only casually mentioned the issue. "What about getting out of the carriage right now?" Taylor's eyes welled up with tears. He asked innocently, "Why would I do that? I thought we had become quite close over the past time." Layla giggled. "Just kidding, don't mind me." Layla looked over at Shaun opposite her, who had his eyes closed to rest. With Taylor here, Shaun can't talk. "It's not that I have anything special to say to Shaun, but I'm feeling very anxious. Can I really save Shaun? Father will of course be the sponsor, right? If Father decides to throw in the towel, it will be fine, but I should. Kneeling on my knees is too normal. Is there a more certain way to convince him?" Layla suddenly noticed something. She immediately turned to look at Taylor, who was sitting trembling beside her. "That is," she asked Taylor, "are you nervous? It feels like the carriage is filled with your anxiety." However, this time Taylor was determined not to be honest. "What? Not at all. I'm just excited to see my first disciple win the Gladiator tournament," Layla said, as if she was just making small talk with him and not intending to expose him. "Of course. It's a pity that your words and your tone don't quite match." Taylor broke out in a sweat. "Ahem, it's just a habit." Layla thought to herself, how silly. The person involved is the calmest one here. She remembered the words he had said to her before. "All right, I'll win. No problem at all," Layla thought. He must not know how harsh the Lowell Gladiator tournament is. He doesn't know how cruel and terrifying the opponents are. Shaun doesn't understand. I can't feel relieved by his words yesterday, even though I know I shouldn't. Now, I want to hear Shaun's words, even just a little, even for just a second. The day of the Lowell Gladiator tournament. Layla moved while observing the situation around her. They're holding the tournament in this place? They chose such a remote and small place on purpose, right? It doesn't matter much. Only those in the know will participate. The person at the gate shouted to Layla's group, "Your number is 16. As requested by the patrons, everyone please wear a mask." Layla thought to herself, of course, they forced the participants to wear masks. How? Terrible. I have to find a way to make Father throw in the towel during the match. But how? She was still lost in her thoughts when she heard Shaun whisper to her, "Don't think about such meaningless things." I'm not lying. After he said what he needed to say, he moved forward. Layla only reacted now. She unconsciously wanted to hold him back. Shaun. However, in front of her was the ticket inspector giving an order, "Participant, please go this way." Layla suddenly felt quite embarrassed after Shaun had left. In the waiting room of the Lowell Gladiator tournament, someone's voice shouted, "If only I hadn't mistaken my target among all people that day. I mistook my target for a nobleman's son. Well, I guess it's lucky they offered to settle it by winning this tournament. So, you'd better kneel before your patron, beg them to let you join the next tournament." Ha ha ha. The expressions on the faces of the people in the waiting room didn't seem very good. The announcer's call rang out, "Number 7, number 16, prepare to enter the arena." The man in red, who had been speaking arrogantly and loudly, stood up. It's a pity you don't have time to beg before fighting me. Let's see. TSK, just a kid? That's gonna haunt my dreams." A fellow competitor with platinum blonde hair suddenly spoke up to remind him, because now it's this person's turn to fight. Number 7, remember that. He couldn't beat this kid, so he intentionally lost. His words were rough, but he had a very good heart. The way he pretended to faint after being punched in the chin. What an impressive performance. It's a pity his patron is about to tear him to pieces for the shame he brought, and in the end that kid will die at my hands. What a pity. I'll end this match quickly without getting hurt. At least this is something I can do. The last fighter was number 10. He lost the match. Now it's the turn of the one with his head wrapped in bandages. Number 7. 10, I remember now. I didn't expect both of them to be idiots, well, but that's to my advantage. Killing weak and young creatures is always very interesting. Hee hee. I will torture you slowly and painfully. That was number 21. He lost 2. Now it's someone else's turn. Number 7, 10, 21. I remember now. Especially number 21. That person is a famous assassin. What a stroke of luck to face such an opponent in the final round. This masked man suddenly spoke seriously with Shaun. Kid, unlike your previous opponents, I won't let you get your way. He was about to draw his sword to start the match, but he couldn't. He was panicked. What is this at that age? What kind of cold look is he giving me? As soon as Shaun took the initiative and ran forward, he was still very subjective. Tisk, I'm dead. He couldn't even block a single blow from Shaun. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground. They didn't intend to let him win. This perfect movement, incredible skill, and physique, he propped his sword on the ground and struggled to stand up. However, his downward sword strike was slower than Shaun's. He was furious, just a kid. Shaun didn't even show any mercy and brought his blade down on him. In the end, he could only stand there and endure it, too strong. He was also lucky to have a smooth berth, and the referee quickly announced, what a miracle, the winner of this year's Lowell Gladiator Tournament. Contestant number 16, the Gladiator Kid. Despite being the winner, the expression on Shaun's face didn't change at all. Below in the stands, everyone erupted. Congratulations to the patron. Where did you find this contestant? Of course, I intend to buy him at a high price. Layla sat beside them, breaking out in a cold sweat. What is this? Is it real? Did Shaun really win? Right at this moment below the arena, Shaun seemed to have spotted her too. Layla observed Shaun's lip movements carefully and saw him slowly say, I told you I wasn't lying to you. Shaun suddenly burst out laughing. I told you I would win. Layla remained silent, but from inside the mask, she was truly smiling happily. Shaun, while she was feeling emotional, the Marquis suddenly burst out laughing, startling Layla. She thought angrily to herself, honestly, this stupid old man, I want to punch him. So much. Suddenly he called out to her, Layla. Suppressing her anger, Layla replied politely, yes, father. He told Layla, thanks to you, I've had an unforgettable experience in my life. Layla looked at him with half an eye, cursing silently in her heart. So who's to blame for me living in hell for the past 10 days? Then Marquis Hildegard continued, you know what? The winner of this game usually desires a wish from their sponsor. It was the first time Layla had heard of this, so she found it very strange. What? He continued, he is your slave, so it's only right to grant a wish from him. Layla felt confused by the Marquis's words. You said you'd grant me a wish if I pleased you, and now you're being so fickle? Layla asked cautiously, I don't have one. Do I really have to say it here? The Marquis replied, yes. Layla became even more furious, cursing silently, you damned old man. The Marquis was about to say more, if he wins. Then suddenly Layla cut him off, shouting, personal guard. The Marquis asked in surprise, what? Now, Layla used all her strength to say loudly, please let Shaun be my personal guard. He seemed surprised, a guard. Layla said softly, let the two of us go out alone, just the two of us without anyone else as a guard. She worried in her heart, that's what I said, but it's a strange request, isn't it? Who knows when a slave would want to escape their master? However, the Marquis suddenly agreed to her request. Do it, Layla asked back in surprise. What? The Marquis explained. Looking at his performance today, he seems qualified enough to be a personal guard. Then he turned to Layla. Why are you looking at me like that? Want to change your wish? Layla quickly nodded. I agree. Oh no, thank you, father, for granting my wish. Layla's suspicion arose again. She didn't think things could be this easy. What's going on? I don't know why, but something feels strange, like when I said I wanted to teach Shaun how to hold a sword. Getting my wish granted this easily is too easy. Suddenly her eyes met Taylor's. He was still silent, but tears were streaming down his face. Before Layla could ask, he quickly explained with teary eyes, I got dust in my eye. Layla chuckled and thought to herself, I don't know if I should call him cute or not. For now, although not completely at ease, Layla was satisfied. Well, that seems to be enough. At least Shaun is safe. Let's just be happy about that, even if it's not to the point of crying like Taylor. Returning to the mansion, Layla was dozing off and talking in her sleep. Father. Oh no, Shaun wants to run away. No, it's not poison, is it? Layla woke up in fear after a terrible dream. She was panting and covered in sweat. Layla rushed to find Shaun. She ran in a panic. It was a dream, right? You didn't really give Shaun poison, did you? Layla ran worriedly, thinking to herself, no wonder I had a strange feeling. Why would that bastard let him be my personal guard so easily? Layla recalled an old memory. 6 years later, the reason the slave swordsman became more famous than the guard was because of poison. It doesn't kill the victim quickly, but you have to take the antidote regularly if you want to live a normal life. Of course, only the noble masters have the antidote to prevent the slave swordsman from running away or rebelling. What if he gave that to Shaun? Layla worriedly threw open the door and called. Shaun, who was still sleeping soundly, sat up startled and asked, "Why are you suddenly?" Layla ran right up and grabbed him, questioning him, "Have you eaten anything? Or when we ate together, did anyone give you anything strange to eat?" Shaun reassured her and replied, "Calm down, I haven't eaten anything." Layla was still not at ease. She asked again, "You really haven't eaten anything?" Shaun placed his hand on Layla's and answered honestly, "Really, since I ate with you until now, I haven't eaten anything." Layla asked again, "Really?" Shaun replied again, "Really?" She wasn't quite convinced, so she continued to ask, "Are you sure?" Shaun replied tiredly, "Do you want me to swear?" Suddenly their eyes met for a long time. Layla shook her head to clear it. She pulled her hand from his shoulder. It was Shaun's turn to ask her, "Is that enough? Any more questions?" Layla had calmed down. She replied, "No more." Then she jumped onto the bed and sat next to Shaun, thinking to herself, "Am I being too sensitive? That old bastard always does whatever he likes." Layla thought deeply about something for a moment. Then she spoke up and asked him, "Hey Shaun, do you want to go out and play?" Shaun agreed to her invitation. He replied, "Okay." They both changed their clothes, left the mansion, and went to the town center for a stroll. Layla thought worriedly, what if Shaun runs away? She pondered as she walked, remembering when he wiped her tears, he probably doesn't hate me that much. So if he runs away now and comes back in 10 years, I could probably still forgive him. Yes, I hope Shaun really escapes from this mansion. Layla began to plan for Shaun's escape. I can be reckless. There are a billion ways. For example, arriving in front of a shop, Layla turned her head and said to Shaun, I'm going to go shopping alone." To be more certain, she turned back and emphasized again, "I'm going alone, understand? I'm going in here alone." Shaun replied, "Yeah, okay." Layla stepped inside and closed the door. She hid in the shop, peeking out, hoping he would run away. "Shaun, run quickly. Oh my God, you have such good taste." The voices of the ladies in the shop chattered lively. Time slowly passed. Layla thought it had been a while. I wonder if he's escaped yet? She dragged herself tiredly to the door, praying in her head for Shaun to run away. Please, please. Layla stepped out, and Shaun was still standing there waiting. She exclaimed in surprise, "Shaun, why are you still?" He asked back, puzzled, "Still what?" Layla replied, startled, "Oh no, nothing." The two continued to walk. Layla pondered as she walked. That's right. Maybe he didn't even think about running away from the beginning. If I give him a little hint, maybe he'll actually plan to escape. She continued with her plan to help Shaun escape. The next destination was the library. Layla deliberately told him, "Shaun, I'm going to borrow books by myself. It will take a long time." Shaun still replied coldly with one word, "Okay." But then after borrowing the books, when Layla came out, she still saw Shaun standing there waiting for her. Not giving up, Layla tried another plan. This time Layla went to a fashion store. She instructed him again, "Shaun, you know that girls usually take a lot of time to choose clothes, right? I'm going to be super long." Shaun replied again, "Yeah." After carrying the entire store on her person and coming out, Layla still saw Shaun standing there waiting, not having run away yet. Shaun pointed at her and asked, "Are you really going to walk with me in that dress?" With unshakable faith, Layla stubbornly tried one more time. Layla instructed more carefully than before, "Shaun, I'm going to that store. It's both far and time-consuming." Shaun replied again, "Yeah, okay." But in the end, the result was still the same. Layla was exhausted. She was out of breath. Layla cursed silently in her heart. I even gave him a hint before leaving. Why didn't he run away? The sky was also getting dark. Layla had no choice but to drag her weary body back. "Let's go back." Shaun followed behind and replied, "Okay." Layla glanced at Sayin. She wondered, is he really just waiting and not running away? Layla guessed, or maybe he thinks he'll be caught if he really escapes because we're in the Marquis territory. She became determined. "All right then, tomorrow I will definitely help you escape," Sayin. The next morning, Layla and Sayin took a carriage to the very edge of the forest. Desolate. When she saw they had gone far enough, Layla had the carriage stop. "Let us get off here." The driver obeyed. "Yes, my lady." Layla stepped out of the carriage. She looked around with a satisfied expression. "Finally, we've arrived at a perfect place for Sayin to escape." Layla was very confident in her plan this time. The farther from the Hindigar mansion, the better, especially when going into a deep forest like this where people can disappear without a trace. She excitedly called him over. "Let's go, Sayin." Layla believed that this time she would help him escape successfully. If this place is so perfect, then he will be able to escape today. Layla continued to walk, humming as she went. They walked on, but Sayin still showed no sign of wanting to escape. Layla gradually became impatient. She glanced at him behind her and thought to herself, damn, I've already sung all the songs I know. Layla was worried. She didn't understand why the plan was so perfect, yet he still wouldn't run away. I'm far from the carriage and not keeping an eye on Sayin. He should have thought about running for his life by now. Layla guessed again. Oh, maybe my being here makes him uncomfortable. No sooner said than done. Layla spoke up to him. This spot, Sayin. She pointed back the way they came and said, I'll go back to the carriage for a moment. Layla thought to herself, and then I'll just leave for good. That's perfect. I won't take a single step away from the carriage. A moment later, when she returned to the carriage, at some point Layla had fallen asleep in it. She groggily woke up. Layla rubbed her eyes and realized, I fell asleep by now, Sayin must have. Before she could finish her thought, Sayin's terrifying face was pressed against the carriage window from the outside, staring intently at Layla, making her scream. Hearing Layla's scream, Sayin approached and asked, Did you see a ghost? At this moment, Layla, trembling, hugged the door and replied, No. She seemed flustered by Sayin's appearance. And just like that, Layla instinctively retreated deeper into the carriage and asked, Why are you here? Meanwhile, Sayin remained very calm as he got into the carriage and said, You didn't tell me to wait there. You only said you would come back, so. Just hearing this, Layla was completely stunned, thinking, what is he talking about? If I hadn't come back, he should have escaped. After they both calmed down and sat, Layla suddenly thought, could it be because this is a forest? The servant who dragged Sayin into the hunting forest said so, didn't he? If he tried to escape from here, dozens of arrows would fly towards him. If that threat haunted him to the point that he didn't dare think of running away, then that's definitely not what I was thinking. Could it be that Sayin feels like he's being tested? Thinking this, Layla's gaze involuntarily grew pensive. But when she got a clear look at the young man sitting in front of her, Layla breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it doesn't seem to be like that right now. Going through so much today made Layla feel a little self-reproachful. Today, I was too stubborn. Tomorrow, I will definitely. The next day, the two of them finally arrived. While observing everything around her, Layla thought to herself, all right, if it's here. She stared at the forest before her with a reserved thought, if it's here. It's unclear what Layla was thinking that made her seem to frightfully cling to Sayin's arm and call out Sayin. Seeing this strange behavior, Sayin asked, what is it? Layla tried to act like she was fine and replied, no. Though she said that, it was clear Layla was terrified as she kept hugging Sayin's arm tightly, her heart filled with unease. For God's sake, I'm afraid a wolf will appear like last time. I can't leave his side. And so a day passed, and the next day, Layla and Sayin still had a peaceful time sitting and admiring the scenery by the small river. But on the following day, something unfortunate happened. The river that was lush and green yesterday was strangely barren today. This surprised both Layla and Sayin. Wasn't this place very good? And on the day after that, the scenery where the two went became desolate and cold, leaving Layla feeling utterly helpless. Finally, after arriving at a vibrant flower garden, Layla breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, now then, there's nowhere else to go. She and Sayin rested, leaning against a nearby tree trunk. Her mind was in turmoil as she lamented, I've lost so many days, I'm so tired. I should think for a bit. Right after that, Layla began to drift off to sleep. She gently closed her eyes, her body gradually feeling the warm sunbeams shining down. But at this moment, Layla suddenly remembered, oh, am I getting sleepy again? She gently opened her eyes to look at Sayin sleeping beside her. Seeing Sayin so tired but always by her side, Layla closed her eyes with peace of mind, but couldn't stop complaining, Sayin, why won't you run away? After Layla had completely fallen asleep, Sayin spoke dejectedly. So it has always been like this. He watched the free butterflies, his heart filled with wonder. Why do you want me to escape? Saying this, Sayin gradually stood up. He said in a low voice, I want to do what you want, but I still can't escape. There is a reason. I can't tell you. So, don't try so hard anymore. It's a waste of effort. Feeling Sayin's gentle hand touching her hair, Layla said hazily, all right, but how can you read my mind? Sayin just answered vaguely, I don't know. Then he used his hand to shield Layla's eyes from the sunlight and said gently, sleep more, Layla. At this moment, Sayin himself was also lost in a tangle of thoughts. I must be crazy. I've known I was crazy for a long time, but now it has reached a whole new level the moment I could fully perceive my condition. It was one night when I went to the garden to find Layla Hildegard, who had not yet returned to her room, even though it was Past midnight. Without even having time to think about why I paid so much attention to the sound of her door, I headed straight for the garden she often visited. And deep in the garden, I found Layla Hildegard. When I saw her weak expression and exchanged a few words, I saw tears falling from her large eyes. The sight unintentionally made Sayin stare blankly, as if he had been completely captivated by the girl in front of him. And that was also when Sayin realized, at that moment, my thoughts suddenly stopped for a moment. It felt as if I was facing the monster I had been trying to drive away. Thinking of this, Sayin told himself painfully, that's right, I am a monster. That is something that absolutely should not exist inside me. But I had to accept it. There was no way to avoid accepting it. In the end, Sayin had to give in. The only way is to simply accept it. At that time, Sayin had gently wiped the tears from Layla's cheeks. Seeing this, she called out tremblingly, Sayin. Other fragments of memory gradually appeared in Sayin's mind. He remembered the battle in the city with a pang of sorrow. That monster even made me kick away the chance to die, the thing I had desperately waited for so long, with my own 2 feet. As soon as Sayin gave up the chance to kill the monster within himself to win the match, the first thing he thought of was, where is Layla? I have no regrets. And when he saw the girl he was looking for, Sayin's heart seemed to leap with joy. Oh, there she is. The monster's presence had grown so large that I couldn't feel such emotions. At this moment, Sayin realized he was smiling unconsciously. He wondered in confusion, what is this foolish feeling? From that day on, Sayin was completely lost in indescribable thoughts. I deserve to go to hell, but because of Layla Hildegard, perhaps I have lost the right to be punished and atone for my sins. Is there a chance for someone who has embraced the monster within? At that very moment of despair, Layla came to his side to comfort him, saying, you did nothing wrong. Because of those words, I committed an even greater sin, breaking the oath I made before my family's grave. Me, looking at Layla sleeping soundly in front of him, Sayin said softly, I swore not to leave a single Hildegard on this earth. Layla Hildegard. At this moment, Sayin was extremely reluctant. He called out in pain, Layla. But in the end, Sayin made a decision. That's right, that's for sure, I can't fall into hell again. At the training ground, while Sayin and Taylor were happily discussing swordsmanship, Layla sat in a corner, stretching and thinking to herself, since I stopped going out, I can breathe a little sigh of relief. I was so tired. Layla remembered her strange dream. In the dream, Sayin was yelling at her, no matter how hard you try, I will not escape. So give up if you're curious about the reason, knowing it will only break your heart. Recalling that scene, Layla shuddered involuntarily and thought, even though it was just a dream, hearing such a warning makes me feel a little uneasy, even though he didn't say it clearly. Suddenly, Taylor's voice rang out, pulling Layla back to reality. Are you the one who finally gave Sayin his freedom? Hearing this, she smiled faintly and said, if someone heard that, they would think I'm saying Sayin is not. Just enjoy the time with your student. Taylor also happily accepted her kindness. Thank you, my lady. Looking at Sayin's figure, Layla suddenly thought, I don't know since when he became so attached to this. Suddenly at this moment, Sayin glanced at Layla, startling her a little. That image unintentionally triggered a frightening memory in Layla's mind, where the terrifying Sayin had heartlessly drawn his sword in front of her. After that, only a desperate cry remained, Sayin, and long, smeared streaks of blood. Thinking of that terrifying scene, Layla trembled even more with fear. She woke up with a very confused thought. What, did I fall asleep again just now? Seeing her strange expression, Sayin and Taylor looked over with concern. While Layla was still immersed in a mess of questions, I don't understand why I've been sleeping so abnormally lately. Moreover, today's dream was complete despair. Isn't it time I had a hopeful dream? Sayin wiped my tears, and considering how much he has improved since we first met, why would I have a dream like that? I still remember the look in his eyes when we first met. Just then, Taylor walked over and called softly, my lady, are you tired? Faced with this concern, Layla also opened up. I didn't realize it, but maybe I have. I keep sleeping abnormally and having strange dreams, and I don't understand why. Hearing this, Taylor encouraged her. When the body is tired, one often has bad dreams. Hearing him say that, Layla decided to stand up and say, I should train more, right? I'll go in first today. Seeing this, Taylor reminded her, yes, my lady, please get some rest. But as soon as she stood up, Layla's body suddenly staggered and she fell forward. At the same time, the sword in Sayin's hand was also quickly thrown to the ground. He stepped forward to catch Layla's falling body. Then Sayin asked caringly, are you okay? But at this moment, Layla's eyes became extremely tense. Perhaps the dream from before had left a sense of fear in her mind, so Layla quickly pushed Sayin away. Following the momentum, Layla also stumbled and fell. She sat motionless on the ground, endlessly blaming herself. Why can't I stand up? In her confusion, a strange feeling unintentionally rushed into Layla's mind. As soon as she looked up, Layla saw Sayin glancing at her, which made her feel extremely scared. At this moment, Taylor came over and asked with concern, "My lady, are you all right?" Then he carefully supported Layla's hand and said, "Please take my hand to make it easier to stand up." Layla also replied politely, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Sayin was looking at Layla very shyly. After regaining her composure, Layla turned to call out Sayin, but then she awkwardly turned her face away. Seeing this, Taylor stepped forward to remind her, "If you're not feeling well, let me take you to your room." Layla did not look up. She replied in a somewhat low voice, "No, it's okay. I can go by myself." Faced with Layla's strange attitude towards him, Sayin could only follow quietly behind. Although Layla had refused, Taylor still suggested with great concern, "Then, do you need a servant to accompany you?" At this, Layla forced a reassuring smile at Taylor. "I'm fine, really." With that, she turned to leave, saying, "Then I'll head back first. You two be careful." Just like that, Layla left Taylor and Sayin standing motionless in an indescribably suffocating atmosphere. Sayin unconsciously looked at the hand that had just touched Layla, his heart filled with unspoken thoughts. A while later, Layla had returned to her room. She lay sprawled on the bed, groaning. No, why should I have to apologize? But whenever she thought of Sayin's aggrieved face, Layla felt extremely guilty. Why did he have that expression after I pushed him? I didn't tell him to catch me, did I? She tried to find every reason to justify her actions. He treats me worse. Every time he glares at me and doesn't even touch the water and food I bring. He even spat out the herbs I gave him. But as soon as she thought of this, Layla suddenly exclaimed, "What?" She sat bolt upright in shock, wondering, "I'm not angry because of this, am I?" She thought in a bit of a panic. So it's not that I was scared because I dreamed of Sayin killing me. It's because, after doing that to me, he reached out his hand and then made that expression that made me so uncomfortable. What's that about? But usually in a relationship like mine and Sayin's, do people often get annoyed? No way. From the very beginning, what I wanted from Sayin was for him not to kill me, other than that I expected nothing from him. So I have no reason to be annoyed. Thinking this, Layla tried to close her eyes and sleep to forget about today's events. But it wasn't long before she opened her eyes again in worry. Then Layla still tried to reassure herself. That's right, all of this must be an illusion. I don't know if Layla got any sleep, but now she was sitting with a cup of hot cocoa in an extremely gloomy atmosphere. While sipping the cocoa, Layla thought to herself, "However, I'm still very happy that Taylor was there that day. If it were any other staff or knight, they might have said something about a slave touching their master. These past few days, Sayin and I have exchanged what seem to be glances, but he's not the type to say that." At this moment, Layla thought with some dejection. From the very beginning, Sir Taylor didn't fit in with the Hildegardes. Because of that, maybe that's why he left the Hildegardes. I remember the farewell party was very grand. They called it a farewell party for knights of this level. He could probably join the Royal Knights after that, right? As she thought this, Layla tried with all her might to gulp down the rest of the cocoa. After finishing, Layla even put the cup on her head and turned it upside down to show it was empty. Seeing this, Mary came over and said, "Have you finished eating, my lady?" It wasn't until she saw Mary that Layla suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, Mary will be leaving the Marquis's mansion next year. Maybe she'll run away in the middle of the night and take all her belongings with her. Thinking of Mary's hasty departure, Layla couldn't help but wonder, I wonder if Mary will succeed in running away? If she gets caught, will that villain let a servant who ran away with her master's property go free? Thinking of this, Layla looked out at the brilliant sky outside and affirmed, when it starts to get cold, the snow will start to fall high up and then melt. Mary will definitely try to escape. Is Mary really running away out of greed? At this moment, memories of her time with Mary involuntarily appeared in Layla's mind. She remembered the times Mary urged her to drink hot cocoa, remembered the startling cocoa Mary prepared for every meal, remembered the times Mary gently brushed her hair. The more she thought, the more she became lost in her thoughts. I never thought those words were lies. But what if she did it because she was forced to, if it's something I can help with? After wondering for a while, Layla finally decided to speak up. "Mary, I have something to ask you." Hearing this, Mary replied, "What is it, my lady?" Layla didn't hesitate and asked directly, "Has something been bothering you lately?" This sudden question greatly surprised Mary, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, "What do you mean? For you to suddenly talk about this, what could possibly be bothering me?" Seeing that Mary didn't want to share, Layla maintained a gentle attitude. She looked at Mary gently and said softly, "It's just that your face has looked a little sad lately. If anything has happened, please tell me right away." Faced with this situation, Mary waved her hands flusteredly and said, "Have I really been like that lately? I'm sorry that I didn't realize I was becoming neglectful in my work." Seeing this, Layla said bluntly, "See, something did happen, right? Is it something that even I can't know?" Hearing Layla say that, Mary stammered in reply, "My lady, it's not that." No matter how much she pressed, Mary refused to tell the truth. Layla decided to use her pitiful act. She wiped away a tear with one hand. Her tone was choked with sobs as she lamented, "Of course, I'm not a very capable master, but to think that you see me as so incompetent, even though I know nothing about Mary. But I'm very fond of you. I want to help someone important to me. But are you saying I'm not even qualified to do that?" Faced with the fierce attack from that super adorable look, Mary was officially defeated. She was extremely moved and called out, "My lady, why would you say such scary things? It's definitely not like that." And so the prey was in the net, Layla suggested in a low voice, "Then tell me what happened." Seeing this, Mary asked with even more gratitude, "My lady, what have I done for you to care about me so much?" A moment later, Mary sat down seriously and told her everything. "Actually, outside the Marquis's mansion, I have a younger sibling to take care of. I hired someone to take care of him because he wasn't feeling well, but the cost of living expenses and medicine just kept increasing." After hearing everything, Layla replied in astonishment, "So that's what happened." Saying this, she thought with a heavy heart, "I didn't know she had a sick younger brother or that she was hiring a caregiver." Layla began to feel a little self-reproachful. "I was so worried about my own life that I never thought about why Mary was running away. I just thought I should turn a blind eye to her theft. If I had thought it over one more time, I would have surely realized that Mary wouldn't do such a thing without a reason." And while Layla was tormenting herself, Mary in front of her was still very innocently saying, "I'm sorry. Just thinking about it brings tears to my eyes." After all, Layla decided to make an offer. "Mary, why not let your brother live here in the mansion? He can be taken care of by Elvin." Hearing this, Mary exclaimed in utter amazement, "What?" Layla tried to reassure her, "Lately, my father has been listening to my requests very attentively. I will talk to him." With that, Layla even smiled brightly at Mary as a promise. Seeing this, Mary was even more moved and called out, "My lady." Without another word, Mary immediately got off her chair and rushed towards Layla. She hugged her little lady tightly and sobbed, "Thank you. I will serve you for the rest of my life." Layla also returned the sincere affection with a word of comfort. "You have done very well." Finally, at this moment, Layla could smile happily and think, "Elvin is an excellent doctor, so he can surely heal Mary's brother in the next few years. Then I will help her leave this Marquis's mansion. This time, I want her to be able to confidently say goodbye to everyone without having to run away." And as expected, my father accepted my request, and just a few days later, Mary's brother arrived at the mansion. Looking at the thin boy in front of her, Layla silently speculated, "There aren't many similarities between him and Mary, but for some reason, I have a sense of reassurance about him. Like with Taylor, he might be a bit small for his age, but I have a feeling that he will grow up to be someone who can protect Mary." And as I looked at the two of them, a question popped into my head. What kind of people were Shaun's family? Even though they don't share the same blood, surely when they are together, they must look like a family, right? Although Mary and her brother don't look alike, somehow they exude a family-like feeling. Layla carefully picked the beautiful flowers below and held them in her arms. She pondered the questions. Is there someone with blonde hair like Shaun, like these flowers? Lost in thought, Layla suddenly realized in a panic. I was picking flowers without even realizing it. I'm sorry." She looked around in confusion. What should I do? In a vast garden, only Layla was struggling to think. Should I try to do something with it? In the other corner of the garden, Shaun was sitting leisurely, enjoying the view. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly placed a flower wreath on his head, along with a gentle voice calling, "Shaun." Seeing this, Shaun asked curiously, "What is this?" Layla grinned and replied, "A gift." Then Layla sat down next to Shaun and casually suggested, "Since I gave you a gift, could you grant my request? It might be a little private." But while Shaun said yes, his expression showed no interest at all in the flower wreath Layla had given him. Layla didn't pay much attention to his attitude. She said sincerely, "I have a question for you, and I really hope you can answer it." Hearing this, Shaun replied seriously, "What is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shaun heard 3 words, "About your family," which left him utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Layla was very serious in making her request. "Can you tell me more about them?" Layla asked him in a soft voice. Like what kind of people they were, how many of them there were. Did you have a good relationship with them? Of course, I think the relationship was very good. While chattering away, Layla suddenly noticed that Shaun didn't seem very happy. Layla stopped stopped in thought. Did I ask something too private? But it's time for me to enter the final stage of healing his pain, facing the root cause and overcoming the pain it brings. While waiting for an answer from Shaun, Layla kept looking at him with thousands of thoughts in her head. In Shaun's case, after mentioning his family, we should stop talking about this. But maybe it's still too early. Losing a family member is not just a painful thing. It had been a while, but there was still no response from Shaun. Layla gradually became anxious. This is bad. How do I fix this? I don't know what to do. Should I start saying something random before it's too late? Layla was about to speak to break the awkward atmosphere. Oh, Shaun, look, there's a butterfly. Then Shaun answered her. He began to talk about his family. I have parents. Layla listened silently and intently as Shaun spoke. Besides me, we had 6 siblings. My eldest brother's name was Cassian. Hearing this name, Layla immediately realized. Cassian, I see. That's why he got angry when I mentioned the name Cassian last time. Layla felt extremely guilty. I can't imagine how it must have felt when I mentioned the name of his deceased older brother. How would the daughter of the enemy, who killed his family, feel then? She thought to herself. Maybe that's why he turned his eldest brother's name into a hero. Layla couldn't help but blame herself. Even more painfully, I am a Hildegard. Shaun looked at her, smiled, and continued to tell her. After me were my sister Odell, my sister Zay, and Cecile. Cecile was 2 years older than me, but I never called her sister. She was actually more like a friend or a younger sister. Then, he gradually opened up more. Shaun began to ramble on about family matters, even the smallest things. Cassian was 9 years older than me and dreamed of opening a vegetable soup shop. When Odell and Akhil teased that he would surely fail, Zay would come and comfort him. Instead, he would ask to have the carrots left out of his soup because he really hated carrots. So Mike would often imagine forcing Zay to eat carrots whenever he argued with him. And Cecile was, while happily talking, he turned to look at Layla. Shaun suddenly stopped. He saw Layla's eyes welling up with tears that rolled down her cheeks. It seemed Layla didn't know she was crying. She said to him, "What? Go on." After speaking, Layla discovered in a panic. Why does my voice sound like that? My nose is running as if I have a cold. Oh my. Layla quickly wiped her tears with her hand and explained, I just got pollen in my eyes. Is it because there's so many flowers around that there's a lot of pollen here? Layla didn't want Shaun to notice this, so she quickly returned to the previous story. So what about Cecile? Was she close to everyone? Did she like carrots? Shaun looked at her silently without answering. Seeing this, Layla continued to ask, so do you like carrots? Shaun was no longer silent and answered briefly, I don't hate them. Hearing this, Layla said, really? Then I'll make carrot cake for you. Mary will teach me the best way to make it. She smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shaun and continued the story. What did your parents look like? What did your siblings look like? Shaun was also more relaxed. He happily told her about his family, about my parents. Layla listened to him while thinking. When I asked, Shaun began to speak again in a calmer tone. Throughout the conversation, his gaze was steady, focused on me. As I listened to Shaun's story, I occasionally had to wipe the tears from my cheeks. There was quite a lot of pollen. It was really annoying. I think next time I should find a place with less pollen. That's what I was thinking as Shaun's story was coming to an end. Winter had come to Hildegard. The winter here was so cold that the snow would pile up without melting, so I didn't go out as soon as the snow started to fall and stayed inside the castle. Sayan also had to stop his training because the training ground had frozen over, so we reduced our daily walks to once every 2 days. We often went to the library to borrow books. Reading books while having snacks in the evening with Sayan became our hobby throughout the long winter we had to endure. The two of them were looking at books in the library when Layla, seeing that Sayan seemed to have finished choosing, asked, Sayan, have you picked them all? Let's go then. Layla and Sayan headed back to the room together. On the way back, Layla unexpectedly ran into someone she knew. She didn't know who it was, but as soon as she saw them, Layla put on a look of weary helplessness. What's this? It seems we're out of luck today. 2 men approached, speaking contemptuously to her and saying, No way, Layla. You're not teaching your slave to read, are you? What can slave do with books? Layla was displeased, thinking to herself, what a coincidence. Not just one, but 2 Hildegards. It turned out the 2 of them were Pablo Hildegard and Henry Hildegard, Layla's brothers. Layla, unafraid, stepped forward threateningly. Henry, the big guy Kai acted fiercely, scolding her. How dare you not call me brother? Layla calmly replied, instead of worrying about me, why don't you worry about your own problems? Henry, not expecting Layla to say that, was startled and asked back, What? Layla pointed at his poor trousers and teased, Your pants are about to rip. She bent down, pretending to talk to the strain button that was about to pop off, and burst out laughing. What? You think your master's belly will get so big it'll burst this winter? How pitiful, you poor thing. Henry, red with embarrassment, could only stammer in defense. Are you crazy? What are you talking about? Pablo, behind him, also joined Layla in laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Pablo clapped him on the shoulder and said in a joking tone, Hey Henry, to be honest, I think so too. Layla's not wrong, you know? Unexpectedly, Henry, turning his shame into anger, swung a loving fist into Pablo's face, catching him off guard. He punched Henry back while cursing, You bastard. Layla watched the two of them fight, and then quietly left, thinking to herself, Good, the result is just as I thought. Then Layla took Sayen's hand and headed to her room. Let's go, Sayen. Layla hurried away from the brawl with a very satisfied expression. You guys can consider this punishment for always teasing Sayen, but they won't retaliate today, right like Tommy's did. On the way back to her room, Layla walked and thought, No, Tommy's must know that she was summoned by my father because of me, and she is very afraid of my father. Come to think of it, I was also very afraid of him until not long ago. I don't think I felt that way when I asked about Mary's sister last time. When did that change? Layla turned her head to look at Sayen. That's not really important. She flopped on a bed tiredly, but didn't forget to ask him, Sayen, what snack do you want? You don't want anything specific? Or should I decide for you? Sayen had noticed this issue for a while and blurted out a question to her. Is your relationship with your brothers not good? Huh. Layla didn't know how to answer this question. She could only give a vague reply. Sayen asked curiously, How bad is it? Layla recounted in a calm but heartbreaking voice. Those dogs would try to harm me without batting an eye. They wouldn't shed a single tear if they heard I was dead. After hearing this, Sayen asked, Is there not a single sibling in this castle with whom you have a good relationship? Layla lowered her voice and answered softly, Not a single one. She buried her face in the pillow, saying pitifully, There's no one by my side. Layla's thoughts ran wild. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. If he asks what it means, I'm not ready to talk about it yet. Sayen quietly watched her sad figure. He didn't know how to comfort her properly, so he spoke up, I want carrot cake and lemonade. Layla looked up and replied, What? She became excited again. The carrot cake I made for you last time, was it good? Although Sayen wasn't interested. To make her happy, he still replied, Hearing that, Layla was overjoyed. She became full of energy again and said to Sayen, Really? Should I make it for you again today? Sayen, sensing trouble, politely declined and suggested to her, Next time, let's eat something someone else makes for us today. Layla smiled brightly and replied to him, Got it, let's do it, that sounds delicious. Seeing Layla so happy, Sayen also smiled unconsciously. Winter continued in the Hildegard territory. However, the time came for the snow to gradually melt. Winter passed more quickly than expected, and the snow on the training ground also melted quickly. During this time, Layla had grown closer to Sayen. My relationship with Sayen was getting better and better, but, however, the happiness didn't last long as trouble arrived. She suddenly received a summons from the Marquis, which made Layla very puzzled. Why is this villain looking for me? Marquis Hildegard asked her coldly, Do you know why I summoned you? Layla tried to remain calm, thinking to herself, I don't know. Layla tried to remember if she had done anything improper. Was it because I argued with Henry a few days ago? Should I kneel and apologize first? Without waiting for Layla to answer, Marquis Hildegard spoke up to remind her, Time is almost up. The deadline you mentioned. Before the deadline you mentioned expires. He pointed his finger and emphasized once more, You promised to give me something in exchange for that slave. I think it's time for you to fulfill that promise. Hearing that, Layla thought to herself, Oh, so that's what he meant. The thing I promised to give the villain in exchange for receiving. Sayen. A few years ago, Layla had made a deal with him, father, within this year. She revealed to the Marquis, I can give you a prophecy. Actually, I have prophetic dreams about once a year. They usually come true. Layla tried to persuade him to get Sayen. I was planning not to tell anyone because I would get in trouble if I revealed the content of the dream. If you give Sayen to me, I will tell you about that prophetic dream, father. Back in the present, Layla was a little scared because that's what I said. It was something I made up on the spot because the situation was urgent. But back then it was late spring and now early spring was approaching. The time had come to reveal the prophecy. The Marquis asked Layla, Have you had the dream yet? Having shot the arrow, I have to follow it. Layla immediately answered him, Yes, I have. Layla thought to herself, Of course I have to say something that will please him. Then she used the memories of her past life to reveal a little secret to him. Countess Coriona, and her husband. At the training ground, Sayin was practicing swords with Taylor. Layla ran here immediately after meeting with Marquis Hildegard. Taylor immediately noticed her and asked curiously, "Lady Layla, what brings you here? It's still cold." Layla smiled and replied, "I was just bored." The perceptive Taylor realized immediately and teased her. "Are you bored because Sayin isn't around?" Hit right on the mark, Layla blushed and replied softly, "No." Layla stared at Sayin as thoughts appeared in her head. To be more precise, I think I can say I missed him, the person I saved by even talking about a prophecy with the villain. Sayin. Taylor pushed Sayin forward and said to Layla, "Then I'll give him to you for today." This made Sayin say shyly, "I told you that's not it." Layla was also embarrassed, so she asked Taylor, "There's still a lot of time until the training session ends, right?" Taylor replied, "That's right," but he put his hand on Sayin's shoulder and continued to tease the two of them. "Since you came all the way here in this weather, Sayin can't focus on his training, right?" Then Taylor pushed Sayin straight towards Layla. "Haha, I guess that's true. Go on, go together." That push made Sayin stumble right up close to Layla's face. Sayin, embarrassed, retreated in an instant. "Back!" Layla turned to Taylor and said, "Don't come crying to me later that Sayin was taken away." "I won't do that, I swear." Then Sayin and Layla left together. "We'll be going then." Taylor bid them farewell. "Yes, please be careful, my lady." The snow had stopped falling, but it was still cold. The two of them walked back together. Sayin asked Layla curiously, "Is something wrong with you?" Layla, a little surprised, replied, "Huh?" Sayin continued, "I saw you came out even though you hate the cold, and you're only wearing this." Layla gently explained, lying to Sayin, "I was really bored, so I went to the training ground. When I was out there was nothing wrong with me." She thought to herself, "There's no need to say that I came to see him." Then Layla blurted out again, "More than that, it's you." Sayin's earlier act of avoidance had caused a misunderstanding for Layla. She thought Sayin still hated her. Layla thought back painfully. Why did he do that at the training ground? Did he hate me so much at that moment? But then she decided not to ask Sayin. There was no need to ask him about it. He turned his head to look at Layla, waiting for the next sentence. "What more than that?" Layla immediately replied, "Nothing." Layla became sad and had wandering thoughts. He still doesn't want to touch me because this is the enemy's castle and I am the enemy's daughter. However, Sayin's contradictory actions made Layla think a lot. She pouted. If he hates me, then why did he wipe my tears that time? Arriving at her room, Layla opened the door, entered, and then subtly sent Sayin away. "I'm a little tired, so I'll go in first." "Good night, Sayin." Then Layla closed the door, despite having dragged Sayin all the way here from the training ground. Layla thought quietly in her room. Now she felt extremely regretful of her recent actions. Layla blamed herself. "What's wrong with me? Why did I act like such a child? Sayin left his training and came out for me, yet I sent him away like this." Layla struggled to crawl into bed, justifying her actions to herself. "It's obviously the sudden cold wind that made me feel unwell. That's right, it's all the weather's fault." Layla got into bed and pulled the covers over her face, deciding to go to sleep to forget what had just happened. "Maybe I'm about to catch a cold. I need to get to sleep quickly." In her dream, Sayin appeared again. He sat on the bed right next to her and called out sweetly, "Layla." Layla opened her eyes wide to look at him. "Sayin," she exclaimed. "Sayin." At this moment, Sayin came closer, intertwined his hand with hers, and asked gently, "You miss me, right?" Layla also took his hand and replied, Back in reality, Layla woke up with a start from that cheesy dream. She shot up, stiff with embarrassment, and exclaimed in alarm, "What is this?" Layla was still stunned after dreaming of Sayin. She mumbled, "A dream." Layla reached for the glass of hot water prepared by Maria on the table, mumbling tiredly, "I'm going to go crazy. Because of the cold, I'm having too many crazy dreams." While drinking the water, she encouraged herself. "Pull yourself together, stay focused." Layla gradually calmed down. "Phew, it's really too cold. I'll be fine tomorrow." Layla went back to bed, but she couldn't get another wink of sleep. However, but why? Why can't I sleep? A few mornings later, the maids gathered to gossip while working. "Have you heard the rumor?" Another maid replied, "You mean the story about Count Coriona?" The Count and his wife were thought to have died of illness, but they were actually poisoned. Rumor has it that the current Count Coriona himself did it. The story of the Countess and Count Coriona had spread to every corner, becoming the talk of the town. Everyone was talking about it. I didn't think he would become a count that way. Moreover, they say that the one who spread the rumor was the youngest daughter of Baron Aston, and that they are having a secret affair. The butler was about to say something more. Anyway, the nobility is all the same. But he was stopped by the maid. "Wait, the young lady is coming." Layla walked past the two of them, thinking to herself, what a provocative story. The story spread quickly, and now everyone is buzzing about it. Layla walked to Marquis Hildegard's room and knocked on the door. "Father, it's Layla." The door swung open, and the Marquis's voice echoed from inside. "Come in." Layla knew exactly why he had called her today. With society buzzing about what I said, he called for me immediately. However, he probably doesn't fully trust my abilities yet. I'm sure of it. As soon as Layla entered, the Marquis said, "Your prophetic dream has come true." She answered politely, "Yes, father." Layla couldn't help but be suspicious. He must still be half doubting, wondering if I got the information from somewhere else. Actually, from my perspective, that might be better. At least it's better than him trying to find out how I have prophetic dreams. The cunning old Marquis then slyly asked Layla, "By the way, it seems you haven't been injured at all. You said that if you revealed your prophetic dream, you would be harmed." Layla was momentarily surprised, but calm enough to give a reasonable answer. "The injuries occur after the event in the dream comes true." She thought to herself, "It seems I'll have to roll down the stairs soon." The Marquis thought for a moment, then replied, "Is that so?" Layla continued, "Yes, it's nothing serious. It's not enough to be life-threatening." Then the Marquis said to her, "I understand. By the way, your birthday is in a week. Think about a birthday present." Layla replied, "Yes, father." People and carriages were arranged in front of the mansion in preparation for Layla's trip. Taylor was very excited. "My lady, I am extremely honored that you chose me as your escort. I will protect you with all my might." Layla said to him, "Yes, I understand your feelings of admiration. Now, please get in the carriage." "Yes, my lady." The three of them, Layla, Sayin, and Taylor, sat in the carriage and began their journey. Taylor spoke to Layla. "It seems the Marquis trusts you a great deal since he said to return before the end of spring." Layla gave a strained laugh in reply. "Oh, is that so? Ha." Taylor continued, "Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have allowed such a long trip, even if it is a birthday present." Layla thought ill of him. "He must be indulging me because I have some use, not because of trust. But I'm very happy to have an opportunity like this." Taylor asked her again, "Do you have any plans for what you'll do in the capital?" "I've asked some people in the capital about good restaurants." Layla thought for a moment and then replied, I'm not sure yet. I'm thinking of starting at the library." Taylor smiled brightly, his eyes lighting up when he heard that. He asked again, his voice full of excitement, "Do you mean the National Library?" Without waiting for Layla to answer, he continued with visible excitement, "I heard it's huge, with an extensive collection and an impressive building." Layla smiled faintly, her face full of satisfaction. "That's right. I think it will be a lot of fun." However, right after that, she suddenly looked around, her eyes pensive, her hand on her chin as if considering something important. This action made Taylor curious. Meanwhile, Sayin stood beside them, still bowing his head, his face expressionless. But in his heart, a sudden thought flashed. "However, since we'll be staying in the capital together for a while, I'll need to speak up, right?" Layla seemed to have made a decision. She took a deep breath, her gaze shifting from hesitant to determined, then turned to Taylor and said softly, "Sir Taylor, I have something to tell you." Taylor leaned forward slightly, his expression a little worried but still polite. "Yes, my lady, you can tell me anything." Then he smiled lightly, adding in a slightly teasing tone, "Except if you're about to say you want to explore the capital's nightlife." Taylor frowned and said sternly, "That's a bit too soon for you, my lady." She replied in a loud, clear, and decisive voice. The fact that Sayin can't speak is actually a lie. Taylor's face suddenly flushed, his eyes glistening with tears, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Really? He never talks to me." Meanwhile, Layla bowed her head slightly, a guilty look on her face, as if she didn't know how to explain. After a moment of silence, Layla took a deep breath and then gently explained, her voice tinged with guilt. "To be precise, at first he couldn't speak for a while due to shock, but now he can." Layla continued, her voice slow but firm. "I told Sayin to only speak when he's alone with me." Taylor was both surprised and confused. "What? Why?" Layla lowered her face slightly, her cheeks blushing, her voice soft but sincere. "Because I really like his voice." After a moment of embarrassment, Layla continued, her voice both gentle and slightly mischievous. "If someone else heard it, I might get jealous." In Layla's mind, a few thoughts flashed, making her slightly flustered. Did I say that too naturally? Sir Taylor will think strange things, won't he? Layla's mind was torn between shyness and the fear of being misunderstood. Taylor turned to look at Sayin, then he chuckled softly. "I see. I understand how you feel, my lady." Layla looked up, a little flustered by Taylor's unexpected words. "What? Yes, thank you." She answered hesitantly, but couldn't help but wonder to herself. "Is that all?" Taylor softened his voice, his gaze deepening as if he understood everything. "So perhaps this is a secret? I mean, the fact that Sayin can actually speak." Layla was stern but couldn't hide her awkwardness. "That's right. Will you keep this secret?" Taylor replied firmly. "I swear I will not reveal this anywhere." Layla breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. And there's one more thing I want to say. She bowed her head and said softly, "Everyone treats Sayan as if he were my servant, but I consider him a friend." Layla hesitated and continued, "So Sayan, would you like to call me by my name?" Sayan said softly, "Layla." Taylor's jaw dropped in surprise. It seemed that no matter how hard Taylor tried, he still found it hard to accept this. Taylor's face darkened, but he was still extremely shocked. "Your voice is amazing." His face was covered in sweat. He turned to look at Layla. "I understand the young lady's feelings once again. I will keep this secret." Layla blushed, her voice a mixture of annoyance and sadness as she replied, "Is that all?" Sayan's eyes widened as he said, "How would I dare to do anything more than what you have already permitted me to do?" Layla didn't dare to look Sayan straight in the eye. "That's right." Taylor's eyes sparkled as he looked toward Sayan. "But I also want to have a conversation with Sayan when it's just us. Is that possible?" Layla was flustered. "It's not impossible, but I'm not sure if Sayan can show enough respect to Sir Taylor." Taylor watched Sayan intently, his eyes sparkling like a child eagerly waiting to hear what he longed for. He spoke softly, his voice full of hope. "Sayan, call my name." Sayan stood there, his eyes cold, bowing his head in silence, as if considering something. The space seemed to fall silent. After a moment, finally, Sayan spoke with a calm demeanor. Sayan said, "Taylor." Taylor nearly jumped up in shock. He pointed at himself and stammered back, "What? You don't even call me master?" Sayan tilted his head slightly and replied calmly, "How can you be my master if you haven't taught me anything?" Sayan's words were like an arrow piercing Taylor's pride. He retorted with an aggrieved tone, "But you learned swordsmanship from me." Sayan was unmoved, his face still as calm as a stone statue. That was mostly self-taught. Taylor looked as if he'd been doused with cold water, his voice helpless. "Hey!" Layla, standing nearby, chuckled softly at the childish argument between the two. She tilted her head, observing Taylor, then gently remarked, "Sir Taylor, you don't seem much like a knight." That remark made Taylor freeze. He looked up, staring at Layla with an expression of disbelief, as if she had just insulted his life's honor. Meanwhile, Layla was lost in her own thoughts. She silently commented, "No, to be more precise, he doesn't seem much like a nobleman." Taylor, though a little hurt, still tried to maintain his usual sense of humor. He lowered his voice, speaking to Layla in a whisper, like a confession. "I was taught that a knight is someone who wields a sword to protect the weak. And Sayan will, he will stand in a position that I will have to look up to later." He paused, his eyes showing a flash of admiration and determination. "I would bet my entire fortune on it." Layla's eyes widened, stunned as if she couldn't believe her ears. She stared at Taylor, wondering if his words were truly serious. A thought flashed through her mind. "At this point, you really seem like some kind of prophet, Taylor." Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked excitedly, "So, Sir Taylor, how much is your fortune?" Taylor rested his chin on his hand and asked back, "Are you sure you want to settle that first? I'll arrange everything and let you know soon." Layla smiled shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed because of the question she had just asked. "Just kidding." At the National Library, a magnificent architectural work located in the heart of the capital, its splendor and vastness would inevitably leave anyone who stepped inside overwhelmed. The three of them entered the National Library and were immediately overwhelmed by its magnificent beauty. Layla's eyes were wide, her face unable to hide her astonishment. She exclaimed in an excited tone, "Wow, it's huge." Taylor and Sayan also couldn't hide their surprise as they looked around. Everywhere was a harmonious display of art and knowledge, from the towering bookshelves to the neatly arranged precious wood reading tables. Layla looked ahead, her eyes lighting up as she discovered something new. "This is the lobby," Layla continued, still unable to hide her excitement. "There's even a restaurant inside." Layla couldn't hide her excitement, smiling broadly and thinking to herself, "This is great. Until the end of spring, no, I'll be able to finish the list in just a few days." Suddenly, Layla spoke decisively, her eyes sparkling with determination. "I will stay in the library until it closes." Her declaration stunned Taylor. He turned to look at her, his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What? No matter how much you love books, still," he shouted, but his voice inadvertently echoed louder than necessary, attracting the gazes of few people nearby. Layla quickly put a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. She emphasized, her voice low but firm, "This is a library." Taylor immediately shut his mouth, but couldn't hide his shock. He was about to say something more, but Layla didn't give him a chance. She continued with a decisive attitude. You two don't need to stay here with me. Just come back before closing time. Taylor blinked, looking at her as if trying to understand what he had just heard. He asked again, his voice mixed with surprise and a little worry. Really? Sayan, who had been silent beside them, suddenly spoke up. Fine, you go do what you want to do. I'll take care of what I need to, so you don't have to worry about me. Layla looked at Sayan, stunned, her eyes unable to hide her surprise. Her cheeks flushed unconsciously. What? Sayan didn't answer further, just turned his back and walked away with a calm demeanor. Layla and Taylor were both stunned into silence, their eyes just following his retreating back as it disappeared into the distance. Taylor awkwardly scratched his head, forcing a smile to hide his confusion. All right then, if that's the case, maybe I should get back to reading after a long time. Then, Taylor laughed, this time a bit more relaxed. I don't plan on going out alone without any sense of responsibility. Haha. Layla was speechless. No, really, I don't mind. You know, thoughts slowly formed in Layla's mind. I've already shared the secret with Sir Taylor that Sayan can speak, and there's only one reason I came to the National Library. The library at the Hildegard Mansion has no documents about the Stone of Return, but I'm sure that this place, the largest source of documents in the kingdom, will have some information about it. Suddenly, an idea occurred to her. The archives forbid anyone without authority from entering, but with a little cleverness, it wouldn't be hard to gain access. While she was sneaking around, peeking, the door suddenly opened, and a young woman's voice spoke sternly and resolutely. Entry forbidden to unauthorized personnel. Layla pouted and showed the girl a sparkling emerald green necklace, and the girl gently invited her in. Layla thought to herself with a smug look. Turns out it was easier than I thought. She stepped inside and looked at the massive stacks of books before her face turning pale with shock. But browsing through tens of thousands of catalogs was truly exhausting. She slowly walked over, skimming the books. At first, I felt like my eyes were going to fall out, and time passed so slowly. Not long after, she nodded off a few times, lying on the floor. She even slapped her own cheeks and continued to search the catalogs day and night for 4 days. She lowered her head in disappointment. There are no clues at all. She thought pensively, did I misunderstand something? All the books in the kingdom should be here. She was sad. Is it possible that there isn't even one book about the Stone of Return? Suddenly, an idea occurred to her. If it's a forbidden book, it certainly wouldn't be displayed here, but I don't think a book about the Stone of Return will be forbidden. She put her hands on her hips and walked out of the catalog room in frustration. What a waste of effort, she thought to herself. Even if I don't look through the documents, it's not like there's no way to find information. For example, I could ask the Information Guild for help or try to contact the family that stole the Stone of Return. But suddenly her face darkened. But doing so would only make the villain suspicious immediately. Even now, I've already attracted attention, so there's no need to make myself stand out even more. She stood silently looking at Sayan. Actually, I don't need to know everything about the Stone of Return. What I really want to find out is how many times I can go back, and whether rebirth will happen even if I die of old age. The second one isn't important, but for the first one, as long as I don't die, everything will be fine. She looked at Sayan and continued to sink into her own thoughts. Sayan won't kill me, and maybe, just maybe. Suddenly Taylor spoke up. Miss Layla. The whisper in her ear made her jump and shout. What are you doing here, Taylor? Taylor was surprised. I just called your name. I kept it quiet because this is a library. Layla calmed down. Why did you call me? Taylor looked at her and replied. Are you leaving the library early today? You're out even though it's not mealtime. She shook her head. No, I was just looking around. I'll go back now to the Hildegard residence. Taylor's eyes widened in surprise. To the Hildegard residence, when you hung up a sign. I'm doing business here. Is it really like that? Before she could answer, Taylor's face darkened and he continued. You came all the way to the capital, and now you're saying you will just stay cooped up in the library for a few days and then go back? Layla was flustered. Yes, is there something wrong? Taylor broke out in a sweat. This is absurd. We can't go back like this, miss. Please reconsider. No. Before he could finish, Layla waved her hands in alarm. Mr. Taylor, are you all right? Taylor still couldn't calm down as he hit it. It's nothing, I'm fine. Taylor ran off, calling back. Please wait a moment. Sion, who was reading a book nearby, also turned to see what was happening. Layla turned around with a confused face. What's going on? Sion stood up and looked at her. She spoke up. Oh, Sion. Layla's face was pale as she looked at Sion. Perhaps the suggestion that we return to the Hildegard residence was a big shock. He just ran off like that. Taylor rushed over, hugging a pile of books in his arms, panting. And miss, I borrowed these. Layla looked at Taylor, then turned to look at Scion. He's back. Layla was confused. What on earth are you talking about? Taylor looked at her with an excited face. I'll borrow these books and read them outside the library. It'll probably take at least a week. Taylor's face was beaming, but his cheeks were flushed from running. We'll have to stay in the capital for at least another week, haha. Both Scion and Layla looked at him with a sense of helplessness. Taylor burst out laughing, forgetting he was in a library. Seeing this, Layla felt helpless, but had to agree. All right, but please be quiet in the library. After witnessing Taylor's sudden action, both Layla and Scion decided to stay in the capital for another week as he wished. The three of them went to a restaurant for a meal. Layla sat and thought, I could have wandered around alone, but I thank Mr. Taylor for staying with me out of loyalty. She was still lost in her own thoughts. Thinking back, maybe this was actually for the best. No need to rush into the villain's den right now. Maybe I'm still afraid that even the smallest action could attract his attention. Her face flushed with relaxation as she thought, I've already received permission, so what am I afraid of? If I have free time, I should enjoy it a little. Taylor looked around and spoke up. But miss, this place doesn't feel much like a restaurant, more like a party. Layla replied, you're right. Taylor leaned close to Layla, covering his hand and whispering to her. It seems the guests here feel the same way. Layla was surprised. What do you mean? Suddenly a clear voice rang out. Excuse me, I am Barius Sertion from the Sertion family of Baron Sertion. Layla's eyes widened in surprise, but she seemed a little worried. Scion looked towards the voice and asked, May I ask, which noble family? The girl holding her yellow skirt walked up to Scion and asked gently, Which family do you belong to, young master? If you don't mind, I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Taylor froze on the spot, his mouth agape, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He looked around in a daze, as if looking for someone to confirm that he wasn't dreaming. Meanwhile, Scion maintained his usual calm expression, his sharp eyes revealing no emotion. Taylor was flustered, his voice slightly embarrassed, but still polite. I'm sorry, but this child cannot speak for psychological reasons. I hope you understand. The girl was stunned, her hands gently covering her mouth, her expression turning to concern. Oh my, I'm sorry. Layla, who had been observing the whole story from beginning to end, couldn't help but feel bewildered. In her heart, she quietly thought. Scion didn't even glance at her. Even so, Scion's cold, emotionless eyes remained unchanged, as if what had just happened was just a passing breeze, leaving no trace in his mind. Of the boy, Taylor followed the direction the young lady had just left with his eyes, sighing softly with a look of mixed weariness and amusement, then turned to smile wryly. The young lady who just left was the 31st. Hearing this, Layla raised her eyebrows in surprise, her voice tinged with confusion. Taylor continued to explain. 30 young ladies have come to talk after staring at Scion in the library. Layla was suddenly startled, as if she had just realized something. She opened her eyes wide, her mouth agape, her voice almost breaking. What? She whipped her head towards Scion, her eyes as if wanting to penetrate his mind. However, Scion still sat there calmly, holding a book, his pensive eyes not at all bothered by the noise around him. That image made Layla feel even more flustered. Chaotic thoughts suddenly arose in her mind. 31 young ladies have talked to Scion. Of course, it's true that Scion is incredibly handsome, but Scion is. What am I thinking? She blushed slightly, trying to calm herself. Another thought flashed through her mind. I mistakenly thought that because Scion was treated like a servant at Hideguard, everyone outside would think so too. A complex feeling stirred in her heart, a mixture of astonishment and a hint of indescribable unease. I believe I was the only one who could see how special Scion was, but that couldn't possibly be the case. On the opposite side, the waiter gently handed the menu to Scion. He took the menu with one hand, but his eyes briefly lingered on Layla's face. His cold eyes flickered with a hint of gentleness, as if he were quietly watching her. Suddenly, Taylor's voice cut through Layla's wandering thoughts. He smiled, his eyes twinkling with a hint of playfulness. He smiled. Our Scion is really handsome, isn't he? Sometimes I feel a little jealous too. After saying that, Taylor nervously tapped the table as if to dispel his own embarrassment, then quickly changed the subject. That wasn't a very funny joke, so shall we start ordering? Layla nodded hesitantly, responding with a small Her eyes scanned the dishes with little interest. Her expression gradually fell, her eyes tinged with sadness as she thought. The menu here doesn't appeal to me much. The waiter standing nearby suddenly spoke softly. Are you ready to order? Layla turned her head, tilting it slightly as if she had just thought of something. If there's a recommended special, may I ask what it is? The waiter nodded and replied, "Of course." Layla smiled gently, her voice softening. "Then 3 portions." She paused for a moment, then continued, "And if there's carrot cake, I'll order that too." The waiter took careful notes and replied, "Certainly." Meanwhile, Taylor sat quietly, but his eyes were fixed on Layla. He seemed to be thinking about something, then suddenly broke into a mischievous smile and said, "Carrot cake, it really suits you, and carrots too." Layla frowned slightly, asking in confusion, "Huh, why?" Taylor didn't answer right away, but laughed loudly, his eyes sparkling as if he had just thought of something funny. "Because you look like a rabbit." In Taylor's imagination, an image of Layla appeared with a pair of adorable rabbit ears, a small face, and bright, sparkling eyes. He chuckled, clearly enjoying his own joke. Hearing this, Layla blushed beet red, her voice a mixture of embarrassment and fluster. "A rabbit? I don't have white hair or pink eyes, and my front teeth aren't big either." Taylor beamed, his eyes shining with amusement. "It's just a feeling. Little rabbits are cute and gentle, right?" Layla pouted, her brows furrowed slightly, her voice full of rebuttal. "Rabbits aren't that gentle. They're very good at biting fingers, you know?" Sion, though his face remained as cold as usual. In his mind, the image of a small, fierce rabbit biting his finger appeared clearly, causing him some surprise. Taylor, on the other hand, laughed in surprise, tilting his head to ask, "Have you ever raised a rabbit?" Layla sighed, a look of helplessness on her face, and answered briefly, "Yup." Taylor asked curiously, his eyes lighting up, "When?" Layla closed her eyes, as if sinking into a distant memory. "It was before I was reincarnated, so it was a long time ago." A moment of silence passed before she answered softly, her voice gentle but tinged with vagueness. "A very long time ago." Taylor grew even more curious, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "I'm curious what its name was?" Layla smiled faintly, replying naturally, "Terizabeth." As soon as her words left her mouth, Sion unconsciously frowned slightly. In his mind, a comical image suddenly appeared. A small rabbit with an arrogant air, a cute pout, and a stylishly curled hairdo on its head like that of a noble lady. The rabbit even carried a noble demeanor, as if declaring its superiority over all other rabbits. Taylor burst out laughing when he heard the name Terizabeth. "Haha, that's a funny joke." The atmosphere around the table suddenly turned strangely cold. Layla said nothing, her eyes narrowing slightly, her gaze sharp. Seeing this, Taylor rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment, his voice trailing off. "You're not joking, are you?" Layla replied curtly, with a cold expression. "No." Taylor froze for a moment, but curiosity still prompted him to ask, "I'm sorry, but why did you name the rabbit that?" As soon as the question was asked, Layla suddenly slammed her hand on the table and shot up. Her eyes blazed with annoyance. "Then what would you name it?" Before Taylor could even open his mouth, she continued, firing off a rapid series of questions. "Have you ever raised a rabbit? Have you ever named a rabbit?" Taylor was flustered, his eyes cast down like a scolded child. He answered sadly, his voice somewhat dejected. "No." She pointed at him, her voice full of frustration. "Then don't criticize it." Taylor lowered his head, his face crestfallen, and replied with full resignation, "Yes, I'm sorry." The table fell into a strange silence. But then, a sudden sound broke the atmosphere. Layla whipped her head around in surprise. Her eyes widened, staring straight at Sion, who had one hand covering his mouth, his expression still cold, but clearly having just let out an unsuccessfully suppressed laugh. She exclaimed, her voice a mixture of astonishment and confusion, "Sion." In Layla's mind, a series of jumbled thoughts raced through. Was Terizabeth such a strange name that even Sion would laugh? I don't think it's a great name, but still. At that moment, the sound of rolling wheels interrupted her train of thought. The waiter appeared beside them, gently pushing a cart full of food. He carefully placed each dish on the table, then spoke with a polite smile, "I've brought what you ordered." The heavy atmosphere gradually dissipated, replaced by the fragrant aroma of the tempting dishes. Layla stared wide-eyed at the exquisitely arranged plates of food in front of her. She thought to herself, "It must be because this is the capital that the food presentation is so refined. I hope it tastes as good as it looks." She put a piece of tomato salad on her plate, but her eyes unconsciously drifted toward Sion, who was slowly cutting a piece of fragrant dessert. The sweet aroma spread, making it impossible for Layla to take her eyes off him. Suddenly, she spoke, breaking the silence. "How does it taste? Is this one or mine better?" Sion looked up at Layla, his eyes cold, but with a hint of hidden gentleness. He didn't answer right away, but used his fork to cut a small piece of cake, gently offering it toward her, saying, "Ah, Layla was surprised, her cheeks flushed red, her eyes sparkling with a hint of confusion. But she still obediently opened her mouth for Sion to feed her the piece of cake. He rested his chin on his hand, his gentle gaze following her as he spoke in a deep, warm voice. Which one do you think is better? Layla chewed thoughtfully, her eyes pensive but a faint smile on her lips. The one I made. Sion looked at her with eyes that shone with warmth and smiled gently. I think so too. After hearing Sion's words, Layla's heart felt like a blooming spring. Her cheeks flushed pink, her eyes fixed on Sion. Sion's simple words seemed to light up Layla's entire world. Her heart felt like it was filled with spring, with flowers blooming brightly. Her cheeks grew redder, her eyes following Sion intently, full of emotion. She smiled to herself, thinking, so he's saying mine is better. But the romantic atmosphere didn't last long. Taylor suddenly spoke up, breaking the sweet moment. Miss, no matter what anyone says, I am Sion's teacher. Layla was stunned, turning to look at Taylor with a bewildered expression. What? Why so suddenly? Taylor was serious, his face glowing as if emitting an aura. Miss, I'm also the knight closest to you in the Duke's mansion. Layla was speechless. What? Taylor's eyes sparkled with immense excitement. So next time, you must invite me to eat with you. Layla was so flustered she didn't know how to react. Her voice was a mixture of annoyance and helplessness. What are you talking about? Taylor, with his sparkling eyes, his head seemingly radiating an aura of determination. I will definitely join, no matter what. Layla shouted, silence. The decisive sound startled Taylor so much that he spat out the sip of water he had just taken, creating a less than elegant scene. Layla turned to the side, her eyes half closed in annoyance, her cold voice ringing out, just eat. Outwardly, she seemed to be keeping her composure, but in reality, her mind was a mess. A series of thoughts flashed through her head. I don't understand what he's talking about. Layla returned to her bedroom, relaxing her body with a soft sigh of relief. Oh, that feels so refreshing. She stretched wearily, her eyes glancing towards the bed as if she wanted to collapse right into it. I've been following Mr. Taylor all day, so I'm quite tired. Layla sat down on the soft white sofa, her eyes accidentally landing on a red-covered book lying neatly on the table. Anyway, I should still finish reading it and return it today. She smiled faintly, a smile that seemed to mix amusement and humor as she recalled the recent scene. In that brief moment, she had decisively snatched the book from Taylor. The memory was clear. At that time, she commanded with an authoritative voice, I order you to let go, Mr. Taylor. He was terrified, his face pale, his mouth stammering. Are you going to check if I read it correctly? Do you really need to do that? She thought to herself with a confident expression, as if she had everything under control. If he used the book as an excuse, he must face the consequences. Returning to the present, Layla picked up the book, her eyes scanning every detail on the cover with growing curiosity. Let's see. She read the name of the book, which was prominently printed in ornate script. On my wondrous experiences. Layla frowned in thought. Is this a travelogue? She slowly flipped through the pages, her eyes carefully examining each line of text. But the more she read, the more her expression changed. Suddenly a spark lit up in Layla's eyes. This is a fantasy novel disguised as a travel story. I believe it if people said this story was just what was written from a dream. Thanks to that, it's actually not boring at all. Layla was immersed in the story, as if she herself were the main character, feeling every detail happening around her. This is a story from when I was very young. I had just begun my journey and was climbing the famous Gapala mountain, known for its rugged terrain. At that time, I discovered a person hanging from a cliff. With all my strength, I pulled him up. He kept thanking me, but when I looked at his face, I was very shocked. His eyes contained two different worlds. In one of his eyes was the sea, and in the other was the sun. He wanted to tell me his story as a life-saving benefactor. And I sat there, completely unaware of the passage of time, listening intently to his stories. He said he was on a journey to find a strange object created by his ancestor, representing his clan. Then with a deep sigh, he told me what kind of object he was looking for. The object he was looking for was a small stone, and he claimed it had. Reading up to this point, she pointed at the gem, her eyes wide and blurry, and blurted out uncontrollably the ability to reverse time. She stammered and frowned, unable to believe it. This is the story of the regression stone, isn't it? Layla unconsciously looked down at the book in her hands, as if it held the answer to all the secrets in this world. She took a deep breath. She reassured herself, telling herself, first, I need to calm down, read more. The book says the stone has a point to note. For the stone to be able to travel through time, it must absorb the life force that exists in the human body. If a body not yet 20 years old swallows a stone, the life force will be sucked away, and then the body will dissolve into pieces. He called that phenomenon being devoured by the stone. When I blamed him for making the stone, he got angry and said it wasn't made by him, but by his ancestor. He was planning to find it to destroy it, but the search was so difficult that he had to sigh in frustration. He also said that the gods in this world are extremely lazy, so they just want to use things created by humans to solve problems. After blaming his ancestors, he even cursed the gods. He spoke as if he was forced to deal with the consequences of his ancestors. All night, he lamented his fate before getting up. Layla finished reading and shook her head helplessly, saying, and then, unbelievably, he revived a withered flower before. Setting off. Finishing the book, she smiled lightly and commented, after all, this is just a fictional story, but it makes sense if these things were real. At this point, her head suddenly throbbed, her face darkened. She thought to herself, if these things were real, I would have almost turned to dust. Layla looked back at the book in her hands in fear. In the warm light of the candle, she sat quietly, lost in her own thoughts. Scene change. At this moment, Layla found herself sitting in a tavern, drinking with a priest. He said cheerfully, hey, let me tell you an interesting story. Layla replied attentively, okay, what is it? The priest said excitedly, there's a way to see the sky split in two. Layla asked curiously, what way is that? The priest pointed his index finger upwards, and she followed his gaze. He continued to tell, on the day the demon's seal is broken, the gates of hell will open, and at that moment the sky will be split in two for a moment. 10 years from now, you should look up at the sky every day. After hearing this, Layla found it amusing. She took out a gold coin and offered it, saying, the sky split in two? That's an interesting story. Here's the money for the story. Layla was about to give the gold coin to the priest when it suddenly slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. She let out a startled cry. Layla bent down to pick up the gold coin and sighed, unable to help but let out a soft groan. Oh, suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from above, startling her and making her body freeze. Layla turned her head in confusion to look. Beside her, the priest had vanished without a trace. Seeing what was happening above her, the sky, as red as blood, was splitting in two. She said in fear, really, the sky has split in two. Following that was a loud explosion, destroying everything around. It turned out these things were just a dream. Layla woke up in fear, drenched in sweat, her eyes wide open as she gasped for breath. She looked at the moonlight outside the window and said angrily, damn it, that dream again. How many times has it been? After a sleepless night, Layla sat at the breakfast table thinking. The story the priest told the author of the book that the sky would be split in two. It's surprising that I could dream of that scene so vividly. She looked at the plate of noodles in front of her resentfully. Someone's last words, as if mocking her, kept ringing in her ears, making it impossible for her to sleep again. Feeling that she couldn't eat, Layla gently said to Sean and Taylor sitting in front of her, if everyone is done eating, I'll take my leave. Hearing this, Taylor said worriedly, Miss, you haven't finished eating yet. Layla wearily rubbed her temples and replied, I'm not hungry because I didn't get enough sleep. If I eat any more, I'll probably feel bloated. Then she looked at Taylor mysteriously and said, oh, by the way, Mr. Taylor. Seeing her like that, he replied fearfully, yes. Layla stared at him and continued, your taste in books is fine. Taylor asked blankly, you're complimenting me, right? Hearing this, Sean looked over helplessly without saying anything, while Layla just sneered. Then she stood up and went upstairs. She sighed wearily. Oh, my head. A warm cup of tea might make it better. Once in her room, Layla thought listlessly, oh well, it's a bother to call someone. A little rest will probably help. And she jumped straight onto the bed and said softly, I never thought I'd miss Mary's special health. Tea. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Layla called out, who is it? From outside came Sean's voice. It's me, may I come in? Hearing it was him, Layla immediately sat up, fixed her hair, and hurriedly replied, Sean, come in, it's okay. Sean pushed the door open, carrying a cup of tea in his hand. Layla walked over to him and asked, what is this? Sean replied, this is a tea that helps relieve fatigue. She asked curiously, relieve fatigue? He turned to look at her and said gently, I'll put the tray on the table because you look tired. Hearing him say that, Layla blushed and let out a small cry. Sean scratched his head and continued. And, later when we go to the play, he turned to her, blushing slightly, and extended an invitation. If there's still time, would you like to go buy a pillow? Layla was confused, sipping her tea while thinking to herself, why buy a pillow all of a sudden? Then she looked at him and replied, okay, since I was planning to tour the capital anyway. Seeing that she had agreed, he said, all right, you should get some rest. I'll come and wake you up before we go. Then Sean turned and walked out. Layla waved goodbye. Yeah, see you later. The door closed. Layla still stood there, puzzled. She walked over to the sofa and sat down, thinking to herself, why did he suddenly say we should go buy a pillow? Does he think the pillow is uncomfortable? I think it's fine. Then she looked at the cup of tea he brought, continuing to think to herself. He even brought tea to relieve fatigue. Normally, he doesn't do these things. Thinking, but as she thought of something, she suddenly blushed. Then she burst out laughing, thinking maybe he thought I couldn't sleep because of the pillow, so he asked me to go buy one. I'll have to make it clear later, it's not because of the pillow that I can't sleep. Layla laughed happily. Ah, so cute. Just as she was about to put the teacup down on the table, she set an alarm. How can Sion be so cute? Is it okay to be this cute? After a moment, she shyly told herself, it's not impossible. The tea is also sweet and delicious. So let's just say he's cute. For hours later, at the play, the actors on stage were bowing goodbye to the sound of applause from the audience. At this time, Layla and Taylor were also happily applauding. Taylor turned to ask her, Miss, what did you think of the play? Layla replied happily, it was very interesting. Hearing this, Taylor immediately said happily, so as promised, you'll only read half the book. Remembering her earnest promise that if the play he recommended was interesting, she would agree to do this, Layla did not deny it, replying, let's do that. Then Taylor continued to ask Sion, what did you think of the play? Sion replied flatly, it was interesting. Seeing him say that, contrary to Taylor's cheerfulness, Layla thought to herself in confusion, does Sion not usually smile? Or does he not smile because he has depression? So if he's cured of this depression, will I get to see him smile brightly? Can that illness be completely cured? If so, how long would it take? Layla imagined seeing Sion smile brightly. She continued to think to herself, I'm probably the only one who wants to see Sion smile like a normal child, a boy who can express his emotions, cry, or laugh over small things like everyone else. Seeing her staring at him, Sion called out in confusion, Layla. He looked at her and asked, is something wrong? Layla replied shyly, no, nothing at all. At that moment, in the row below, two ladies were talking to each other. I heard that Lady Donovan also invested in this play, right? Hearing this, Layla's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the two ladies in the row below and thought to herself, Lady Donovan? Not noticing her attentive gaze, the other lady laughed and said, the author of the play is new, so I was a little worried. It turns out my worries were in vain. The other lady agreed. As expected, the plays that Lady Donovan invests in never fail. It's not for nothing that she's called the Eye of God, right? Another lady who happened to overhear also said, I'm sure the Countess will come to see it today too, right? The lady said she wouldn't miss any performance in the first 2 weeks of a play she invested in. The ladies sitting there said excitedly, then shall we go and greet the Countess? Everyone responded in agreement. That's a good idea. At this moment, Layla suddenly approached the lady sitting in front of her and said, excuse me for bothering you. The other lady was a little startled and exclaimed, oh my. Without waiting for her to agree, Layla hurriedly continued, I am Layla Hildegard of the Marquis Hildegard's family. When you go to greet Countess Donovan, may I go with you? Scene change in the waiting room for the theater staff. The atmosphere was quiet. On the table, exquisite desserts were neatly arranged. Layla recalled the recent situation. The ladies took turns looking at her with sparkling, happy eyes, laughing and saying, it seems you two have something private to talk about, right? Just leave it to us. Remembering this, she sighed to herself again, thinking, at times like these, the title of Marquis is really useful. Thanks to everyone's enthusiastic help, I got the chance to meet the lady privately. Her eyes fell on the cookie in her hand as she sadly continued her train of thought. But how could I forget that name? Not anyone else. How could I forget? Just then, the door opened and Layla immediately stood up. She thought to herself, she's here. The person who entered was Countess Donovan. With an elegant demeanor, she approached, her mature beauty and white hair shining under the lights. She spoke a greeting, Lady Lela Hildegard. Lela curtsied in greeting. I am Lela Hildegard from the Marquis Hildegard family. Countess Donovan curtsied in return. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Alice Donovan. After greeting each other, the two sat down. Countess Donovan, with her inherent grace, smiled faintly and began, this is the first time I've met you, my lady. Pausing for a moment, she continued, but I hear you have something you must tell me. I'm quite curious. Could you tell me what it is? Hearing this, Lela fell into a bit of a reverie. A moment later, she spoke softly. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful swan. It had a coat of splendid and special silver feathers. Countess Donovan was slightly surprised that Lela did not get straight to the point. Ignoring the Countess's expression, Lela continued her story. The swan had only one friend, a human. The human was enchanted by the swan's beauty and relentlessly pursued it. Eventually, the two became close friends. The human treated the swan very well, but at some point, the human began to pluck the swan's feathers without permission. The swan endured it despite the great pain, thinking that one day the human would stop. But one day, while it was still trying to endure and be patient, the human slit the swan's belly. The Countess was utterly horrified upon hearing this story. She clasped her hands in confusion and said, "My lady, this story." Not letting her finish, Lela spoke up, "Countess, I beg you, please divorce the Count." She recalled, "The silver swan in the story I told Countess Donovan was you, the one known as a beautiful countess with sparkling silver eyes, and the unfortunate woman who died young from an illness. In reality, before I became the second Countess Donovan, she had been beaten to death by the Count." Scene changed. The next day, at the bakery, Taylor spoke up, "My lady, shall we order gingerbread?" Lela replied absently, "Uh-huh." She was still lost in her thoughts. When I learned that truth, I was determined to deal with Count Donovan. Yet now I've completely forgotten about it, as if it weren't my business. Taylor continued to show her the menu, asking, "Or should we not order anything?" Layla still replied absently, "Uh-huh." She continued to think to herself, if not for today's chance opportunity, she would have met the same end as before. Seeing her constant distraction, Taylor said, "Or should we just buy this shop?" Layla, still not paying attention, replied, "Uh-huh." She continued to think to herself, "Please understand the meaning of the story I told and run away." At that moment, Taylor suddenly shouted, "Hey, Shaun is in danger." Layla jumped in reaction. "What run, Shaun?" When she calmed down, she looked at Shaun sitting properly in front of her and asked blankly, "What? Nothing happened." Then she turned to Taylor with a dark face and questioned him. "Sir Taylor, you're taking the joke too far." Seeing her anger, he raised his hands in surrender and quickly said, "I'm sorry. It's just that it wasn't Shaun, but you, my lady, who looked to be in great danger." Layla wondered, "Me in danger?" Taylor asked worriedly, "What happened at the theater that made you so out of it, my lady, like your soul had left your body?" Hearing that, Layla stammered. "Well," seeing the difficulty in her eyes, Taylor asked, "Is it something hard to tell us?" Layla scratched her head shyly and replied, "I just happened to run into an acquaintance. I didn't expect to see her here, so I was a bit surprised." Seeing her like this, Shaun asked coldly, "Who did you meet?" Layla asked back, confused, "Huh?" Shaun repeated coldly, "I asked who you met." She answered without hiding anything, "Countess Donovan." Hearing this name, Shaun's eyes widened in surprise as he asked again, "Donovan." Seeing his reaction, Layla spoke up, "You know her?" Shaun shook his head, denying it immediately. "No, I don't." Layla wondered to herself, if he doesn't know her, why did he react like that? She stared at his face and continued to think, moreover, he looks a little sad. Then she quickly dismissed her thoughts. How could Shaun know Countess Donovan? It must be because of my mood that I'm accidentally affecting Shaun. At this moment, Taylor spoke up, "If it's Countess Donovan, then she's truly a famous person. I heard her hobby is investing in plays, and she has never failed once." Layla added, "The pinnacle of theater." Taylor continued, "And she's also famous for being a beauty. I heard she has very beautiful silver irises." At this point, Layla couldn't help but praise him. "If you pay close attention, you're quite knowledgeable about rumors. While your appearance suggests you only know about swordsmanship, in reality, you're quite interested in the world of nobility, aren't you?" Taylor replied shyly, "You're right, my lady. Actually, I'm not very interested in the world of nobility." Layla said with a disbelieving expression, "Oh, I see." Seeing her expression, Taylor said defensively, "It's true. My teammates tell me all those rumors during training. That's how I know." At this point, not only Layla, but also Shaun looked at him with disbelief. She replied cheerfully, "Yes, I know." Taylor still tried to explain, "If I hear the same rumor over and over, I can't help but know it. I really only know swordsmanship." "My lady." Layla still teased him cheerfully, laughing, "Uh-huh, I believe you who said anything." The next day, I went to see the play from the other day again. When I was about to enjoy the lingering afterglow of the ending, I was distracted by hearing about Countess Donovan, and I couldn't fully experience it, so I went to the theater again. The afterglow was truly profound. I burst into tears from the intense emotions I had missed on the first day. From that day on, I became completely fascinated with theater and started watching every play in the capital. But the first play I saw was still the best. By the fourth day, when I watched the seventh play, I completely lost interest. Standing from a distance, Taylor smiled wryly and said, "That's how you get desensitized." Shaun commented, "It's because you've watched too many." After that, I happened to see a little girl selling circus tickets, so I decided to go see the circus. After watching it and coming out, she felt the circus performance was so boring that both Taylor and Shaun agreed with my statement of never watching it again. The following days, I met the little girl again, and out of pity, I bought all of her tickets. Of course, not want to waste time watching that boring thing. I didn't go to the circus. However, on the day after that, under the gaze of the three of them, the little ticket girl was too timid to say anything. Layla looked at the basket of tickets and thought to herself, the number of tickets she's selling is double what it was yesterday. It's all my fault because I helped her. She sighed helplessly, thinking, if it's come to this, there's no other way. She pointed at the circus and shouted, Sir Taylor, Shaun, take care of them. Behind her, the two had already drawn their swords, ready to fight. Amidst the terrified screams of the circus performers, Layla continued to shout instructions. Do your worst. The owner here is an illegal human trafficker. Taylor and Shaun replied, yes. And so, to end it quickly, I threw the circus owner, who is also a human trafficker, into jail. The police station manager seemed troubled as he had received quite a lot of bribes. But what stands above money is the power of the lady of a marquee house. The little ticket girl was actually an orphan who had been kidnapped from outside the capital. The case was closed with the girl being sent to a state-run orphanage. And just like that, it had been exactly 7 days since Taylor borrowed books from the National Library. The three of them laughed and talked, packing their bags to prepare to leave. At this moment, Taylor suddenly bowed to Layla and said, My lady, I will never forget this favor. She asked, confused, huh? What favor? Taylor smiled and explained, the favor of allowing me to stay in the capital longer and overlooking the fact that I haven't finished reading the books. Layla understood and let out a small laugh. She turned to criticize Taylor. It's not that you haven't finished reading, it's that you haven't read a single page. You know this is all a debt, right? Sayan, beside them, shook his head in exasperation. But when Taylor heard her words, he smiled brightly to curry favor. You can order me to do anything. Seeing his bright smile, Layla thought irritably, I can forgive Sir Taylor for telling me about the resurrection stone, but the price for daring to mock the name Terizabet will not be small. Let me think slowly about what to order him to do. Humph. The three of them walked quickly towards the door. Layla spoke up. Well then, let's go back to the Marquis mansion now. Taylor replied with a hint of regret. Yes, I'm very sorry, but understanding what he was about to say, Layla thought to herself, don't be sad, Sir Taylor. Even if you wanted to stay now, you don't have the money. The original plan was to return immediately, so I thought this much would be enough. Just as she opened the door to step out, a sigh of relief was heard. Good, I made it in time. Layla was extremely surprised to see Countess Donovan standing right in front of her. She asked, puzzled, Countess. Sayan and Taylor looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. Layla asked again, why are you here? In response to her question, the Countess said gently, if you have a moment. Pausing for a bit, she smiled and continued, could you spare me some of your time? The servant bowed respectfully and left. I hope you have a pleasant conversation. The door slowly closed. Inside, in the serious atmosphere, only Layla and Lady Liam were left, drinking tea and talking. Lady Liam started the conversation. This is a place I often come to when meeting important guests. The tea tastes good and privacy is guaranteed. She nodded in reply. That's clear to see. Suddenly, the lady's tone lowered, and she expressed with teary emotion, I have so many things I want to say to you, my lady, but I don't know where to begin. Layla smiled gently to reassure her. Please speak comfortably. I can wait. She put down her teacup and looked at her intently. Thank you. Then let's start with the story from that day. The lady slowly recalled. After our conversation that day, I was very confused. My first thought was, how did she know? Actually, I had a bruise on my face that day. It was because my husband had hit me the night before. I couldn't cancel the performance, so I covered it with thick makeup. But when I looked in the mirror, I saw the makeup was still intact, so what was the problem? Could it be that I had revealed a sign that I had been beaten? Was it because I unconsciously flinched, or I thought maybe someone in the mansion had said something? So I spent several days trying to find the culprit. But around noon yesterday, after reluctantly finishing my meal and taking a walk in the garden, I saw a bird that had fallen at the base of a tree. The bird seemed to be seriously injured. I intended to treat it, but avoided my hand and flew away. The small, frightened bird darted off. The lady watched helplessly as it flew away. Even though it was seriously injured, it still flew away. Looking at that bird, I suddenly had an awakening. Even that tiny bird ran away to avoid someone who could harm it. And what am I doing? How foolish. After that, I realized all my previous suspicions and worries were meaningless. I only remembered the desperate expression on your face, my lady. It was so moving that you made that face for me. She smiled a happy, relieved smile, as if a 1,000-pound stone had been lifted from her heart. Therefore, I decided to run away before I had to pay the price. Thank you, my lady. This decision is all thanks to you. Layla was flustered and polite. Not at all. Suddenly, Lady Liam stood up. She called her gently, my lady. My lady, you're my benefactor. Her warm hands gently clasped Layla's. with affection. Her eyes sparkled, filled with indescribable gratitude as she looked at her. "If you ever need help, please come to Viscount Liam's manor anytime. I will welcome you. I give you my word of honor." Hearing those sincere words, a tingling, indescribable emotion rose in Layla's heart. She couldn't hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. "Yes, I will come, definitely." Layla's heart was quiet and happy as she thought, "I saved a person." Her conviction was strengthened. Saving people, this is something a Hildegard would never do. So, in this moment, I decided that I am not a Hildegard. Even if it's just for a moment, I believe even God will forgive me. Even though I am a Hildegard, I will pretend not to be a Hildegard. A while later, the luxurious carriage slowly departed. In the carriage, Layla, blushing with embarrassment, asked hesitantly, "Sir Taylor, do you know what it feels like to save someone?" Taylor, without hiding anything, immediately boasted cheerfully, "Yes, I know. I've saved many people." Layla was stunned with surprise. "Really?" She gave a faint, inscrutable smile and murmured, as expected, "You don't suit the Hildegards." He was bewildered, not understanding her meaning, huh? Layla changed the subject. "No, just talking to myself." Suddenly, Taylor giggled and pleaded, "Ah, my lady, next time you go on a trip, take me with you, please." Sayan, who had been dozing off, heard someone openly eyeing his family's treasure and boiled with anger. Layla was bewildered and confused. A trip? What next time? He puffed out his chest confidently, nominating himself. "Honestly, who is more suitable than me? Someone might be more skilled, but no one is both skilled and as close to you as I am, my lady." He even turned to put his arm around Sayan's shoulders to act familiar. "Moreover, I'm also close with Sayan, who is almost a part of you, my lady." She was utterly shocked by this person's statements. A part? Sayan, who had been fuming, now had a chance to vent his anger. His face darkened as he pushed Taylor's hand away. "Warning, who's close to you?" Taylor was stunned into silence. Sayan. He cried his eyes out, clinging to Sayan and reasoning. "I'm your master, of course we're close, right?" Sayan was indifferent. "When did I ever acknowledge you as my master?" Taylor's heart was breaking, his eyes filled with tears. "What are you saying?" "Sayan, does that mean I'm just a temporary instructor now?" Layla was enjoying this. She leisurely rested her chin on her hand, watching the little play from her seat in the carriage. "I heard how annoying he was at the library. He's even worse than before." Taylor recovered his spirits after Sayan's harsh shock. He pleaded resolutely, "Anyway, you'll take me on your next trip, right?" Layla gave a sly smile, pretending to consider. "Let's see." Taylor acted all cute and adorable to win her over. "Take me with you, please." Layla and Sayan were frozen speechless at the determination of this guy, who was willing to sell his image. The two of them, pained by the sight, quickly surrendered. "I'll take you, just stop." Taylor, like a child who got what he wanted, cheered joyfully, "You promised." Layla let her mind drift to the scenery outside the window. She was secretly calculating, by the way, for the next trip, where would be a good place to go. The north has long winters, or should we go see the sea? After a moment of deliberation, she smiled with satisfaction. "All right, it's decided." She secretly observed the boy in front of her. "Next time, we must go see the sea." "What sea? It's all ruined." Layla, her face as black as the bottom of a pot, sat dejectedly on the bed. "I thought the price of a prophetic dream was just a few bruises. Who knew my leg would break in two? Or maybe the stairs were just too high." Sayan, beside her, asked with concern, "Layla, are you thirsty?" She smiled brightly to please the boy. "I'm fine, Sayan." He was still insistent. "What about snacks? There's fruit. Do you need a new bandage, huh?" "Not yet." The two went back and forth, one concerned, the other refusing. Suddenly, an interesting thought came to her mind. Layla covered her mouth and laughed without a trace of grace. "But it's not as bad as I thought. Sayan has been by my side, taking care of me for days. With my leg broken like this, the villains probably won't doubt my words anymore." Taylor excitedly peeked in, signaling, "My lady, I'm here." Layla smiled innocently, her face unchanging as she uttered bitter words. "You're here, are you? Well then, have a safe trip, goodbye." Taylor scratched his head glumly. "Why are you chasing me away?" "Because I know what you're planning to do next." He looked bewildered. "What am I planning to do?" Without much thought, Layla recited all his crimes in one breath, whining and demanding Sayan back, making a fuss in front of a patient, and even stealing the patient's snacks. "Want me to say more?" Taylor was silenced, and with the cold glare from his little disciple, he whimpered in pain. "That's enough. I'll be good today. I won't whine anymore, but I'm so bored." Layla was so helpless she had to make a deal. Well then, before she could finish her sentence, the door was thrown open, and Mary entered in a very stylish manner, carrying a bowl of medicine. "My lady." Layla shivered as her stomach sent out an SOS signal. Suddenly, I feel unwell. Mary, she smiled friendly. Even if you say that, you still have to drink this bowl of tea. Beside her, Taylor was taking advantage of the chaos, quickly snatching her fruits and snacks. Sayan's face darkened as he saw everything, not missing a single detail. After hastily swallowing a piece of cake, Taylor finally greeted her. Hello, Mary. Hello, Sir Taylor. We meet again today, don't we? Layla held the bowl of medicine, lamenting in her heart. Is this a meeting spot? These two people quickly fell into endless conversation. We met yesterday, the day before yesterday, and the day before yesterday too. Layla secretly looked around. Is there anywhere to pour this tea away? I should have put a flower pot here. Sayan glanced over and immediately knew her intentions. He sat seriously beside her to supervise. Don't get any funny ideas. Drink it quickly. Layla was startled and almost choked on her saliva. I was just about to drink it. Beside her was a deathly stare that gave her goosebumps, and below was a horribly bitter bowl of tea. Layla, feeling weak and desperate, squeezed her eyes shut and drank it all in one go. Sayan smiled, having gotten his way. Layla did not feel happy, her face contorted in misery. Bitter. Suddenly a sweet, plump cherry was brought to her lips. Seeing her dazed and confused expression, Sayan had to explain, you said the tea Mary makes isn't good. Hurry up and eat this. Layla obediently took the cherry and chewed. Thank you. Looking at the care and joy evident on Sayan's handsome face, Layla thought to herself, confused, how strange. Summer is still a long way off. So why does it feel so hot already? Just like that, time passed unstoppably. Elvin was focused on flipping through the pages of a report. Height increased by 5 centimeters compared to last year, meeting the standard. Weight is at a reasonable level for the height. Heart rate stable, blood circulation good, body temperature normal. Congratulations, you are completely healthy this year. Layla smiled brightly. Thank you. 3 years have passed in a flash. Elvin nodded in praise. At this age, the only one who diligently gets health checkups is probably you, my lady. It's just. At this point, he sighed with regret. The wound on your knee will probably leave a scar. For now, just apply the ointment so the scar doesn't spread before you go. She nodded cooperatively. I know. He carefully treated the red, scraped wound on her knee. During the growth phase, falling is unavoidable, but you've been injured quite a few times in the past 3 years, haven't you? She gave a forced smile. I'll be more careful. A serious sense of caution rose in Layla's heart. It's already been 3 years. Telling the villains the future under the guise of prophecy and getting injured like this myself. Luckily, I'm used to it now, so it's not to the point of breaking a bone. Right now, she was extremely confused and distressed, like a tangled mess of thread. Where will I get injured next year? No. What kind of prophecy can I give? They'll ask for a while, but now I can't remember any more rumors. Oh my God, I should have paid more attention to rumors before I was reborn. Suddenly, Layla thought of a way out. No, now I have to pretend my ability has disappeared naturally. Last year, I helped them find a treasure on the abandoned mountain, so they probably won't kick Sayan out. They always calculate things very carefully. Thinking that, she hurriedly and skillfully jumped out of bed, avoiding Mary's supervision. She winked at Elvin. Thanks. Mary was helpless against the sudden change in atmosphere. My lady, please be careful until you're fully recovered. Suddenly the doctor called her. Ah, my lady. Huh? He answered briefly. It's about Sayan. Layla turned her head, puzzled. What about Sayan? He asked her. Has he said his knees hurt? Layla was doubtful. Knees? Elvin explained patiently. I mean about his joints. With that growth rate, it's impossible for him not to be in pain. Have you seen any signs that he's in pain often? Layla rested her chin on her hand and thought. Let's see. I'm not too sure. Elvin sighed a long, helpless sigh, completely at a loss. Please ask him subtly. If he's in pain, bring him to me. He never listens to a word I say. Layla listened and stared blankly at him, thinking about something. Elvin was curious. Why are you looking at me like that? She brushed it off coolly. It's nothing. She smiled and left, not forgetting to promise. I'll keep an eye on Sayan. He bowed his head in farewell. Yes, my lady. Please be careful on your way. On the way back, in the wide, light-filled corridor, Layla was still lost in her thoughts. It feels strange. At first, everyone called Sayan slave. But now the people who call Sayan by his name include me, Sir Taylor, Mary, and Elvin. That's 5 people. She carefully reconsidered. Mary started calling Sayan by his name after she became close with Sir Taylor. It seems she was influenced by Sir Taylor. Could it be that she has feelings for him? Layla started to get carried away by her own speculations and hunches. Does Sir Taylor know about Mary's feelings? If things go well, Could the two of them start dating? If they're compatible, they might even get married. Another sharp turn. Layla was bewildered with herself. Marriage? Will I get married too? Clearly, the death I had originally envisioned was having a family. I wanted to close my eyes for the last time, surrounded by my crying children and grandchildren. Just thinking about it made Layla weary and gave her goosebumps. But having been through so much suffering, I no longer desire such a grand death. I don't even think about things like a funeral orchestra. As long as it's home, it's fine whether there are people around or not. Suddenly, her mind imagined an image of herself, old and surrounded by a flock of rabbits. Wait a minute. It would still be better if Terizabeth was there. When I'm 90, the first Terizabeth probably won't be around anymore, but there will be Terizabeth's descendants and the descendants of the descendants of the descendants. Layla felt reassured and smiled happily. It would be nice to have a husband to take care of the Terizabeth family with me, but it's fine if I don't have one either. With this mentality, can I even get married? If I live alone, I'll live alone. To be precise, I'm not exactly lonely because I still have the Terizabeth family by my side. Lost in thought, she didn't notice someone walking past her. And so what was bound to happen happened. She bumped right into the other person. Both were startled when they saw each other's faces clearly. Layla, Tommy. Tommy, annoyed, quickly checked himself while his mouth kept moving. Where are your eyes that you can't see where? You're going. Honestly, just as she was about to retort, he walked past her without another word, leaving Layla stunned. What's with him? Not his usual self. He's like a person who's lost his soul. Could it be that he lost something valuable? Layla sighed in frustration. Well, it's not my business. A while later, Layla was leisurely drinking tea that Mary brought her. She switched to gossip mode and recounted. I heard Angela has quit her job. Layla tried to remember. Angela? Mary casually sat down in the opposite chair and reminded her. She's young Master Tommy's maid. Layla's confusion cleared. I remember now. She was Tommy's personal maid. This personal maid was even very close to him. Looking at the way she controlled Tommy, I once thought the wolf incident at the lake was also her idea, but that was just a guess. Layla thought pensively. She put down her teacup, connecting the events. Is that why Tommy's expression was so bad today? Is it because she left the castle? She blurted out, so how is Tommy? Is he sad? Mary reported without missing a detail. I heard he's in a state of exhaustion. I also just saw it with my own eyes a moment ago. Layla nodded. I see. Mary didn't hesitate to mock him. His slumped shoulders looked so pitiful. Layla showed her disgust openly. Ugh, what's so pitiful about him? Layla gently lifted her teacup, preparing to enjoy its captivating flavor. She told herself, well, anyway, this has nothing to do with me. But after just one sip of tea, her face turned pale and she spat it all out. Her heart broke out in a cold sweat. I don't know either. Mary giggled, showing a gleeful, demonic face. Please drink it all. Don't leave a single drop. After a struggle, Layla successfully swallowed the entire dreadful cup of tea. She remembered and asked with concern, but Mary, has your brother's fever gone down? Today is the 4th day already. Mary was moved. He's fine. Thank you for your concern. On the outside, Layla was also casual, but inside she was analyzing carefully. Looking at Mary's sorrowful and sad expression, it seems he's not doing very well. A while later, at the sword training ground, Layla was talking with Taylor. He recalled and confirmed. Mary has seemed very worried lately. Layla's mood sank as she said, it seems her younger brother's fever still hasn't gone down. Taylor was incredulous. How can that be? What did Elvin say? Layla sighed. He said it's the flu. He's especially weak at night, so as soon as evening comes, he gets a fever again. Taylor used his genius IQ brain to think. That's strange. You seem to be like me. I've never been sick. She was speechless and retorted. That's because you're especially healthy, Sir Taylor. So we do have something in common. Suddenly, a loud clashing sound drew their attention. It turned out to be Saiyan, busy practicing his sword. Saiyan, hearing her call, he turned his head happily. A smile still lingered on the young man's bright, handsome face. What is it? He wiped away a bead of sweat and asked her patiently. Layla smiled excitedly and suggested, do you want to go out with me tomorrow? Taylor asked curiously, where are you planning to go? She answered without hiding anything. I'm planning to buy a few gifts for Mary, just wandering around the territory. Layla was thinking carefully. I think Elvin will cure Mason soon. Anyway, he's gradually recovering, which is lucky. Her sparkling jade eyes stared intently at the handsome young man before her. Saiyan destroys the Hildegards. That's in 7 years. Layla had already planned ahead. I plan to leave with Mary. Mason and Elvin before that. For now, let's put that aside. Her eyes sparkled as she pleaded with him. Let's go, Saiyan. He pretended to be indifferent, avoiding her gaze, and replied curtly, yeah. Layla naturally noticed. Oh my, what's this? Why is he avoiding me? Did I do something wrong? How could she know that his face was already burning red? from embarrassment. Suddenly, a loud cough echoed from behind, as if intentionally interrupting to break the awkwardness. It was Taylor. He said softly, a little shyly, I understand. I'll get ready too. Knowing Taylor's intention, Layla feigned skepticism. You're planning to go out during the day? Don't you have to attend regular training? Taylor replied cheerfully, without a hint of guilt. If you sign up as a guard, you're exempt from training. Hearing this, Layla pointed at Sayan, looked at him with a provocative gaze, and said, Are you taking training lightly? If you do that, you'll be weaker than Sayan. Taylor replied with an unconcerned expression, It's fine, I'm already weak. Layla couldn't help but criticize. Why are you so confident? Are you bragging? At this, Taylor shook his head and said, This is something everyone has to face, so it's not bragging. Layla asked, confused, What does that mean? Taylor said in a proud voice, It means that in this base, no one can defeat Sayan. Perhaps there never was, even before. Now it's certain, so I dare to say it. In this story, the image of Sayan appears as a proud warrior. He shines with handsome features and a powerful aura of strength. Then Taylor turned to look at Layla with sparkling, expectant eyes and said, Anyway, can I come with you tomorrow? She replied helplessly, All right, you can come. A moment later, Layla raised her head to sneak a glance at Sayan, her eyes full of curiosity, thinking to herself, to become the strongest in this base. That makes sense. He was already huge when I first met him, to the point that Elvin was worried. Then she suddenly asked, Sayan, don't your knees hurt? Sayan asked back, Puzzled knees? Layla explained, Elvin told me to ask. If you grow tall as fast as you did, your knees are bound to hurt. Sayan hesitated, looking at her, and said with some concern, I'm fine. On the contrary, it should be you. Seeing him like this, Layla let out a surprised sound, slightly flustered, and clenched her hands. But she couldn't help but smile brightly in reply. I'm fine too. I told you before, the wound isn't very deep, so it will heal quickly. Hearing this, Sayan, still not reassured, continued, But you fell very hard then. Layla quickly cut him off, replying awkwardly, Hey, I already said I'm fine. Recalling the fall, she thought to herself, I probably got hurt because I was with Sayan at that time, as the stone was placed in a spot where it was very easy to get injured. The image of Sayan worrying about her made her thoughts drift again. Sayan looked extremely panicked. If anyone had seen him, they would have thought he was the one who got hurt, not me. But then Layla thought of something. He was so worried about me that he bit his lip until it bled. But why did he call a maid to take me to the infirmary? Did he not want to touch me? Not even to support or carry me? She looked up at him, her eyes a little disappointed, and thought sadly, it would have been so nice if he had carried me. He could have carried me. Layla looked away, pondering. That would have been fine too. An image. She directed her gaze towards him, but he turned away, his eyes looking elsewhere. A sense of emptiness and disappointment filled her mind, making her wonder, why am I feeling this way? Scene change. At the music box shop in the domain, Layla's voice was heard. Then I'll take that one. Seeing this, Taylor laughed happily and said, You really trust my taste, don't you? An excellent choice. Layla just sighed and replied, If I don't buy this, you'll follow me around all day long. An image appeared in her mind. If Layla didn't buy what he chose, he would loudly protest, This one is prettier, until she agreed to buy it. The thought gave her a headache. The shop assistant finished wrapping the gift and announced, Thank you for your purchase. At that moment, Layla turned to glare at Taylor and said, Anyway, if Mary doesn't like it, I'll say you chose it. He laughed heartily and replied, She'll definitely like it. After thinking for a moment, Taylor spoke up again. There's a flower shop nearby. What do you think about adding a bouquet of flowers? Layla smiled happily and replied, That's a great idea. But then she turned and called for Sayan to follow. Come on, over here. Suddenly, someone entered through the door. Layla called out in surprise, Wilhelm. He replied, also surprised, Lady Layla. Looking at Wilhelm, dressed elegantly with sleek, neat hair and a face so handsome it seemed to glow, Layla thought to herself, Where is he going? Is he planning to propose to someone? Why is he dressed so splendidly? He's not a peacock. Ignoring her gaze, Wilhelm looked at the gift box in her hand and asked, My lady, are you here to buy a music box? Layla replied, Yes. It's not for me, it's a gift. Hearing this, Wilhelm asked curiously, Are there any good products? Layla suggested, Want to take a look? Sir Taylor recommended this one to me. Taylor, behind her, happily raised his hand and said, That's me. Hearing that Taylor was the one who recommended it, Wilhelm said disappointedly, I see. Then never mind. Seeing his taste judged like that, Taylor's face darkened as he glared angrily at Wilhelm. Seeing the situation was getting tense, Layla spoke up. All right, let's meet at the castle then. Wilhelm bowed politely and replied, I wish you a pleasant time, my lady. Layla smiled. Yes, you too, Wilhelm. Arriving at the flower shop, standing right in front of the door, was the butler, dressed impeccably with slick hair, holding a bouquet of roses. This made Layla extremely curious. What's this now? The butler stood still in one spot, his eyes sparkling with happiness. The three of them, Taylor, Sayin, and her, all had the same thought. First Wilhelm, now the butler. What day is it today? Suddenly, she realized something it's this period of time. Following her train of thought was the appearance of the devastatingly beautiful Dark Widow, the one who would lead to a tragic end for both Wilhelm and the butler. Looking at the butler like this, she fell into thought. What should I do? I don't care what happens to the butler, but to just leave Wilhelm to his fate feels a bit. He doesn't even get a peaceful death. His head is hung on the castle wall. That's right, I have to at least help him avoid the worst. She closed her eyes, frowning worriedly as she thought. He helped me steal the villain's bracelet and even gave me advice about Sain's depression. Noticing she had been frowning for a while, Sain leaned down and asked worriedly, Layla, the flowers, aren't you buying them? Seeing him standing so close, Layla blushed and replied flustered. Then she moved away from him, turned back, and said awkwardly, let's choose together. Sayin, Taylor, feeling extremely left out, spoke up, what about me, my lady? Taylor's words brought Layla back to her senses. Her face darkened as she replied, you choose too. Upon returning home, Mary was truly very happy to receive the flowers and the music. Mason's fever also started to go down from that day, and he recovered enough to go for walks. The worry on Mary's face also gradually disappeared. Everything was going smoothly. But one thing made Layla uneasy. Wilhelm and the butler were finally confronting each other over that beautiful widow. In addition, the unmasking of the truth was about to begin. I immediately went to find Wilhelm and told him that Wilhelm must absolutely not reveal the double entry ledgers. Please, Layla nearly shouted in his face. With her grabbing his collar, Wilhelm said uncomfortably, I'm not crazy, don't you worry. Layla could only cry silently in her heart. She thought to herself, you really are crazy, you madman. Layla thought, anyway, I think if I say this much, he'll understand. But seeing Wilhelm fighting with the butler, she sighed to herself. Can someone in the final stage of lovesickness understand with just a piece of advice? Looking at this, he probably won't stop. At that moment, in Wilhelm's room, he was extremely irritated and snapped, I know what I'm doing. Seeing this, Layla, her hand trembling with fear, pointed at him and spoke up. What on earth are you saying? Don't tell me you're planning to reveal the double entry ledgers. Wilhelm said with an unconcerned expression, if necessary. Unable to take it anymore, Layla angrily slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, you can't be serious. She yelled straight into his face, if that gets out, do you think only the butler will be ruined? Wilhelm will die, too. He replied uncomfortably, I don't care. Layla asked in disbelief what? Wilhelm's eyes revealed a murderous intent as he replied, I'd rather die with him than let him have her. No, that would clearly be better. This made Layla furious. She looked at him with great disappointment and said, you're insane. Wilhelm understood. He replied, I know. Then he stood up and directly asked her to leave. Please leave this place. Even after she was outside, Layla still couldn't accept this. She frowned, thinking to herself, how could he become a completely different person after just half a month? People say you go crazy when you're in love, but that doesn't mean turning into a psychopath overnight. She ran to find help, thinking something isn't right about this. On the way, Layla told this story to Sinat S.O. I tried an Elvin, but there's no solution. It's not just Wilhelm. Even the butler is in a state where he can't be reasoned with. She recounted with a helpless sigh. Then she looked at Sayin with determination and said, if that's the case, there's only one way to save Wilhelm. Sayin asked, puzzled, what way? She continued, since Wilhelm and the butler are fighting over a woman, there's no other way but to rely on that woman. The two of them stopped in front of a house, looking up with complicated feelings. Layla thought worriedly to herself, perhaps this woman is also in a difficult situation. So if I tell her those two are in danger, maybe she'll pretend to intervene to stop this unmasking of the truth. If she refuses, I'll offer a generous compensation. As she was about to open the door and step inside, Sayin spoke up to stop her. Wait, Layla, I'll go in first. She said, puzzled, All right, Layla thought to herself. Why does he suddenly want to go in first? Could it be that he heard the widow is beautiful and wants to meet her before I do? Probably not. After all, there's a big age gap between Sayin and the widow. Cutting off her train of thought, Sayin called out, Layla, don't go too far. He sensed danger, put his arm behind her protectively, and reminded her, stay close to me. Layla, Sayin gently pulled her closer to him. Don't go too far. He kept reminding her. Layla looked up at him with a stunned expression. Stay close to me. In contrast to her astonishment, Sayin was looking around with a cool demeanor. Oh, okay. Layla, coming to her senses, agreed in confusion. Why is he so vigilant? The two of them moved further inside. This is just a perfume shop run by a lone widow. A woman touched the door. "Oh," the elegant woman exclaimed upon seeing two strange customers at her shop. "Welcome," and she gave a friendly, feigned smile as an invitation. Beautiful customers have arrived, and two of them at that. Layla, standing behind Sayin, peeked out in astonishment. The image of the former made appear in her mind. "You two look so familiar." Layla blurted out the name, "Angela." The woman froze, her stunned eyes looking up. Layla quickly apologized and promptly explained, "Oh, it's nothing. You just look a lot like someone I know. I just accidentally called out her name." The woman nodded, as if it was nothing. "But I asked that so? It seems many people look like me." "That's not it." Sayin suddenly grabbed her arm tightly. Then he pulled her away before the woman's eyes, saying, "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Layla frowned in confusion, but he didn't explain, determined to pull her out of the shop. "Next time, let's come back next time." A terrifying sound echoed from behind. Layla was frightened. Sayin, holding her hand tightly, glanced back. "You've realized it too, haven't you?" The woman approached the two of them, his cold eyes standing protectively in front of her. Layla asked in confusion, What on earth did he realize?" The woman sneered. "Have you already forgotten what you just said?" "Well, I just said." She stared at the woman, stunned. "Could it be? Are you really Angela?" Layla was shocked, unable to believe it herself. The woman smirked contemptuously. "It seems you're not sure, are you? Just good intuition. But it doesn't matter." She raised a hand to cover her face. "What's important is that clumsy kids like you have already recognized me." She revealed her magic, EYE.T, Osho, such an incompetent side, before completing my great work. She looked annoyed. "If this gets out, I'll be torn to 1,000 pieces before the ruler of the world arrives. This is insane." The scent of magic is spreading throughout the room. "It seems I've approached the wrong person." Layla glanced back, calculating. Seeing that door close automatically, it seems to have a strange power. "If I run really fast and open the door, can I escape?" The woman quickly noticed Layla's gaze and warned, "Don't do it. It's useless. Magic has surrounded this entire room." Angela laughed loudly. "You can't get out of here. Not until I allow it." Realizing the situation was not good, Sayin prepared to touch the hilt of his sword. Layla suddenly shouted, "We don't know anything. We don't know anything at all." Sayin turned in astonishment to look at Layla, who was trembling with fear, but whose voice was firm. "We never entered this place to begin with, and we will never come here for the rest of our lives. So can you let us out? Please, please." Her gratified expression pleaded with the woman before her. "I'm being sincere." She muttered in her head, "Wilhelm and the butler are pitiful, but Sayin and I can't die for them." The woman burst out laughing. She began to reintroduce herself. "My name is Eris. You can call me Ari. I move residences regularly every 10 years. Just when I get used to a place, I have to move to another city. Do you know how annoying that is?" Ari grew more agitated. "But I can't not move. Last time, I lived in a village for 20 years and was almost burned alive. I didn't commit any crime." She confronted Sayin face to face. "But not aging for 20 years. Does that only mean you're a witch?" Layla was stunned, muttering, "You really are?" Ari held out her magic-filled hand. "Come now. You know too much about me now, so you must die." Just as a battle was about to break out, with Sayin drawing his sword and her using magic, Layla spoke up again. Wait a minute." Ari frowned, displeased. "What, want to leave some last words?" Layla, flustered and blushing, said, "Not last words. I have a question." She temporarily stopped the two of them, trying to calmly ask about the past. "Why did you work as a maid at the Count's mansion?" Ari shrugged and replied, "No particular reason. I've worked many different jobs, and a maid was just one of them." Layla let out a surprised "oh," and then asked again, "When you were a maid, was that face fake? And this is your real one now?" "No." Ari shook her head, "But I like this face the most." "Where were you before you came to the Count's mansion?" She answered frankly, "The wet domain. It's a place where it rains bats often, so it's very unpleasant." "You mentioned your clan earlier. How many people are there?" Sayin had already pulled her to stand right behind him to ensure her safety. Ari clenched her arm uncomfortably and replied, "It's a secret. You don't need to know." So." Layla hesitated. "Oh, you know Wilhelm and the butler? Did you intentionally create that situation between them?" The woman laughed loudly, pleased with her own work. "Haha, that's right. I did it on purpose." "Interesting, isn't it?" "I see. You must be very happy, huh?" She was frightened by that ghastly laugh and replied fearfully, "Oh, now." Ari interrupted first. "Can I ask you a question?" Layla, completely unguarded, agreed to let her ask. Sayin was also ready to raise his sword and confront the woman before him at any moment. The woman cheerfully touched the tip of the sword, asking them sarcastically, "Have you found a way to escape yet? This much time should have been enough, right?" Layla was horrified that her plan had been exposed so openly, so she had realized it from the start. Layla thought to herself. Her plan was to distract the woman. While asking questions, she had signaled to Saiyan. She never expected the woman to see through it so clearly from the beginning, to know her intentions and still remain so calm. Just then, Saiyan spoke up, reminding her. He spoke so only she could hear, the shelf on the right, bottom rack. She glanced over to the position Saiyan had indicated. From the left, the yellow perfume bottle. Break it. Okay. Layla understood and prepared to act. Ari sneered, seeing the two of them whispering to each other. What are you two plotting? Layla clutched one side of her skirt to make it easier to move. At the same time, she replied to the woman, just discussing our last words. Ari sneered, is that so? Let me hear them. I'm so curious. Ari suddenly noticed Saiyan and frowned, asking, now that I notice you can speak? He didn't bother with many words, just a cool yeah. Ari, like a demon, said, so you've been deceiving the people at the Count's mansion all this time? She laughed loudly. I was almost fooled by you too, you deceitful demon. Saiyan didn't bother listening to her rambling. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Stop your nonsense. Weren't you going to kill me? Go on, try it. Wrong, the woman said playfully, preparing her magic to drown them both. I said I would kill you both. It's all the same. Saiyan's face grew serious as he prepared to advance. Before you can kill me, you won't be able to lay a single finger on Layla. Saiyan was determined to protect her every move. The two of them rushed at each other, face to face. Seizing the opportunity, Layla dashed to the designated spot. Although Saiyan was engaged in battle, he never stopped secretly keeping an eye on her. Absolutely do not get hurt. I will definitely help everyone get out of here. Layla rushed towards the yellow bottle, grasping the bottle tightly in her hand. Overjoyed, she turned back to show him, saying, I got it. A splash of bloodshot passed. Saiyan quickly pulled her down to the floor. Layla stared at him, stunned, blood splattering onto her pale face. The yellow perfume bottle also shattered from the hard impact. Saiyan, her entire arm was soaked in blood. Layla worriedly shook him, but there was no reaction. Saiyan, Layla screamed. Damn it, Ari shouted angrily. You detestable brat. How did you get the perfume bottle? Saiyan staggered to his feet, his hand still gripping his sword tightly. Ignoring the witch's fury, he panted and turned to instruct Layla, go now. The door will open. Run. If we both go, we won't be able to shake her. Saiyan decided to sacrifice himself for Layla's safety. She disagreed worriedly, but even so, Ari's true nature was revealed. Oh, you're not just ordinary brats, are you? Fine. Provoked, she became even more terrifying. As you wish. I will kill you both mercilessly. Run quickly. Saiyan urged Layla to take this chance to leave. This place, all right, Saiyan. She finally nodded in agreement. She muttered to herself as she dashed for the door. Wait for me a little, just a little. Ari suddenly saw her escaping. She flew towards her in a rage. Where do you think you're going? At that moment, Saiyan struck to block her, allowing Layla to leave the shop. You damn brat. Fine, then I'll kill you first. Ari angrily turned back to deal with Saiyan. First, I can kill that little girl anytime. Please help me. Layla's scream distracted the witch. She stood outside the door, not leaving immediately, but continuously shouting to attract attention. Please save me. There's a witch in here. Layla raised her voice, calling for help. I am Layla, from the Hinder Marquise. A witch is attacking me. People outside began to gather and watch. Someone help me. Inform the Marquise. A witch? Did that girl just say witch? The people around whispered among themselves that we must quickly inform the Marquise. It seems the young lady is in danger. Layla stepped before the crowd, and they were even more surprised. Look at the young lady's blood-soaked clothes. Oh my god, huh? The witch glanced over contemptuously. What, that little brat? What do you think you're doing? Layla suppressed her fear and glanced back at her contemptuously, dealing with Saiyan, killing me, and then planning to kill the crowd that will gather. Here, too, the door was wide open, and many people were looking inside. The more she relied on them, the more calmly she confronted Ari that a moment ago you were talking about doing great things. But now you need to keep yourself out of danger, right? She thought, is it okay for things to get this bad? More and more people gathered around the perfume shop. I in here. She's in here. Layla threatened further. I've revealed my identity, so people from the Marquise will be here soon. This is even more interesting than controlling Wilhelm and the butler, isn't it? So are you excited? Ari gritted her teeth in anger. She tightened her grip on the glass shard in her hand. You detestable brats. She then threw the glass shard towards Layla. She didn't have time to dodge, muttering, I provoke her too much. Another splash of blood shot out. Ari laughed loudly in contempt. Haha, cough cough. Next time, Layla stared in shock as blood splattered on her once more, spreading across the floor. I will definitely kill you both. Saiyan had rushed over in time to block the glass shard, which became embedded in his arm. Layla looked in horror at him, who was struggling to protect. Her. Sayin let his arms hang limp, watching the witch quickly escape. "Yes, there's a secret door in the warehouse," he muttered, then swayed and fell. He fainted as he fell into Layla's arms. Saying, thinking back, the witch had thrown something just now. Layla, stunned, checked his body. A large glass shard was embedded in his right hand. Layla screamed in terror. "Good heavens, you blocked this with your hand." She gently pulled out the glass shard while softly comforting him. "Hang in there for a bit," saying, "I'll take out the big piece first. We'll deal with the rest back at the castle." In a daze, he was still only concerned about Layla. "Put that thing down, your hand will get hurt." "Is that the problem right now?" She looked at him in his painful state, leaning against her. Her tears began to fall. "That I believed that he would never kill me. Maybe he would even protect me when I was in danger. But I never thought of this situation. He had to sacrifice this much to save me." Layla mumbled, asking for the reason. Why did you save me?" "Because..." Sayin tried to answer through the sharp pain. Layla sobbed and asked again, "What?" "Because I'm crazy." He looked at her with a tender gaze. His eyes also slowly closed, saying. She shook him in a panic, saying. She hugged him tightly. Not long after, the knights and doctors from High Durga Castle arrived. Sayin received first aid and was then moved to the Marquis's castle. And after that, he didn't wake up for 3 days. "Thank you, Lady Layla." The butler and Wilhelm met with her privately to thank her. "I, Wilhelm, swear, on all my honor and fortune, I will never forget this favor." The butler also bowed in gratitude. "I am indebted to you, my lady." He covered his face, recalling the terrifying past. "I had only heard stories about witches, but she was truly terrifying. Now I can't even remember her face." Wilhelm sighed. "If it weren't for you, my lady, I don't know what would have happened to us." "Don't thank me." Layla shook her head. "If it weren't for Sayin, I would have been harmed by the witch too." So, Layla bowed her head, fidgeting with her dress. "When Sayin wakes up, please thank him yourselves." But a slave's merit belongs to his master." Wyndham was panicked, not expecting the butler to utter such incomprehensible words. He rushed forward, nudged him with an elbow as a reminder, then smiled and nodded. "I understand, my lady. I will do so." Wyndham didn't let him say another word, quickly putting an arm around his neck and pulling him away. "Then we'll take our leave. Please get some rest." Layla nodded. "All right." The door to the room suddenly opened slightly. Layla appeared before Sayin's room. She walked over and sat by the bed, softly calling his name as usual, Sayin. It was a great fortune that he was still alive. If he were a normal person, he would probably have died twice already. Elvin had just finished giving Sayin first aid and bandaging him before reporting the situation. Layla was lost in thought that if Sayin doesn't wake up like this, it's not a disadvantage for me at all. No, on the contrary, this could be a good thing, because our relationship is better now than before. So even if he wakes up later, I won't be killed. She mumbled the thoughts she had always wished for, that I no longer have to be wary of the villain's eyes, because I have Sayin with me. I don't have to worry about him hating me again. The more she thought, the tighter she gripped the blanket in anger. Everything will go exactly as I've always wanted. From the beginning. Layla's eyes filled with tears. But I don't want this. I want him to wake up. Maybe I'm crazy too, just like him. The tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. Sayin suddenly woke up after a long sleep. Sayin, Layla, flustered, quickly wiped her tears. Oh no. Am I seeing things? Her face turned bright red. Because I'm crazy. Sayin sat up and gently reached out to touch her face. He asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Layla glanced away, avoiding his gaze. "Oh, I look okay." Having just woken up, he didn't even worry about his own pain and only worried about Layla. "Are you hurt?" he asked anxiously. "Where?" "Let me see. How bad is it?" She grumbled in reply. "It's not me, it's you. You're not okay." She angrily tapped his forehead. According to Elvin, if you were a normal person, you would have died twice already. But Sayin didn't care about that, only asking again, "You mean you're not hurt?" Sayin, Layla frowned, affirming one thing to him. "I have to live a long life. Because I promised my sister." She placed her hand on his. "But if you die, there will be no one left to protect me, so don't die, Sayin." He looked at her, stunned, then a satisfied smile spread across his face. "All right," he nodded in agreement. A month had passed since the witch's appearance, and the Hindurga domain had returned to its usual peace. Although a warrant was issued for the witch's arrest, because she had the ability to change her appearance, she was naturally not caught. And now the incident was gradually being forgotten. For a while, Layla was still worried about whether the witch would reappear with a new look for revenge. She recalled the last time Her eyes were full of resentment towards her. She had been too provocative then. Anyway, she and Sane had vaguely realized it. So, I think next time, no matter what happens, it will be fine. He just put the wooden sword back on the rack. He had also returned to the training room after a few days off to recover. I am very happy that Sane has recovered. I don't want to think about other headaches. Layla looked at Sane in amazement. After such a serious injury, he could recover in just a few nights. Now I understand why Elvin called it an animal's resilience. No, it should be called a miracle. The peaceful days passed by. On a beautiful day, as my birthday was drawing near, a guest visited the Marquis's mansion. Layla stood upstairs, looking down through the window. She mumbled as she looked at the powerful woman below. Is that the Countess Kata? I heard she controls all the Eastern trade operations. That's why they had to be so deferential to an unannounced guest. Layla was observing intently when a voice from behind startled her. Young lady. She turned to look at the attendant. What is it? He hurriedly announced, please come downstairs quickly. The Countess Cater is looking for you, young lady. Layla was startled, trembling as she pointed to herself. Looking for me? They received the Countess in a large room. Sitting opposite her was Layla. Hello, Countess. I heard you were looking for me. She looks younger than I thought. Layla glanced her over. Well, it makes sense. Count Cater isn't that old either. But Layla wondered, why on earth is she looking for me? And what's with that unpleasant look in her eyes? The Countess got straight to the point. I heard there is a boy with blonde hair and black eyes in the mansion. Layla was startled, immediately thinking of him. Is it true? Seeing she said nothing, the Countess asked again. She nodded in acknowledgement, yes. I also heard that the boy is a slave, and his master is Lady Layla Hindurga, correct? Layla didn't expect her to ask, so directly Dada. That is correct. A moment later, the woman casually made a proposal. Return him to me. She exclaimed in shock, huh? The Countess angrily revealed a secret. He is not someone you have the right to treat as a slave. He is my relative. Layla stared at her, stunned. Relative? If it's Sane's relative, then? The door to the reception room suddenly burst open. Sane. Countess Cater hurriedly stood up, crying as she threw herself into his arms. He also called her name affectionately, Cecile. The Countess sobbed as she hugged him. Sane, I missed you so much. Since we parted, I've thought about you every day. Cecile. Layla sat quietly, watching them comfort each other. I've heard this name from Sane before. She lived in the same orphanage as Sane and is 2 years older than him. Layla gently tightened her grip on her arm, biting her lip in frustration. So Sane still has a living relative. This is a fortunate and celebratory thing. But why do I feel so upset? A stranger. Layla stood silently watching the two of them reunite. That's right, she mumbled. I feel like I've become a stranger. He found a relative he had always longed for. That's a good thing, of course. She told herself to console herself. She let go of him and said, Sane, I am a countess. He also nodded, smiling. Yeah, congratulations. But she still held on to Sane's arm, not letting go. I'm not saying this to get your congratulations. You know what I mean. Layla stood opposite, not daring to look directly. To him, the Countess is probably more important than me. Yes. Oh, he will return to his relative, won't he? Cecile took his arm and caressed it. I came here to take you back. Let's go. This is a matter between me and Sane. Layla's eyes filled with tears, and she looked down so no one could see. Why does my heart? I'm not going. She was stunned. Huh? What did you say? She also looked up at him with surprised eyes. That you're not planning to stay here, are you? Why? Cecile confronted him. Because I want to. Sane was different now. In his heart, there was a figure he needed to shelter and protect. Who is it for? In the end, she screamed, wanting to know the reason. Is it because you're afraid of the Marquis that you're doing this? Cecile shouted, shaking his sleeve. Sane, I told you I'm a countess. I can protect you now. Sane gently pushed her arm away and replied, It's not because of the Marquis, but because I want to. I want to stay here. That is my decision. I'm sorry, Cecile. Oh, what on earth is going on? She covered her face, not wanting to understand. Wait, don't tell me. She turned to criticize Layla. It's not true, right? I'm just misunderstanding, right? Sane. He tried to remind her. Wait, Cecile, the two of us? But she pushed his hand away, wanting to speak plainly right there. Why are you doing this? She pointed straight at his face to remind him. Whose child is she? What did Hindurga do to our family? Layla was stunned. A series of Sane's painful memories appeared clearly in her mind. Cecile. He called her name loudly to calm her down. She trembled, clenching her fists. I just remembered I have something urgent to do, so I'll be leaving first. Layla couldn't hold back the tears rolling down her cheeks, hastily wanting to leave the room. He also wanted to follow her worriedly, but Layla brushed him off, saying, You don't need to follow me. Just continue your conversation comfortably. Countess, you please stay and be comfortable as well. She opened the door and rushed outside. Well then, I'll take my leave. Layla. Sane called her name, but she paid no mind. The door slammed shut. She instructed the maid standing outside. No one is to enter until I call. The maid bowed respectfully. Yes, young lady. Layla walked silently down the hallway. Whose child is she? She clearly remembered Cecile's words confronting Sane, reminding him. Her trembling hand gripped the staircase railing. The words were like pins in her heart, and tears streamed down her face. She bowed her head, silent on the stairs, her body trembling from the sharp pain. What are you doing? Sane kept looking towards the door. Cecile leaned back in her chair, ordering him, You'll probably spend the whole day explaining to me today. Are you planning to stand there and talk? Let's skip the part about you being crazy. She casually brushed it aside. No need to listen. I already know everything. Sane sat opposite Cecile. Why are you smiling? It's just. He trailed off. Just what? Seeing he said no more, she frowned curiously. I once had a dream. In it, I was talking to you just like now, and back then, you also said I was crazy. Cecile hugged her arms tightly. Why did I say that then? She frowned, asking for the reason. Sane answered honestly, because I had killed too many people, and because I felt no guilt at all, so shameless that it terrified you. Cecile mumbled, That really is a crazy dream. He smiled. Is that so? It was an absurd dream, wasn't it? But in the end, who did you kill? Sane recounted casually, Hindurga, and everyone associated with them. For example, the servant who led you into the living room or the maid who served the tea. She asked again in surprise, You killed that many people so gruesomely? Cecile, she muttered in response. What? I'm sorry. Cecile closed her eyes and told him, Take that back. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Even so, I'm still sorry. Hey, she looked at him annoyed. You know you're not normal, right? I know. Sane clenched his fist. That's why I'm apologizing. Cecile reminded him, Don't do things that make you have to apologize, okay? He shook his head and replied, I can't. I'm sorry. It's not because I hate you that I'm doing this. She propped her chin on her hand and looked straight at Sane. You'll be the one who suffers the most, right? He sat up straight and announced something to her. I only wish for one thing, Cecile. What is it? Just that she doesn't die. Sane's lips curved into a smile when he mentioned Layla, his eyes filled with love. Cecile stared at Sane in astonishment. Cecile chuckled softly. The way you call her is so affectionate. That child. And come to think of it, it's not just Sane, but the other side, too. She recalled Layla's appearance at that moment and understood everything. All right, she moved closer to him. I know you're doing better than you think. Not because this is a normal place, but all thanks to that child. So, do you like her? I don't know. But every time Layla was mentioned, his eyes clearly showed affection. Cecile immediately grumbled in his ear. How can you not know if you like her or not? How old are you? She looked even more annoyed. 15 or 14. You're not a child anymore. How can you not know your own feelings? He clenched his fists and mumbled, I don't know if I can even define this feeling. It's just that I hated it so much I wanted to kill it, but at some point, that became impossible. He looked at his clenched fist and said to Cecile, Right now, I don't want to see you get hurt. I want to make what I wish for come. True, for that, he wished, I'm willing to do anything. That's all. Of course it is, she thought to herself, because there's no greater feeling than that. Sane, she called his name softly. Let me ask you one more thing. Okay, that child is a noble. She turned to remind him, Sane knows that too. He nodded. That's right. She'll probably marry someone of noble lineage too, right? He fell silent, then nodded. I guess so. What will you do if that child become the lady? Cecile posed a hypothetical. When that child walks down the aisle, what do you think you will do? I won't do anything, he answered bluntly. She was stunned. Do nothing? He nodded. That's right. I'll probably check if the other person has any dangerous elements or is a dangerous type of person. I'll be on guard until I feel it's safe. Really, she was astonished by his words. You mean you'll be more at ease if there are no threats around the child's marriage partner, right? That's right. Sane nodded happily. How ridiculous. I don't even know what kind of expression I have on my face right now. Because of his friend's hypothetical words, Sane was lost in thought. Do I really not know? Or am I trying to suppress my own feelings? Cecile also had her own thoughts. If he really likes Layla Hindurga, but thinks he has no relationship with Hindurga, she raised an eyebrow slightly. I don't think I need to make him realize it. Honestly, I don't want to see these two end up together at all. If I can stay by his side to protect him, I can always step back, but a promised future is different. The moment Sane promises a future, he won't be able to give up his own beliefs. In his life, he will always remember the fact that she is a Hindurga, the one who killed his family and took everything away. If that happens, Sane will have to suffer alone and fall ill. Let's end this conversation here. Cecile didn't want to talk about this issue anymore. That I will respect your decision. Thank you. Sane smiled at Cecile. That let's change the subject. She smiled brightly. Aren't you curious about how I've been all this time? Sane nodded in agreement. All right, I'm curious. Layla returned to her bedroom in pain. She sat up, holding her head. Is it time for Mary to give me my medicine? Come in. Sane immediately appeared at the doorway. Oh. Sane, he scratched his head, standing awkwardly in front of her. He sat down beside the bed. I saw her off before coming back here. By reflex, she scooted over to the other edge of the bed. Earlier, Cecile said she was sorry. He glanced over to see the expression on her face. Sorry? Layla asked, feigning disinterest. Did the Countess say that to me? She passed on a message. Honestly, she smiled against her heart. She did nothing wrong to me. Next time you contact her, please pass that along for me. Sane looked at her intently, lost in thought. Layla smiled awkwardly in response. Seriously? Hey, but Sane, he still didn't take his eyes off her. What is it? Are you really not going? She had thought for a long time before mustering the courage to ask. I think I already promised you. Layla was surprised, letting out a huh. He repeated the promise that I said I would ensure you get the things you want. I think I have to stay by your side to be able to do that. Isn't that right? Seeing Layla remain silent, Sane asked again. Right, that's right. Her face suddenly turned red. I got too excited and answered without thinking. She looked down, embarrassed. Sane stayed to meet the family, just for me. On second thought, her eyes held a hint of doubt. Sane, I have something to tell you. Layla clutched the blanket tightly. That you've told me about your family, but I don't think I've introduced my family to you at all. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to hear it, but just in case. Sane cut her off. I want to hear it. I want to hear about it, Layla. He whispered in her ear. I want to know everything about you, so you can tell me. Layla began to tell her story. The marriage between my mother and the villain was purely political. The mother who once abandoned her children. She married a villain only because of pressure from her family. My mother was too kind to live with such a wicked man. When she could no longer endure her husband's evil deeds, she tried to change him. But to that wicked man, my mother's persuasive words only made him more annoyed and bothered. My mother and he often had fierce arguments. Then one day, my mother was found dead in her bed from drinking poison. Her will stated that she had loved another man. She wrote that she could no longer live with the guilt. When I returned from my mother's funeral, everyone on the Marquis's side constantly criticized us. The maids, the Marquis, everyone around pointed and gossiped. Layla's 3 siblings, so filthy. Aren't those children someone else's? Ugh, how dare you come back to the castle? They even warned the other children, don't treat them like siblings anymore. They might pass on their filthy, evil blood to their children. Whether the will was real or fake no longer mattered. Just because my mother was hated by the villain, in this castle, my mother's will was no different from the truth, sister. Layla asked her older sister softly, is it true that mother did something bad? Is that why she was so scared that she left us? Layla's older sister hugged her and whispered that of course not. Mother is definitely not the kind of person to do something bad. And for that reason, she wouldn't be the type to abandon us. But sister, her brother also put his hand on his forehead, thinking there are many things that are really strange. From the beginning, Mother didn't have time to do that. Second, the will was burned immediately without letting us see it. That wasn't Mother's handwriting, was it? Her brother raised a suspicion, because if we saw it, we would know that the will was a fake. The eldest sister nodded in agreement that I think so too. There must be some hidden truth in this matter. Perhaps this was planned by that villain from beginning to end. But what can we do? We're just naive children under attack from all sides. Now no one in this castle will believe us anymore. Sister, her older brother sat up. Let's go to Mother's hometown. The 3 of them sat up to devise a plan that if we ask for help, surely no one will pretend not to know. But the eldest sister was still afraid. But there are people who didn't even come to the funeral. Think about why they didn't come. Because they think Mother brought shame to the family. The more her brother spoke, the more he swayed his eldest sister. Then, what if, conversely, we bring a clue that can restore the family's honor? Let's do it together, sister, if we plan it together. The eldest sister also nodded in agreement. All right, but it will take quite some time. In 2 years, let's go back, Lala. She held their hands tightly. Not letting go, can I go with you? I don't like being alone. Her sister bent down and gently told her. The road is a bit far and the weather is also very cold, so Lala can't go with us. Instead, Terizabet will protect Lala. She was reluctant, not wanting to, but in the end, she had a compromise. Sister and brother will go to see grandmother. Once there, we'll ask her to scold the bad people who made Mother sad. Maybe she'll let us live with her. There too. Really? She looked up at her older sister. We don't have to live here either. So Lala, No matter what happens here, you have to survive, like a final wish. She smiled and made a pinky promise with her sister. Promise, Lala. And so my sister and brother left for my mother's family forever. They never came back. The painful memory appeared to her once again. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead. So don't forget to press like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss the latest story episodes. We wish you moments of relaxation and fun. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.